what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart.
everything right and they indicted me.
The button I'm looking for. Oh my god, that was loud. It's loud in my ear. Let me turn myself down in my own ear. How are you doing, chat? Wow, Waluigi looks like he's had one drug too many. What do you think Waluigi would get up to? What do you think a weekend is like for Waluigi? Like, what are we talking here? In terms of Waluigi's... extracurricular behavior. He looks like he's grinding his teeth. Oh geez, that's a clue right there. That's a clue. That is a potential clue. Like, I don't know what the clue is to, right? I can't identify. Like, my choice of like party favors was never that wide and varied. Pretty freaking vanilla. Maybe he had a really good business idea? He has really good business ideas. Molly Luigi? Oh shit, that would be the one, wouldn't it? Yeah. That's right, I know that girl. A little bit. Just a little bit. So yeah, we're finally to something that I actually like talking about, which is right-wingers fighting against right-wingers. That's what we've got going on today. Mushroom says what he read. I'm sure we're talking about like chanterelle, shiitake, those kind of mushrooms. Yeah, clearly. He's a culinary genius. I could see that though. Could you see this guy in a chef outfit, a chef hat? I can visualize it. I'm visualizing it right now. In fact, glad we're not talking about P and Z today. Me too. That was really tough. I mean, you know, when I saw what I saw, it reminded me of why I had to do it, why it's important to cover. You're definitely not going to get this kind of coverage from the White Leaf Network itself, right? Even though they were willing to cut ties with these people when they became a liability, they're not willing to call it out, right? And they've got their own people in that community, in that chat, thinking that everything is fine, and they've been trained, right? They've been trained by Vosh and Keffels and everyone. If you buy the fact that there's nothing wrong with Bosch, if you buy the fact that there's no issues with Keffels, then for Poppy to say, this is all a bunch of cancel culture, this is the woke mob, I guess it's conceivable. And too many people are still they get the sense that they're under attack, which they're used to. They're used to because they're used to it from Vosh. They're used to play Doki Doki Literature Club. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where did that even come in? I remember like I started playing the music. It's terrifying. You're playing it. Oh, so that's right. Omega Star just downloaded this Doki Doki Literature Club. Now it was based on somebody comparing Poppy to Monica. I'm trying to remember where that even came from. I know the people that haven't played this game or don't get this cultural reference, you're like, who the fuck is Monica? And look, trust me, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. You don't want to get cornered at a party by Monica. You don't want to be alone in a pocket dimension with Monica. It's not good. As honest as I can get while staying away from YouTube TOS. Wait, what is honest reaction? Oh, tonight is British daylight savings time. I lose an hour of sleep. That's mood right there. That is mood right now. Oh no, actually not for today. I feel like I'm kind of well rested. Do I look well rested? I feel well rested. I slept a lot. For once. I think it's because my roommate texted me and with a picture of a mess that I'd left in the kitchen, and I was like, ooh, I felt really bad about that. So I stayed up and I cleaned the like I have a pressure cooker, which if you like to eat beans, okay, you got to get a pressure cooker. You don't know what you're missing. Beans do not get properly cooked in a pot. Beans do not get properly cooked in a lot of different ways. But in a pressure cooker, you get the beans soft, and that's necessary, especially if you don't want to be a gaseous balloon for the next like 6 to 12 hours, right? You got to cook your beans. You got to cook the hell out of those beans. But the bad thing about a pressure cooker is that when they work, it's great, right? But there's a lot of pressure in there, and when they don't work, you got a bean explosion. You got beans all over the place, and that's what I had. And I remember it happening, and then I remember getting distracted by stream or by something and just walking away from it. And then my roommate's like, what is up with these beans? They're like, how did you get beans like literally everywhere? And it's like, the pressure cooker, it exploded with an unforgiving force. I don't know. I don't trust that thing anymore, right? You watched ContraPoints playing Doki Doki Literature Club. I would play it for you, chat, but I gotta be honest. It is it's a dating simulator, and it's essentially like almost like a text-based game. I'm trying to think. You've got choices in the game. Yeah, that's the gameplay is you make choices of, do you want to hang out with like this one anime chick, or do you want to hang out with the other anime chick? And they're like in high school, and it's kind of like, I don't know, like it makes me uncomfortable, like, even though like the character is also in high school, so there's nothing wrong with the plot of the game, but it's just like it's a little weird. It's a little weird. Which high school girl would you like to date now? It's like none of actually Monica. Wait, no, Monica's I keep on thinking Monica's like the teacher. No, she's the president of the Doki Doki Literature Club. She is also a high schooler. So there's no good choices there. Speaking of good choices, I showed you a little bit of the Tipster video made by a White Leaf member named Alex Gunter, right? Just because I thought it was kind of wild. They got on the topic. It was Alex Gunter talking to Tipster, and they got on the topic of what is what is wrong with PDF Elia. What is wrong with that? Like, what is the problem with it? And like, it's like, there's a few problems. It's kind of problematic. It's kind of a problematic subject matter, but his take on it was really strange. Let me show you what he said, because he got clipped by friend of the VOD, Boblax. We all know Boblax, right? The person responsible for such hits as talk about the allegations and stop laughing at Sonic. That's Boblax, right? That's who I'm talking about with Boblax. Boblax is just like, he makes a lot of he makes a lot of sound bites. But yeah, like I said, looks like Bo Black's also, yeah, he's famous for if you've ever seen Twitter Versus. It's a series that's it's probably his you know main the main thing that Bo Black's is known for is Twitter Versus, right? Twitter versus Donald Trump, Twitter versus Keffels, Twitter versus Vosh. Anytime Twitter goes to town, Twitter versus Illuminati. Anytime that Twitter goes to town on somebody, Bo Black's is there to literally read Twitter. And it's kind of nice for those of us who don't like to scroll Twitter. I will admit, even though I use Twitter, just, you know, covering news and stuff like that, it's hard to get away from. But even though I use Twitter, I don't really like Twitter. I don't enjoy scrolling Twitter. I don't scroll my own timeline that often. But yeah, Tipster fans are wild. And Bo Black's is saying this about, well, partly the same video that we watched yesterday of Alex Gunter, and partly about a different video. Let's take a look here, okay? I gotta pause this music, don't I? Yeah. Let's give our full attention to the newest Vosh clone, the newest member of the White Leaf Network, apparently the newest fan of Short Stack Goblins. I was not aware of this, that Alec Gunter, also a fan of Short Stack Goblins, also somebody who sees nothing wrong in what Vosh did, sees nothing wrong in what Tipster did. No problems with these things. Let's see what he has to say today.
How old is this guy? He looks underage. He
Okay,
looks like he's like 14.
so context.
Yeah, you take out the ass, like...
No, we got to the spicy part before I was able to offer context. I forgot there's no context for this. Context. This is Alex Gunter. This is Lyrics, aka Lurix, right? If you see that, it's a commentary channel. Lurix is in fact just you know, to you know, Alec's defense here. Lurix is in fact of age, despite what you're going to hear from Alec in a second here. Right, and Luric was doing a video talking about Tipster. Apparently, Lurix has been like, there's a Tipster's like a subject matter. Tipster's like, they should have college courses about Tipster, right? The Tipster lore goes deep, like, right, not unlike the Tip, which sometimes the, you know, penetration is a little bit shallow, right? But the, you know, Tipster, it's you know, it's quite deep with Tipster, right? There's a lot of lore, there's a lot of history, there's a lot to understand, and the more you know, the more you don't want to know. So Lyrics was doing a video talking about Tipster. A lot of people have been talking about Tipster since he went to bat for Vosh, defending Vosh for the folders, right? And this is a video that Alec Gunter, member of the White Leaf Network, do you remember how I told you with Poppy and Xena that White Leaf people tend to play defense for each other, and they especially play defense for Vosh? That, as far as I can tell, that's like just part of the job. That's probably how you get the White Leaf you know, side in the first place, by glazing up Vosh. And now at this point, this is kind of weird because Alec is not just glazing up Vosh. We're also glazing up Tipster here. And although if you look at Tipster's channel, you'll see 100,000 subscribers, Tipster's views are like about the same as mine. Like, Tipster's channel is not doing well. Like, I think I showed you yesterday that the if you search for Tipster, your top search results are going to be something other than Tipster's channel. In other words, the content about Tipster by other people is more popular than the content by Tipster, much like Illuminati. It's that kind of situation. He added YouTube support to try to say, hey, what's wrong with this? Am I being shadow banned? What's going on? And they were just like, hey, dude, make better video. I mean, they didn't say that. Like, it was he got the automated help that was basically like, many factors go into which videos get prioritized for search. Factors like the amount of engagement in a particular video. So they're just like basically telling him things that he can, you know, if you find that your videos don't get enough engagement, maybe try choosing more popular topics. Maybe try making, you know, videos that are more exciting. Maybe try work on your thumbnail, work on your title. These are the things that go into like how many views and therefore maybe indirectly like how much engagement your videos actually get. And so if you want to rank higher in the search, you know, they basically all but told Tipster that it's a skill issue. The fact that his videos aren't showing up, it's a skill issue. The people making videos about him are displaying more skill at making videos than Tipster himself in his videos. So So yeah, Alex going to bat to defend Tipster against this commentary channel Lyrics, who much like other commentary channels is making videos about Tipster because people do like to hear about Tipster, they just don't like to hear from Tipster. And you know, in the midst of doing this, well, I mean, he says some weird stuff. He says some weird stuff. Now we already heard him talk about that, like being attracted to a underage person isn't a problem, essentially. He I don't know. I'm hoping I'm not taking him out of context or mischaracterizing what he's saying here, but it sounds pretty weird to me. It sounds pretty weird to a lot of people, including Bo Blacks. And well, he's gonna say more things about Lyrics here. So just for the record, okay, Lyrics might look kind of young. Lyrics is not underage, so we're you know, despite how bad this might look, Alec is not like, you know, sexualizing a minor or anything like that. Just so we get that off the table to start off with. But he does say some weird stuff here. Anyway, I have edged you for long enough. Let's take a look at this.
When nobody's looking and you deny it at every point.
Wait,
How old is this guy? He looks underage. He looks like he's like 14. Okay, you take it up the ass like when nobody's looking and you deny it at every point when nobody even brought it up. You're like, what do you mean in the ass? And they're like, I asked you what you wanted for dinner. Okay, well, just so it's clear, I did not get in the ass. Like that's the look that you're giving off.
How's Mrs. Tip think about that one?
okay,
What?
that's kind of
Where's
racist.
your husband? Dog, you're 14.
So anyway,
Shut up. Go back to school.
Anyway, I'm not here to defend Lyrics. I don't know really much about Lyrics other than a commentary channel. But okay, so like, so we got that that, you know, he looks underage and something about him. Where did the up the ass thing come from? Like that's what I don't get. Like why did Alex start talking about anal sex right after he said that this guy looks underage? I don't.
And you deny it at every point underage. He looks like he's like 14. Okay, you take it up the ass like when nobody's looking and you deny it at every point
When nobody's looking? I mean, like, I hope nobody's like looking into your bed. What do you mean? Anyway,
nobody even brought it up. You're like, what do you mean in the ass? And they're like, I asked you what you wanted for dinner. Okay, well, just so it's clear, I did not get in the ass. Like that's the look that you're giving off.
How's Mrs. Tip think about that one?
so there's something about Tipster like joking about cheating with his wife. Like I said, the lore on Tipster is deep and extensive, and I don't fully know it all. Right? I kind of don't want to get into it, but yeah, like I don't know what this like. This kind of seems sort of racist, but I can't really tell from the content. Yeah, it kind of looks I don't know about this.
What? Dog, where's your husband? Dog, you're 14. Shut up. Go back to school. Like he looks like he's 14. Some 16-year-olds look like adults. The problem with pedophilia is not finding somebody who is underage attractive. Okay? If you find somebody who happens to be underage, who's like 16 or 17, attractive, that's not a big deal. It is not a fucking big.
It's not a big deal. This is like, you know, and I gotta credit Vamps for this one. I didn't come up with this, but there's something about Alec Gunter that is like DJ Mule meets Mr. Girl.
Deal if I go up to somebody, some chick that I think is attractive, okay, and say, hey, you know, you look great. Why don't I take you to dinner sometime, okay? And then she turns around and says, hey, I'm 17. I'm here with my mom or whatever, and she's in the
She's like, please leave me alone. Please get away from me, creepy dude.
other store. You know, if this guy who already looks like he would fit makeup very well, makeup and a dress.
Okay, so first of all, being a bottom, like that's not a bad thing. This is not something a leftist should be dunking on somebody for. Like the idea that, like, you know, like what kind of, like, you know, what kind of activities Lyrics gets up to in his bedroom. I don't really think that's the dunk. Like, I don't understand how a leftist is treating that like a dunk. And second of all, what are we shaming somebody for? What, like, femboy potential? Like, what's even going on here? And like, look, if you've paid enough attention to Vosh, if you've paid enough attention to his community, you kind of know what's going on. You kind of know what's going on. These people are so afraid of being considered SJWs. They're so afraid of being considered soy that they've kind of adopted like right-wing aesthetics. So I don't know, on some level, like, yeah, like, you know, saying some guy looks like he takes it up the ass is somehow considered a dunk. But anyway,
I'm serious. Like he would look good with makeup and a dress.
okay. Wait, not to wait. Why are you saying this though? Like I don't know. Do you have like why are femboys taking a stray from Alec Gunter? Like, you know, white leaf leftist Alec Gunter. Why is this going on?
Not kidding. Maybe you should try it. You know? Now I know that you are a virgin. I get that. But now that you know that, maybe next time you can avoid making this dumbass comment that only a 14-year-old would make. All right? Not only do you look like one, you also think like one.
What? But I wanted to end off this video on one good note with one final statement
Obvious
from Tipster
joke.
himself. When you got a coom, you got a coom.
I coom. What, this guy doesn't coom? Is that your problem? You got big ass blue balls, man? Go whack one off. I promise you'll feel better. Maybe do it to somebody fucking your ass! Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please.
Okay, I'm intrigued now. What is going on with this guy? What is going on with this guy? I've been hearing stuff about this guy, like a bunch of people have covered him, and I kind of wanted to know like what the deal was. There was a controversy between him and like a smaller channel like earlier this year. I didn't really cover it because it just like who the fuck is Alec Gunter, right? You know, and the other person I didn't even know either, right? Jules says, I love beans. We will get to the Candace Owens stuff. All right, I got intrigued by this. My grandma uses a pressure cooker for them. Okay, I'm like your grandma. Good. I'm glad. I think your grandma is awesome, by the way. Not every cooker can handle the pressure. Yeah, I don't know. I think that I messed it up or something. I was cleaning the pressure cooker and I bit the lid, and I think I did something wrong to it. Like, I don't know. I'm afraid to use it now because it could go off like a bomb, like a bean bomb. There's nothing messier than a bean bomb. I don't think, at least. Make sure you're yeah, I might just have to get a better cooker. Bean explosion is exactly what happened. Oh my god, I'm so behind on chat. There were poems yesterday, yeah, in the Poppy and Noah Flake correspondence. Dysentery will also put beans everywhere? Yeah, I bet it would. I bet it would. Oh my god. Let me scroll down to I'm sorry, Chad. I've like missed so much. You want to tell me about the reason why women choose to wear red lipstick? Did you bite the lid by accident? No, Spoops, I did not bite the lid by accident. Irene is becoming a debate sis. Wait, how did I become a debate sis? Should I debate somebody on Beans? Lyrics went to BYU? Is that right? I saw people talking about Utah. That's what it's called. The Utah Jazz. No, I saw people talking about Utah in chat. It is indeed a beautiful yet desolate state. I would like, you know, like I love driving through Utah. I do not like stopping in Utah. All right. This is definitely JBP's alt account. I'll understand the truth can be uncomfortable. No, you can tell me. You can tell me, Jordan. I don't know why I wear lipstick. I just feel compelled to do it. Probably because I want to mess up my coffee cups, right? Probably so that I can like have to clean them more often. Alex Gunter? A little bit, yeah. Wait, is this true? About the yoga instructor and Dr. Peterson's wife? Is this real? Like, I feel like Dr. Peterson and Tipster might have some stuff in common. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't know. We're gonna have to, like I said, the Tipster lore is deep and it's extensive. Oh yes, downward dog. That is my favorite position, by the way. I gotta clean up my room because there's beans everywhere. Yeah. Tipster, why does search not bring me up? What happened? YouTube, you are currently the topic of a scandal. That's what's up. Yeah, it's just like Illuminati, right? Illuminati could make the same complaint, but I think Illuminati knows enough about YouTube to know why it's going on. That's right. Donald Trump is the son of man, the Messiah, by a white South Africa. Oh wait, is this what Elon is onto? Elon is apparently backing anybody who's got a like a anybody who's been transphobic and gotten fired for it. Apparently Elon will pay for your lawsuit. Random small tipster streamer. I mean, yeah, I guess. The correct name for that, though, somebody that covers tipster, it's usually it would be like a commentary channel rather than the debate channel. Although commentary people do debates all the time. Yeah, that's so weird. Trump is selling a Bible for $60, and the only markup on it is that it's got the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and a cop. I don't understand why is there a sheet music in the Bible. Look, I've been to church, okay, and you've got your hymnal, and that's where the sheet music is, and you've got your Bible, and that's where the Bible is. That's where the Bible is Bibling. It's Bibling in the Bible. If you want to see Bible stuff, you got the Bible. If you want to sing a hymn, it's the hymnal. It's different than the Bible. Those are different books. The left has a childish name calling ad hominis. Ad hominis. That is it like humongous? Ad hominis? Anyway, the right has structured and robust arguments. Well, I mean, tipster's, structured and robust as well. Spark That Blood. I just read a tale elsewhere where a YouTuber got popular with a video on Max Headroom, only to struggle to repeat the success. Wait, well, I mean, like, what do you follow that up with, right? Max Headroom, if you don't know, I think is what, like an 80s. How did Max Headroom happen? Is he actually computer generated? Because I'm like trying to think, like, do the 80s, like, did they even have like the ability to generate an image like that? 80s TV series, is that where he started? Is from the 80s TV series? Yeah, what is with the bottom shaming indeed? I know it's so weird to come from like a supposed leftist, like that's the one thing that Vosh, and his crew kind of pride themselves on, is like as often as they are, misogynistic or racist, they say that they are, steadfast supporters of trans rights. In fact, Vosh going after J.K. Rowling's in a sexist, misogynist way, the excuse was, well, yes, she's a TERF. She's a TERF. You got to be sexist to the TERF. TV hack. Like, wait, so he hacked into the TV. Wait. They're like, oh my God, we don't have time to get into it today, do we? The story of Max Headroom. I think it's a rabbit hole. I think everything is a rabbit hole. Trump needs a co-signer to pay in cash. Oh my God, yeah, he said he was gonna pay in cash. Alex Gunter. Because he looks soy. Because wait, lyrics look soy? I mean, look, I've got some feelings about the word soy, okay? First of all, soy is delicious. Soy does not raise your estrogen levels. In fact, there's some thought that the phytoestrogens in soy might actually block your estrogen receptors. You know how estrogen works? It's not the estrogen that causes the secondary sex characteristics. It's it's when the estrogen binds to a receptor, and the receptor does something. That's what proteins are, right? Your proteins, you got your DNA and it's like code. And what does that code do? That code tells your body how to make proteins. The proteins are in different shapes and configurations with like different electrical charges in different places. Some of them are hydrophobic, some of them are hydrophilic, right? And so they operate differently. And the hormone itself is essentially binding to a receptor, telling the cell to up-regulate and down-regulate or change what parts of the DNA it's utilizing in order to create those proteins. Anyway, long story short, right, soy is, has something called a phytoestrogen that's similar to the steroid hormone estrogen, but not similar enough to where it binds to the receptors and makes it do the same thing as estrogen does. It has a very weak effect compared to, either synthetic or bioidentical estrogen, or your endemic, the estrogen that your body manufactures. It's a very different effect, and actually by taking up those receptors, here's another thing. Everyone's got estrogen. Yes. Biological males, biological females, intersex people, like and with very few no exceptions that I can imagine, like everybody's body produces some estrogen, right? And so there's if anything, phytoestrogens would inhibit the actions of your naturally occurring estrogen by binding to the same receptors, competing with your natural estrogen for those receptors, thereby reducing the overall effects, if anything. Although like I said, it's a very small effect, if anything. But yeah, I got some feelings about soy. The other thing is, like, okay, so obviously, no comment chick, you're being a fucking biochemistry nerd about a colloquial phrase. It doesn't mean soy. We're not talking about tofu and tempeh and other food, like products that might have soy in them. We're talking about a way of being, right? So if, like, you say that my lipstick is ugly and I'm like, what the fuck? That's soy. That's considered soy, right? I had an emotional reaction. I seemed like out of control. You did something and it provoked a certain reaction from me. Like, that's what that colloquially, I guess, soy gets used for. But then it also has like an ideological meaning. If you like go to Chud Logic stream, like Chud Logic is an interesting case, because I don't know a lot of people that are more soy in the way that I just described, more like, sort of reactive and baitable. Like, Chud is really easy to bait. I've done it lots of times. Okay, I bait, it's very easy to bait Chud, right? So he is, objectively speaking, soy. However, he does not recognize his own soyness. He only recognizes soy in the like when it's being exhibited by leftoids. When the leftoid is the one, some might say that this like over explanation of the concept of soy is a little bit soy, but I don't think it's soy at all. I think it's just based. I think it's just based, and a lot of people confuse soy with based. But anyway, that discussion of soyness aside. Sorry, I got on this tangent on soy. I have a lot of feelings that which you just provoked me to unload. And that's not soy at all. I could say this dude could be kind of horny. I was thinking that too. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to speak for Alec Gunter and what Alec Gunter is into, or if like, I don't know. All I'm saying, chat, is that the way that he's talking about lyrics, it is a damn good thing that his camera doesn't slip and show his crotch for a moment, because that might be TOS. That might border on TOS, right? I don't know what Twitch, and YouTube, what their policies are on visible erections, but if the camera were to slip, you might witness just such a thing. Trump and Haas are both anti-deodorant. Wait, is there something in deodorant that people like? Wait, there's like a chemical, right, that people say is like bad for you? What is it nickel? Or not even a chemical, it's like an element, right? Elemental nickel is in there. Is that what it is? And people say that it might have something to do with old timers, yes, Alzheimer's. I am still catching up with chat here. Oh, the speaker. Wait, oh my gosh, Lena, I'm not sure who was speaking. It could have been Alec, and it could have been actually, you're not the only one to call Alec Gunter soy. Someone very famously compared Alec Gunter to a right-wing meme of the, let me see if I've got this right. Wait, like, I guess it's like the new male soy bugman. Did I get it right? Anybody, can anybody fact check me on that? Is that the new male soy bugman? Right? I think he was wearing like a flannel at the time, and the glasses and the beard, and like I don't really know this much about that stereotype, but apparently apparently he got roasted with those words. We'll get into that maybe later. I don't want to get into it right now. We've got too much to cover. Whoever is ripping on Tipster, that would be Larix. Okay, so yeah, Larix was ripping on Tipster. Well, I guess like that's what Alec thought too, maybe. He's just using homophobia to bully. Yeah, I think you're right, Lena. This guy's a leftist? I know, right? Like, I don't understand. He's kind of red pill. I don't know. I mean, like, that's... red pill encompasses so much now. Even with hypotheticals, 25-year-old women are lying, telling him they're 17. Oh, shit. Yo, Mars Falcon. Mars Falcon with the elbow off the top rope on Alec Gunter. Anyway, like, telling them that they're 17 here with their mom to make him remove his creepy presence from them. I don't know. Yeah, it does sound like a personal anecdote. It does sound like a personal story that he's a personal experience. Don't even know who these people are. That's right. That's right. Well, that's why I haven't really covered the controversies that Alec Gunter has been part of. Like, he went back and forth with some other small YouTube channel and apparently accused this person of doxing people, and in his live stream, accusing this guy of doxing people. He doxed some people, right? Like, he took down he did take down the stream, right? But he exposed people's private details ostensibly by accident. Ostensibly. He's that kind of leftist. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the correct term is bussy. That's true. Bussy is the technical term. You do take offense? Bazinga, you're a virgin. Checkmate. Wait, you called Teddy Cool says I called him one recently, hasn't gotten over it. Oh my god, chat. This is what happens when I'm so behind on chat. Is that it's probably relating to something that I said. Alec is a pretty huge Vosh clout goblin. Yeah, well, like, it's one thing to be a Vosh clout goblin, right? It's a totally different thing to be a Tipster clout goblin, because that would be like suckling off of a milkless teat. Tipster doesn't have clout to give, and I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being real. I'm just being objective about this, right? Tipster is a Keffel's orbiter, if that tells you anything about the amount of clout that Tipster currently possesses, right? It's less than that of Keffel's, and Keffel's is in a bad way. Vosh is in a bad way, right? Like I said, it's a human centipede, a human clout centipede, but there's not as much clout flowing through it these days. Did I bite the lid by accident? Yeah, that's what you were asking me. No, what did I do? I think I tried to clean it. It's got like like the lid, the lid, and you secure it by turning it, and it snaps into place. But then underneath the lid, there's like a secondary lid where I think it's like all the steam is supposed to go into, to make sure your beans don't like boil over, like none of the like bean foam gets like ejected forcefully from the top of that. Like, anyway, chat, why is my brain in the gutter anyway? So yeah, no, that doesn't happen. And then what happened is I took the secondary lid off, and it's a little bit like, it's a little bit more like bendable, right? And I was cleaning it, and I guess I bent it a little bit. Then when I put it back in, that's when the bean explosion happens. So I think it has something to do with that. I think I messed it up somehow. Maybe I can just get a secondary lid. You know a few people? You know of the people? Oh, okay. That I cover. He's got a lot of insecurities he needs to work out. Let's just ignore him. I don't know. See, Lena, I feel like we're seeing a pattern here. I feel like there's a little bit of a pattern. When we're talking about Vosh, when we're talking about Poppy, and when we're talking about Alec, right? There's a little bit of like all of Whiteleaf is like this. It's almost like he's found a way to replicate himself through this network. I just realized that my no? There we go. I think it's supposed to look like that. Oh my god, canned tomatoes. That sounds like a struggle. Oh, the poems in Doki Doki Literature Club. Yeah, that's what we were talking about, not the poems in Poppy and Noah Flakes back and forth. Oh, geez. No wonder that people are reminded by the of the Doki. Yeah, yeah. One of the girls writes. Like I think they all write poems. Yeah, it's the literature club, so they do literature. There's so many right wing. That's what I'm talking about, Dave. Dave's onto it. Dave's onto it, right? There's so many right wingers in the Vosh Cloud network. All of them call themselves left wing. The what? Yeah, well, essentially what it is like like I say when I'm dealing with Vosh, when I'm dealing with the network, it feels like a rear guard action. It feels like I am defending like the left against right wingers, but they're not coming from the right. They're like, you know what I'm saying? Rear guard action. Like, right there, it's like we're getting flanked. Like they snuck in. And they're like, oh yeah, we're lefties too. Haha, psych. We're anti SJW, anti feminist, anti woke. Beans are good for your heart. The more you eat, the more you fart. That's a British nursery rhyme? I thought it was an American one. We must have stolen that, just like we steal all of your television shows. What is even going on? Do I have the wrong? I feel like I have the wrong window open somehow. But yeah, like I said, I would totally play the Doki Doki Literature Club for you, except I don't know, it just feels creepy. Like, it is an interesting story, and it's an interesting video game. It's an interesting concept, an interesting ARG. There we go. That's what it's supposed to look like, isn't it? Oh my god, I still haven't caught up with chat, but this is good though. This is good. It's UPS, USP. Wait, what's USP? What is USP? Ad hominis. Oh my god, that's how far behind our chat's talking about ad hominis. So yeah, Max Headroom maybe was a TV hack. Like aluminum, it's aluminum. Why did I say it was nickel? You're right, it's aluminum. Yeah, and a supposed ally. I think Coke ads is where Max Headroom started. No, he's not CG. He's Matt Frewer. Oh, he's so a guy just like dressed like that. Not CGI practical effects here. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at Mr. Headroom. I have to go back here. Now I'm gonna associate like Xena and Poppy's channel with Max Headroom in the algorithm. Look, I'm going from Xena and Poppy to Max Headroom. All right, so what is the deal with Max Headroom? Incidents with subtitles. Incidents? Oh shit! This is what a chatter was talking about. Wait, who said TV hack? Somebody said TV hack. Joint specialist. You win. TV hack. Okay, so this is what this video is telling me about, right? So if I go down here, I see on November 22nd, 1987, a TV pirate hacked into WTTV channel 11 in Chicago. Oh, it's not UK. Why did I think it was UK? In Chicago, Illinois, to interrupt the broadcast of Doctor Who. That's why I thought it was UK, because it's a British show. What is like a public public television in the US is the channel that shows Doctor Who. He rambled on and on about, I mean, like the old Doctor Who, right? He rambled on and on about random stuff, not making much sense. Maybe sci-fi or sci-fi too. His words were hard to understand. We are here at PM Productions. We here at PM Productions have been interested in this clip for years, but we have never tried to subtitle it until now. Then on November 30th, 2010, Reddit user posted an essay stating that he believes he knows who was behind the hijacking. The essay is here. Yo. Okay, this is the piracy incident. Okay, there was a mask. So it's a mask. That's what it is. It's a mask. The pirate has never been caught. His minute-and-a-half ramble is hard to understand, so subtitles have been added as accurately as possible. Do we have to press? No, we don't. Okay, so there's Doctor Who. Don't want to get copyright stung for that. That's... Oh, there we go. That does it. Here's a frickin' laughing. I think I'm better than Chuck Swirsky. Frickin' liberal. Wait. Oh, Jesus. Here we go. Wait, this is where Max Headroom actually came from? Catch the wave. Wait. Is this like... I don't get it. Your love is fading. Wait, oh, I don't have the music. Okay. Anybody else getting seasick? Wait, okay, so here's what I don't understand. There's a mask, right? The tune to Clutch Cargo. What is Clutch Cargo? My files? Did he predict NCC? Is this some kind of time distortion going on?
I just made a giant masterpiece for all the greatest world newspaper nerds.
Yeah, I guess we're newspaper nerds. Who knew?
My brother is wearing the other one. But it's dirty.
What the fuck? They're coming to get me? What's going on? Bend over? No, we can't show that. Okay, luckily it's not too wow. Okay, that's the rest of the video is oh my god, look, get me out of here. Get me the... Oh no, Peter Coffin followed me. What is going on? Chat. Oh my god. Peter Coffin is following you. Fuck. What's going on? I was blocked by Peter Coffin. Chat, this is the weirdest 24 hours ever. By the way, that's the potato bomb that Steven Crowder got sent from not yesterday, but the day before, Thursday. Yeah, we covered that on Thursday. Anyway, yeah, I'm okay with the potato bomb. That's better than anything else that I've landed on. Holy shit. Holy shit. What was that? He was getting spanked. He was getting spanked. It reminds me of that ContraPoints video. You know what I'm talking about? The one about violence? The one where ContraPoints is like 8 different characters, and one of the characters is getting spanked, and the other character is doing the spanking. Why do I not do videos like that? I think what Max Headroom was just Matt Frewer in makeup. It's a live TV actor made up, slathered with computer video effects. Max Headroom was a reporter, got chased and knocked out, then put into a computer. What? What? He got chased and knocked out and then put into a computer. How does that work? Chat, I got put into a computer too, but that's a different... I got put into a Minecraft server apparently. Last thing he saw escaping the parking garage was 10 feet maximum headroom. Then he became a ghost in the machine. Yo, 150 million bond won't be a problem for it. Would not be a problem for an actual billionaire. True, yeah. A guy looks like Tim Pool without a beanie. Oh, you're talking about Alec Gunter. Mac Headroom was based on a reporter, not a Tron getting sucked into a computer thing. Oh my god, this guy's a mystery. We got to go down this rabbit hole sometime. It was a short film on British TV that was made into a show. So how did it start? That's what I want to know. Do we have to Wikipedia this to find out like the actual origin? Because I'm guessing if there's a Max Headroom mask that exists in the TV hack incident, that must mean that Max Headroom was already a thing, like by the time that the TV hack happened. So it can't be the TV hack person that came up with Max Headroom. It's got to be that Max Headroom pre-existed that. So hence, unless we're dealing with some Steins Gate shit for real here. Are we dealing with some Steins Gate shit for real here? Tim Pool without the beanie is just Tim Pool with a second Tim Pool face growing on the top of his skull. You've seen that. Aim on animations too. Yeah, Alec Guy is just an ex-conservative who embarrassed himself on a Jubilee and took a break from streaming because everyone made fun of him. Wait, so he was a streamer. Wait, so he's let's get the timeline right. So Alec Gunter conservative, Alec Gunter bread pilled, Alec Gunter streamer, Alec Gunter Jubilee, Alec Gunter made fun of, Alec Gunter takes break, Alec Gunter comes back, Alec Gunter talks about effing lyrics in the A. Is that the correct timeline? I think I've got it. Science is gay. I mean, the gay that's what Nietzsche told me. The gay science, right? I had to respond to Max Headroom. Oh, yes, you definitely did. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did respond to that. I remember seeing Coke ads featuring Max Headroom before the show. Have you considered Sneeko and Andrew Tate? Wait, I'm supposed to watch the Goku Naro video sometime. Not today, though. I feel like I've been edging, like, you know, like I've got a number of things I want to talk about today, but the foremost being the war between the right wingers, which it's weird because usually what we do is we do news first and then we get to some drama, the drama that everybody's like looking for, like they care about. They're like, oh my God, the Keffels thing. Like that's like, and today it's like opposite, right? We're doing the drama first and then we're going to do the real news after that because it's more interesting somehow. So high estrogen is a cis guy. In a cis guy doesn't make him womanly. I know cis women with high testosterone who are very girly. Yeah, it has a lot more to, it's more complicated than people think. People do not realize how endocrinology works. Endocrinology is the second most complicated subject I have ever studied. Okay, the first one is actually embryology and human development. That is way complicated, but endocrinology also very lot that goes on onto endocrinology. Third eye soy is highly visible. Conservatives are extremely emotional, right? Conservatives are extremely soy, I think. I was answering from the frameworks of the guy who's bottom shaming. He thinks Tipster looks soy. I don't mind reclaiming the term. I don't mind it either. I love soy. I will revel in the soy. Okay, soy locked indeed. Soy locked. Afroponics. You are exactly right. That's what's going on here. I'm trying to get out of the soy lock, but chat keeps on giving me good stuff to talk about. Some deodorants have aluminum. Okay, so that's what Haas and who was it? Haas and somebody else. Haas and Trump don't use deodorant because of aluminum. Trump, I feel like it's probably a little late for Trump to avoid, you know, whatever kind of dementia he's facing. Raw onion minerals? Wait, that's sulfur, right? Raw onions? I use all natural deodorant. Oh, like one of those crystals? I see aluminum free deodorants. I do. Yeah, I think I've seen that too. 9% of the new lingo in this country to be absurd and full of transitory connotations. To be worth typing it takes to confuse folks where you're coming from to post. Let me get some more of this delicious. You know, like honestly, chat. Wait, where did my... There it is. It's time.
Void coffee.
It's always a good time for void coffee. Ducks do not sweat. I've heard that too, and also dogs. Some people don't need to wear deodorant because some people don't have stinky sweat. You know what? I'm weird, right? I do have stinky sweat, okay? But only sometimes. Only sometimes. If I'm taking an exam, you know, and I'm like,
this is going bad.
I get nervous. Then I smell bad. My sweat smells bad. But other than that, if I'm exercising, it's no problem at all. 3 tiers of deodorant. I bought the NASA tier once and left it in my hot car. It changed and fused into my armpit hairs. I had to shave. Oh my god. Heritage Foundation, other right-wing tip taps have been liberating words from their meaning for decades, making it, oh yeah, think tanks do this shit, for real. More ironic when their dim-bulb NPCs get mad at definitions. Tipster is so cloutless, I don't even know who they are. I mean, that's probably a good thing. That's probably a good thing, right? It means you haven't been hanging out in, like, commentaries. I gotta stop doing that, chat. I always make fun of commentary people, and it's not right. There are good commentary people. There are commentary people out there, like Danny Gonzalez is a commentary channel. Jarvis Johnson, right, is a commentary channel. Curtis Conner is a commentary channel. There's good commentary too, right? I don't want to paint with too broad of a brush. When I think of commentary, I think of Turkey Commentary, but not everybody's Augie RFC, so there's that. We must avenge Jesus by catching that dastardly Easter bunny. It sounds like something that we need to get Wile E. Coyote on the job for. Has been major issues with the Palestinian genocide. Stopped listening to Vosh maybe a second or third time he started to rant about, and the left never does anything, or words that, I mean, yeah, he punches left more than he punches right, it seems like. I don't celebrate Easter personally. Oh god, people are mad about Easter because Biden declared March 31st to be Transgender Day of Visibility, and this year March 31st is also Easter, so they're like, oh yeah, he wants to cancel Easter, he wants to cancel Jesus. You know Candace Owens, okay, and Nick Fuentes are going to be using this shit. You know this is going to become right-wing propaganda, the idea that Biden wants to get rid of Easter and give it to the transgenders. That's what they're going to say. You are a chatty chat today. I appreciate the chatty chat. I'm digging it. The hack was later. Oh, Germ's got the real. Okay, yeah. The hack, the Max Headroom hack was later. Hack was a guy wearing a mask. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, there's no way, because if he's wearing a mask, that means that there's no way that he was like, let's get him. Like there's no way that it has to pre-exist. Max Headroom has to pre-exist that hack because there's a mask. Like that was definitely like a Matt Frewer with a bunch of makeup and glitchy effects added with the old school video editing. City of Doors loves Max Headroom. I didn't realize there would be a spanky butt scene. Nobody warned me about the spanky butt. I think we're okay. Some drama about Doctor Who changing their air times to cater to the Americans? Yo, I mean, that's not fair. The Brits had him first. So back in the 80s, MTV made a show. They showed it under the guise of being 3D animated, but they couldn't afford that kind of 3D animation. So it's actually an actor under a lot of makeup and prosthetics. Wait, so it's an MTV show. Wait, I thought that MTV in the 80s was like actually video. Like, didn't they at one point they had videos on MTV? I'm told before it was the reality TV channel that you might know it as today. Out of data on my phone, so I can only chat when I get Wi-Fi in the laundromat. But I'm very passionate about Max Headroom. Me too now. I want to know more. I was defending swans, ducks, golden geese. Stoned on the Easter Bunny, Data, Donald Duck. Wait, is this some Kingdom Hearts shit? Data, Donald Duck? This sounds like some Kingdom Hearts shit here. The foul hole goes deep on devious rodent activity. Satirical 80s MTV show aired in a film that was made in Britain on Channel 4. So which was first, MTV or the British TV show? So that's why he was holding the Pepsi, was to make fun of the fact that isn't like, so he was on Coke commercials, like in real commercials, right? But the Max Headroom in the hack is like, oh, Pepsi actually. And then he's like, fucking liberal. What was the fucking liberal about? There was a Max. Which one came first? Which is the first? Catch the Wave is the new Coke slogan. Oh, New Coke's the one that like they came out with a new formulation for Coke, but nobody liked it. Like they tried to make Coke more like Pepsi, and people were like, if I want a Pepsi, I'm gonna drink Pepsi. Right? This is like the Democratic Party, honestly, being like, hey, we can just be like 1 degree to the left of Republicans, and people will like us even better. I think Eminem did have a video like that. Okay, I'm trying. Peter Coffin went over to Team Rocket. Yes, he did. Yes, they did. Crowder got sent a potato bomb. Correct. It even has directions on how to cook the potato. But it says watch it. Like, I mean, that's the, like, anyway, the whole story is that, like, Crowder thought that only, I guess, Hillary Crowder had the address to where he and his kids were staying. And there's email, you know, they got, not email, they got text records from Crowder talking to Hillary, or from Not Gay Jared talking to Hillary, and Hillary Crowder gives Not Gay Jared the address, and then the potato bomb shows up, and so he's like, oh, clearly this potato bomb was from Not Gay Jared. There's no real proof, right? It's about as bad as an Alec Gunter video trying to expose a small bread tuber for who knows what, like, right? You're just kind of missing the evidence, right? You're missing, you keep on saying these things. It's a great story, right? But where's the evidence for it? There is none. The Max Headroom TV show is pretty cool. Minecraft seems really cool. Minecraft is really cool. Riley wants you. You are correct. Minecraft is great. Has always been great. I love Minecraft. I grew up on Minecraft. Wikipedia. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna Wikipedia. We're gonna do a Vosh here and Wikipedia something, and just find out what is the actual origin of Max Headroom. Wait, I'm spelling head wrong. Head, right? It's not like head, Hed. Okay, here he is. Here he is. Better than the potato bomb, anyway. Is a fictional character played by actor Matt Frewer, advertised as the first computer-generated TV presenter. Wait, isn't he like the? Do you remember the AI rapper? Like, right, the AI, like, was it like a VTuber or something? Max was known for his biting commentary on a variety of topics, arrogant wit, and stuttering, pitch-shifted voice. The character was created by George Stone, Annabelle Jankel, and Rocky Morton. Max was advertised as computer-generated. Some believed this. Yeah, he kind of looks like he could be computer-generated, or at least like derezzed or something like that. Like, Max Headroom debuted in April 1985, so before the channel hack on Channel 4. That's the British. Okay, so it is indeed from the UK, like a lot of good, supposedly American products, right? A lot of good quote-unquote American TV shows are actually rehashes of British ones. British-made cyberpunk TV movie Max Headroom, 20 minutes into the future. His origin story in the movie, Edison Carter, portrayed by, so he's Edison Carter, journalist fleeing enemies into a parking garage, crashing his motorcycle through the entrance barrier, reading Max Headroom 2.3 meters. At the time, UK clearance height signs used to the phrase Max Headroom. Oh my God. So somebody literally saw a clearance gate and they said Max Headroom, and they were like, hey, what if there's a guy named that? What if there was a guy named Max Headroom? While Carter was unconscious, the AI program it's funny because there is no AI now, like, right? We have massive like learning models, but it's not artificial intelligence, not even close, right? A program based on his mind is created, but they're hypothesizing AI back in the 80s, right? The AI develops personality, identifies as Max Headroom, becomes a TV host who exists only on broadcast signals and computer systems. Like Carter, Max openly challenges the corporations that run the world by but using commentary and sarcastic wit rather than journalism. Much better. I should try that. Yeah, it's commentary, chat. Commentary. Maybe that's the future right there. Okay, anyway. 2 days after the TV movie was broadcast, Max hosted Channel 4's Max Headroom Show TV program. where he introduces music videos. So it's like Beavis and Butthead kind of, like that whole thing where like he's like the in between, or like Elvira. You know how like Elvira, like, you know, there's like horror movies, but then there's like Elvira segments in between, and she's like, "Hi everyone, I'm Elvira, mistress of the dark, here to watch some scary movies with you." I've never really watched Elvira, but I think that's what she's like. And now let's go back to the movie, right? So he's like that, but for music videos, or Beavis and Butthead if you prefer. 2 days of here's the Coke thing. During the second and third year, it also aired in the US in Cinemax, Max Headroom. Anyway, Max Headroom became a global spokesperson for New Coke, appearing on many TV commercials with the catchphrase, "Catch the wave." After the cancellation of the Max Headroom show, Matt Frewer was portrayed Max and Carter in the 1987 American TV drama series Max. Okay, so there's a British show. There's a British. Wait, the first show, Max Headroom, 20 Minutes into the Future. That's the first one, right? That's the British show, right? Then we got him on to host the Max Headroom show, which is like him introducing music videos. And then he's a Coke spokesperson. And then the actor travels to America and does the TV America. There's the American show, okay, in 1987. Now we're coming up upon Eminem in 2013 Rap God. That's where he's like Max Headroom. Okay, so yeah, now here we have Max Headroom was emulated by an unknown person in a Max mask while hijacking local television broadcast signals in 1987, later referred to as the Max Headroom incident. Okay, I think I understand it. TV movie in UK. Video VJ show. American TV miniseries? This is like a TV movie. Okay, TV movie. Coca-Cola, and then television hijacking, and a planned reboot. So he's coming back. If you missed this guy, if you knew this guy, if you want to see this guy, if you wish you were born in the time where this guy exists, you might get your wish. You might get him back. Anyway, let's watch this video to see what this shit is all about with Alec Gunter.
And you can't forget about this one. A few weeks ago, when Keffels, his best friend and lover these days...
What, is that your fan fiction? Is that the level of parasociality we've reached, Justin Bieber?
Like, my understanding is that it's just like rumors. It's things that Tipster has said, you know, where he jokes about like cheating on his wife, and maybe incidents where he's like kind of creeped on people. Like we got a little bit of this in Alex's interview with Tipster that we watched yesterday.
I have Justin Bieber at home.
Got into a little bit of controversy over her
Actually, you don't deserve that much credit. I don't even like Justin Bieber's music, but I will compare you to Leafy since I know that he's a loser.
Well, I mean, comparing to, what is this music called? Like synth? This isn't synth pop. This is synth wave. Yeah.
So
you like the synth wave, chat? It feels very Dr. Disrespect. I'm not allowed to say that. Shh. I'm not allowed to talk about. I just meant a doctor who is disrespectful. I don't mean like the actual streamer. I don't know the streamer. I don't know what I'm talking about, chat.
So recently, I became acquaintances. We're growing closer as we DM each other. But I would consider him a friend at this point. I made a good friend known
growing closer as we DM each other. Now I'm wondering if there's some fan fiction between Tipster and Alex.
And I found Tipster basically because I got a little bit jealous when he was covering Shark's Matt Walsh thing. And I went into his chat. I'm like, hi, it's me. I was there too.
Okay, so I guess Shark 300 showed up to some Matt Walsh event. Apparently this guy did too. He's also known for the... There was like an incident on... He was on a... What's it called? The panels? The terrible panels. That channel that does terrible panels along with Destiny.
Let's check and see if you want to watch me, right? Because Tipster is a
Oh,
pretty big
Jubilee, yeah.
streamer. He's been around for a long time on the internet. And if you guys didn't know, actually, here, let me pull this up. So Tipster, for those who don't know, he's an old drama streamer. He used to
Yeah, that's right. City of Doors. Look, I'm noticing things in the White Leaf Network. I'm noticing patterns, right? And whether it's like Poppy and Xena, or whether it's Tipster, or whether it's a lot of shit, there's a lot of like not great stuff going on in the White Leaf Network. So I thought I'd take a look.
out in drama circles a lot and do a lot of drama content. And he relatively recently left that community behind because he was not very fond of a lot of their antics. You know, I'm not saying that he unfriended them or whatever. He just changed his content is what he did. So now he's friends with Keffels, and that's kind of how I knew that he...
My understanding is this. He was part of the commentary community, and through a series of unfortunate events, he became the subject of much derision. He became a pariah. He became a, what would the right word, a laughingstock, let's just say, of the commentary community, right? What does the commentary community do? They commentate. They commentate on a bunch of different things, including each other. And Tipster just is interesting and not in a good way, right? And so that's what happened. And so he got tired of being the subject of their commentary, and he said, I'm going to leave the commentary community, thinking that leaving the commentary community would cure the problem of the fact that he is talked about in a way that he doesn't like. However, he couldn't help but continue to be interesting in a way that's not good. And therefore, like, as long as he's interesting in a way that's not good, they can make videos about him that he's not gonna like. That's the separation between like Tipster and the commentary community. And for this reason, some people doubt Tipster's rebranding as a leftist. Some people say that it's a little bit too convenient, that maybe it is that like he had to pivot, he had to go somewhere. He was, you know, like he's looking for new friends, he's looking for new supporters, and that's why 100,000 strong sub channel became a orbiter to Keffels, to a much smaller YouTube presence.
He exists, and so I saw him watching Shark's thing, and then I tried to.
So do you get it? Do you get it? Like Tipster's watching Shark's thing, and he's being like, "Yeah, Shark's pretty cool. Taking on Matt Walsh. Good job. Good on you, Shark." Right? Then Alec Gunter is like, I was there too. I was there too." And Tipster's like, "Oh, okay then. So let's take a look. This is the Steamies. This is the H3 Steamies. They give awards for a lot of different things, I think, on the Steamies. I don't know if it's supposed to be like a parody type of thing. Like, is it supposed to be like as a steaming dump? Because it feels like the Razzies. It feels like they're awarding some of the stuff, like this Tipster clip that you're about to see, are like more along the lines of notoriety or a notoriousness, rather than being famous. It's like it's rather than fame, it's like infamy. I think that, if I'm not mistaken, that gets you a Steamy.
So we started talking, and now we're well acquainted, sort of. But this is him at the Steamies. He got picked to do the intro for the Steamies. Yes, that's correct, Lady Nova.
What is up, everyone? Tipster
That's him.
here. Well, as some of you HD fans may know, I'm the guy who says, "Cheers, my dudes. Love ya. No homo."
Do you remember this? Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo. Yeah, just so you know, he's saying love ya, but not in a homosexual way. Do you see the connection between Alec Gunter and Tipster? These are ostensibly people on the left, right? That just want to make sure that that their love is like it's not a homosexual love, right? Like if Jesse Lee Peterson were to ask them, "Are you a homosexual?" their answer would be no, of course not. Not that there's anything wrong with that. They would, I don't know. I feel like that's what Tipster's failing to say here, right? That usually when somebody says no homo, they say not that there's anything wrong with that, right? You wonder, is there something wrong with that in your mind, maybe? But Tipster didn't even say that, but he did make sure that when he said love ya, like he just wanted us to know that it's not it's not a gay love, right? It's not nothing gay about that. I'm gonna get off this chair.
For the Stevie Awards tonight, live at the Dolby Theater. Now, we're going to keep things I want you all to take a moment to make a toast with me. So if you got yourself a drink, go ahead and raise it for me. And at the count of 3, I'm gonna have you all do
What's he drinking, Chad? Is that Mickey's?
good cheers, my dude.
What is that?
Got it? Okay. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Cheers, my dudes.
Let's go.
Okay, now with that out of the way, let's go ahead and let's get this show started. Take it away, H3 crew. Love ya.
So yeah, that was really
Wait.
cool, right?
Isn't Tipster gay? I don't think so. My understanding of Tipster is that he's married. I mean, unless, like, I don't know though. Is Alec Gunter good or not? I mean, you decide. You decide. Like this. You know, based on what he says to lyrics, right? And based on what he said about like underage attraction to underage individuals, right? To me, that kind of sounds a little bit like the maps thing, but I don't know where, you know, maybe it was out of context, right? I don't want to jump to any conclusions about Alec Gunter here just because he's a Vosh orbiter.
I just think he's neat. I do. I like his
I just think
vibe.
he's neat.
I like
Look,
what a good
everybody thinks Tipster is neat. I mean, that's there's no, you know, he's definitely neat. It's just like, you know, in what way is he neat? Is he neat on purpose, or is he kind of neat in spite of himself?
fella. He acts like, you know, like it just I get the good vibes from him. I get very good vibes. He seems very cool. And I have some of Tipster's audience.
Oh, sorry,
right now.
City of Doors. Just to be clear, he's not jealous of Tipster, right? He's jealous of Shark 300, right? Shark was also there at the Matt Walsh thing, where Alec Gunter, I guess, debated him a little bit. You know, it's like one of these things where Matt Walsh shows up to your college campus and Alec Gunter showed up to be like, hey, Matt Walsh, did you know that trans rights are human rights? Do you ever think about that? I don't know. So I never saw it. I'm just imagining, you know, what one would say to Matt Walsh in order to accrue some sort of clout. And Shark obviously got some clout, got some notoriety off of this. I think Vosh did a video about Shark 300, but Tipster recognized Shark and did not recognize Alec. And Alec's like, hey, what am I, chopped liver? And you know, he got in touch with Tipster, and Tipster said, no, you are not chopped liver. He said, cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo. That's what he said. That's what he said.
As it turns out, we're recording a YouTube video right now, if you didn't know, Tipster's audience. So if you're not in the site chat, you'll have to get there in order to say hi to my YouTube audience.
Site chat means white leaf. That's what we're talking about when you hear site chat in terms of like a debate streamer, they're talking about like a white leaf. They're talking about like a GG, and so he is on the network. He is in the network.
Like I said, big fan of Tipster. Okay, I like his streams. I think they're funny. I think they're entertaining. You guys should go check them out. Not everybody likes Tipster though. Like I said, he was part of the drama community, so a lot of people got a lot of beef with him. And this one came up on my feed. That's why I picked it. Tipster is a cringe loser from Lurix, who has fewer subscribers than me. Granted.
Okay.
So I don't want to. It does have 12K views though, which is more than most of my videos.
Okay, so a little bit of humbleness, a little bit of mogging. We're gonna mog Lurix. Now notice what he said, right? If you look really closely, I don't know if you can tell here, but this isn't the channel Lurix, Lerix, right? This is the channel Lurix, Luhrix. Now, let's take a look at these, okay? So Alec Gunter says that, you know, this is a smaller content creator. Alec Gunter is little broing this guy, right? In more ways than one, unfortunately, right? So Alec Gunter, if you scroll down here, 11.3K subscribers, not bad. Bigger channel than me. I don't have any problem saying that, right? That's what we're dealing with, and you know, probably gets a few more views than I normally do, right? No issue there. But if we look at Lyrix's channel, right? Because here's the video. No, okay, sorry, this is a different video, right? This is Lyrix's main channel. Oh wait, what do we see here? 63.5 subs. What Alec is doing here is failing at research. And like mogging somebody that is objectively like way bigger than you. Right? You know, 11.3K compared to, you know, he is, I would hazard to guess that like I think that the anyway, Alec is way smaller than Lyrics. Now, maybe he can be forgiven because what we're looking at here is the Lyrics channel. And indeed, when we look at, if you probably can't see this because it's really tiny, but I can see it. It's 6.9K subscribers. Indeed, 6.9K is less than 11.3K. So yeah, you're bigger than this channel. This what is Lyrics though? Right? When we look into Lyrics' channel, oh, look at this. Lyrics main channel 633.5. Lyrics 13.5K. Wait a minute. What's going on here?
It's one of my biggest criticisms of...
What's even going on here? Well, I'll tell you what's going on since you don't know. This video is a month old, and it has not aged well. In the time since Alec Gunter mogged on Lyrics, compared his channels and said, this is a little guy here, was wrong because that's his secondary channel that you're bigger than, not his primary channel. At present, the secondary channel also bigger than Alec Gunter. Anyway.
So apparently this
back to the content
for his channel, or their channel. I don't know if their gender, but anyway, they don't like Tipster. So I just want to know why, because I would like to know him better, but I don't know him that well yet. But let's see what Lyrics thinks about him.
Jeez. Like, this guy's so desperate to get, like, any action that he just simps for, like, any girl that'll give him...
I thought you looked great in that photo, TBH. Goth Mommy could get it.
Attention.
What can I say? I got a thing for goth chicks. Ha ha ha.
What is wrong with...
Anything for pink-haired hot goth mommy.
Okay, so again, Tipster's married. I think that's why we're showing these things. I don't know if these are like Discord DMs or Twitter. It looks like Twitter DMs.
JK. I mean, the context is necessary, to be fair. But I don't know when these are from. I don't know the conversation. I don't know. I don't have enough context to make a judgment on this.
With this guy, bro, I'm not sure a guy who hasn't seen his dick in 15 years should be talking shit. Okay, I get that I'm a big guy. Okay, like
that's weak. That's pussy shit. If you're gonna go for the fat jokes, it's low hanging fruit, my friends. Okay, low hanging like Tipster's massive dick. By the way, he knows what it looks like. but what I meant though is you gotta go for something else, man. You gotta be a creative.
Like I don't know about that.
Creative, okay, get creative.
Like, look, yeah, fat shaming is fucked up. The whole like somebody can't see their dick thing. I mean, that's like an old joke. It's a bad roast. It's an unfair roast, right? But what's weird is that, like, you know, whether or not Tipster knows what his dick looks like, it sounds kind of like Alec Gunter does. Has maybe seen it more recently. So
creative. If you're gonna make some fun of somebody, be creative about it.
I could see my dick just fine. My dick works great. It works perfectly fine. I'd say I'm average. My wife's not complaining, so...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time since we've talked about good old Tipster. Now, he's been up to...
Wait, who is this guy? You got no room, Justin Bieber, to be making fun of anybody's looks. That hairstyle is a choice, my friend. And so is that jacket. What the f... Also, when's the last time you've been to the gym? You could fit 3 of your bodies stacked next to each other inside of my one, and I'm detrained. Hello, sir. Why are you making fun of people's bodies? Shut the f*** up.
Lots, including going on H3H3's The Steamies Awards show as basically just to be a clown monkey.
Yeah, and what is this background? It just looks like your room with lights everywhere, with decorations and furniture.
What?
For them because he's used as a soundbite for the H3 podcast, and he wanted to be introduced for some reason.
Also, you're using the same microphone I am, and I sound a million times better. What you need is Logitech Sound Hub. Okay, download it today for free. It's completely free software from Logitech that you can use your Blue Yeti microphone with. It is my point.
So we're getting some sound advice here from Alec Gunter.
Okay, you can sync it up and make it sound much better.
As the
Logitech
man
Sound
behind
Hub.
the meme, even though everyone just laughs at him and points at him like he's a joke on the H3H3
Also, what's the Zelda
show,
music?
he decided to still accept the invites despite just being shit on for like a year straight on this guy's channel. Self-respect
On
is
whose channel? On what? On H3H3? Okay. I mean, I don't know their relationship, man. I think it's more I think it's kind of parasocial of you to assume that you know everything that goes on behind the scenes with these two. It just screams parasociality. But then again, this is like a drama YouTuber, so I shouldn't expect any less.
non-existent.
What is up, everyone? Tipster here. Well,
Oh, look, they showed it. We already watched it.
Cheers, my dudes. Love ya.
Why is he laughing?
To thank you all for joining us for the Stevie Awards tonight, live at the Dolby Theater.
Why did you include this? It just makes him look cooler. And also, why are you like? You didn't have to laugh over it. It just makes you. It just like I don't know.
Okay, so
weird.
for the record, like Tipster only ever gets played on H3 like as a joke. I don't know. I mean, is it good? Is it bad? I mean, it could be worse, right? It's not. I feel like there's worse. Like for instance, Boblax, right? Stop laughing at Sonic, right? That clip gets played over and over again, and it's never made clear that Boblax is actually making fun of, you know, like the idea that somebody would get bent out of shape about, you know, making jokes about Sonic, right? It sounds, you know, from the way that H3 plays that clip, like Boblax is this diehard Sonic fan that cannot stand the idea that anybody would laugh at Sonic. Like Sonic is serious, Sonic is a hero, Sonic is gonna get the Chaos Emeralds and save all the animals of the forest from Dr. Robotnik, and you gotta stop laughing at Sonic, because that's just not right. He's a hero.
It just makes you look like you're trying to be the Joker. Oh,
Why is Gunter writing him that much? That's what I was talking about, to be clear, with that joke, right? I'm not actually, you know, doing the fanfic thing or implying any sort of relationship between them. I just mean the way that he's talking about Tipster is as if he's maybe, you know, seen, you know, Tipster's penis more recently than I don't know. Like it's a weird thing to say.
It's a little Joker. How old is honestly, I'm a little scared. How old is this guy? He looks underage. There's his Twitter. He looks like he's like 14. I'm honestly scared to insult him any further. But he's in an adult space, so I'm gonna treat him like an adult. Welcome to the adult world.
Is that Liquid Death? Is that somebody said that was Liquid Death? He's got it turned around because he doesn't have the sponsorship. But
And at the count of 3, I'm gonna have you all do a good cheers, my dudes. Got it? Okay. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Cheers, my dudes. So nice we have to do it twice.
Which is funny because I always said that I
There's
would
nothing wrong
never
with
fall
that.
into the trap that my dad did. And then I got an alcohol addiction.
Okay.
An alcohol
okay, yeah, making fun of somebody's addiction, not cool.
We're gonna go there? Is that
Not cool.
what's on the menu today? Okay, buddy.
addiction.
Okay, now with that out of the way, let's go ahead and let's get this show started.
Thank God he
Take
beat
it
his
away,
alcoholism,
H3
dude.
Love you.
This guy's so desperate
Ew. Disgusting. Grow up.
for any
Wait, says the guy that's about to make fun of lyrics for what? Liking. Like it's hard to take. Yeah, that's messed up shit, right? That's what you know, that's what you can expect sometimes from drama channels, you know, low-hanging fruit, low blows, you know, making fun of something that's, you know, serious like addiction. But what do we get from Alec? Other than homophobia and twink shaming and like, you know, femboy shaming. I don't get it. I don't get it.
validation he can
What is
get.
with these soy ass motherfuckers looking like this dude? We have Justin Bieber at home. Justin Bieber at home. This guy, like, what is with these guys thinking that?
Again, like literally, Alec is an archetype of what right wingers call soy. Right? Alec is literally the embodiment. Like, if you saw one of these like memes from like 2016 that was like the soy boy starter kit, it would be like the stuff that he's wearing and the stuff in his room, right? It's lit, and like I'm not saying that because I like agree with that. Obviously, I'm not a right winger. I told you what I think about soy, right? I like, you know, the usage that I will, you know, accept for soy. But even with that, it's like
Taking shit on other people for their looks
it's weird for him to be calling somebody else soy.
and their lifestyles. Like, what are you like? You dudes in private when nobody and you don't tell anybody about it. Okay, that hairstyle already says everything I need to know, my dude. Okay, you take it up the ass like when nobody's looking, and you deny it at every point when nobody even brought it up. You're like, what do you mean in the ass? And they're like,
How is that a dunk? What's wrong with taking it in the ass, Alec? I gotta, because this is somebody that apparently has challenged me to a debate on Vosh, nonetheless, right? And Alec, if you're out there, if you're watching this, yeah, I'll talk to you. I didn't see your message when it got posted, but if you still want to have a little chat about Vosh, I will be glad to take you up on that.
like,
I feel like that might have been before the whole folders thing dropped. So maybe your opinion, your you know, maybe you don't want to debate me about Vosh now, but you did challenge me to a debate on Vosh, and I am here to accept your challenge. Challenge accepted, Alec. Challenge accepted.
asked you what you wanted for dinner. Okay, well, just so it's clear, I did not get in the ass. Like that's the look that you're giving off.
Right? They both have bisexual lighting. Like, look, like it's so weird. Like, look, like how desperate he is for a dunk. And he's like lighting. He's like, you look like a bottom. You look like a femboy. Like, what kind of shit is that?
From any side of the internet. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I knew it was bad when he started siding and becoming friends with Keffels of all people.
Stay away from him? Yeah, I know, you're right, CJ. He might make like 3 videos in a row about me. I don't know. Maybe I should stay away from him.
But now this, like Tipster.
He's the kind of guy that can't take the L, even though he like wears it on his forehead. He's got like a Dragon Ball Z L, you know, just affixed to his forehead at all times.
Like you.
Like
and also, what
I like
happened, like any kind of like standards? Like, you've been shitting on H3 for years now. You're the same guy who's cut tens of videos calling out H3, calling him a re.
Is the music a Leafy reference? What do you guys think? Because I know that Leafy had a image of Tetra, Princess Tetra or whatever, from Wind Waker as his biopic. And so like Tetra's forever tainted by that now. I do wonder if the Wind Waker music is a callback to that. Probably a stretch. Just
saying he's a dipshit.
Ethan said
it is, and Leafy often used Wind Waker music. I called it. I knew it. See? I called it. He's a Leafy ripoff. Lame ass.
a lot.
I don't even know what Leafy looks like. Chat, if you don't know who we're talking about, this is a I guess you'd call him a commentary streamer from like way back in the day, who was famous for making fun of like kids on YouTube. Like if a kid had a channel on YouTube and did something cringe, Leafy was there. Leafy was there to make fun of them. But Leafy, you never see Leafy. What you'd see is CS:GO gameplay, right? It was like, you know, it's that kind of commentary video that has a the visual is a is like, it's like a video game that you can kind of stare out for hours and not get bored, right? That's what Leafy's content was like. And yeah, it was really trashy. It was bullying. It's kind of what Alec is doing right now. If anybody's showing themselves to be a low tier Leafy here, it's the guy like bottom shaming lyrics, right?
Of dumb shit, like a lot of dumb shit. But this was probably like the dumbest thing he had said in recent times. What the are you doing? Ethan saying
he's see, what's funny is he's making fun of Tipster for his alcohol addiction, but he still hasn't beaten his getting in the ass addiction. Okay, maybe make your.
I don't think that's a bad thing. Also, why are we speculating on why are you sexualizing the person that you said looked 14? What's going on, Alec? Look, I always say that apple doesn't fall far from the tree, whether it's like, you know, Vosh versus Destiny, or whether it's a Vosh orbiter versus Vosh, right? There's not like there's some similarities, there's some patterns, there's some toxicity. That's what we're talking about. Look, and you can make fun of somebody without being toxic. Like I'm doing it right now. Learn
your own bed first after you're done in it.
Shit, which it's no surprise. Ethan says dumb shit all the time. That's pretty yikesy, my dude. I think that's a big yikes for me, dog.
Like, it's one thing to accept like an invitation for a debate or a conversation, but you literally got invited to dance like the little monkey you are for this guy for his entertainment. Like
Tipster does not reel in that big of views. Like, what do you mean dance like the monkey you are? He could, like, H3 could have gotten anybody he wanted. He probably could have rung up Markiplier to do it, but he chose Tipster. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, no, wait, let me explain. What he's talking about is the fact that Ethan Klein makes fun of, like, everybody. Has anybody seen the Ethan Klein Gokunaro video? One in chat, if you've watched I can't remember what it was called, but it's taken down now actually, because like it was like you know how iDubbbz does videos where like in some of the videos he's like, I don't know, puts like shoots like something that's like with a wig to look like the commentator, the channel that he's criticizing, right? He did like one of these videos where like at the end of it, I think that they depict somebody that looks like Ethan Klein being like hunted down, right? And YouTube took it off because it's technically, you know, a depiction of violence against another YouTuber, and that is not allowed in the partner program. Partners may not, you know, may not depict the violent act against another partner, right? But other than that, it was a criticism of Ethan Klein and of H3 going way back. And the main criticism that Gokunaro had for Ethan Klein was the fact that he brings people on to make fun of them. Look at Jimmy Lee. Look at White Claw Gabe. Like, you know, look the song that he always plays, the chestnuts roasting on an open fire, sung with somebody with a very thick accent to, you know, make fun of the person's accent. Like a lot of what Ethan does is like Howard Stern's Whack Pack sort of material. Yeah, most people are not familiar with the traditions of YouTube. That's okay. That's okay. You're more pure than me. Okay, but yeah, it is like actually a cogent criticism of Ethan Klein, right? But that's what Ethan does. And for Tipster to come on, I mean, I'm of two minds about it. Like, let's say that Ethan, like I said something weird, it got passed along to Ethan and he started just playing it, just making fun of me, roasting me. And then the clip was so fucking viral. People loved the clip. People loved making fun of me so much that I got nominated for a Steamy. I like won a Steamy. Would I go on the show and get laughed at? Maybe, but only because if I don't, it's like, you know, I would want to at least portray the idea that it doesn't bother me. And I'm thinking that's what Tipster did. Agree or disagree with lyrics. What he's saying is that Tipster is going on the stream of somebody who has mercilessly made fun of him. And part of that making fun of him is right. Like in that clip, he doesn't just say, cheers, my dude. He says, cheers, my dude, love ya. And it just occurs to him, oh, I said love ya to my dude, right? Sounds kind of gay. I better say no homo. I love you in a non-homosexual way, right? And that cringe is reflected in Alec Gunter bottom-shaming lyrics in the weirdest way possible. After getting caught with that clip of saying, like, you know, there's nothing wrong with being attracted to underage people, now he's going to say that lyrics reminds him of a 14-year-old and talk about, you know, talk about penetrating. How do I say this without getting demonetized? Like, I mean, you heard what he said.
Rating. Jesus, man. And Nick Diorio, popular comic.
He's clearly jealous. This is giving jealousy really badly. Dude, it's...
Wait, didn't you open the video talking about your jealousy of Shark300, who's sitting at 10 times your subs? Is that not how we started the video? Does this guy not have, like, zero self-awareness? What's going on?
Fine, you will have your heyday one day, okay? You'll have your moment to shine. You're not quite as big as my channel yet, but you're closing in. And at the rate you're going, maybe you'll even catch...
Oh my god! Oh my god! No self-awareness! Lyrics with one channel, with the main channel, is 6 times the size of Alec Gunter's channel, alright? You're looking at the guy's second channel and being like, one day you'll be a big channel like me. One day you'll be at 10K. You know, when you get your 10K plaque. Oh, that's right. They don't give you a plaque for 10K because, bitch, you got nothing. To quote Blue Blacks.
I encourage you to build a good...
To quote Bo Blacks there, bitch, you got nothing.
Good following.
Bitch, you have nothing.
People, and you're not going to do that with videos like
None of us do. We are all random small streamers, okay? Just fucking accept that and stop trying to mog on people like you're some kind of big shit. All you are is an orbiter. All you are is the appendix hooked up to a human cloud centipede chain, okay? It's like here's how it goes, okay? It goes Vosh, Keffels, Tipster, you. That's what you are. Accept it, okay? At least accept it. At least have some self-awareness. There's no shame in it, okay? We all got to start somewhere. But like seeing you try to flex on people with 6 times your subs. It's just embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you, Alec. I'm embarrassed for you.
It's okay.
YouTuber tweeted out, I apologize to H3. In a previous tweet, I called him unfunny. I did not do the proper research. I will do better.
I had to do the research to find out that H3 actually is funny.
And like, this isn't even like a tweet shitting on Tipster. But then he responds to Nick like this with probably one of the worst things.
Wait, what was that? I'm sorry, was that? I couldn't tell because Alec Gunter is in the way, as always. Like, right? I feel like this would be a more enjoyable. Oh, it's Nicholas DiOrio. Okay. So Nicholas DiOrio, okay, this makes sense, right? The commentary dudes like Nick DiOrio have made fun of H3 because H3 used to be one of them. Then H3 got married, got less edgy, started to, you know, kind of show that like he's a little bit more on the left than, and I mean, we know about H3. We know about the problems with H3. We know about like how much like really on the left, you know, H3 actually is, like maybe, you know, further left than Nick DiOrio, but that doesn't really say much. That's not a very high bar. But like, you know, Nick DiOrio like had been with the commentary dudes making fun of H3, talking about Ethan falling off. And like, as far as his live show, okay, as much as I disagree, and I've let you know, I've talked about H3 and the takes that I disagree with, right? The live show is not doing bad. We're talking about a show with up to 50K concurrents in it, right? Compared to however many concurrents that I have right now, which is much less, right? We're talking about, yeah, we're talking, it's hard for them to say that he's fallen off. I think it's more like wishful thinking on their part, because honestly, H3 gets more views than all of these, you know, commentary dudes put together. So anyway.
Unfunny. I did not do the proper research. I will do better. And like, this is...
Yes, be better, Nick DiOrio.
This isn't even like a tweet shitting on Tipster. But then he responds to Nick like this with probably one of the worst things I've read all year. Damn, bro, if you're gonna ride my dick this hard, at least make sure to make...
I apologize to H3. In a previous tweet, I called him unfunny. Did not do the proper research. I will do better. Damn, bro, if you're gonna ride my dick this hard, at least make sure to make me come. I mean, yeah, it's low effort.
Me come.
To be fair,
there is so much toxic masculinity. There is so much like sexual like aggression and dominance expressed as like sexual in feigned sexual interest in this. It's just, it's weird. I feel like I'm in a locker room like after some sports teams practice, and it's just like, it's really smelly. It's sweaty. It's steamy, it's smelly. I'm not sure, you know, if I like sit down, am I gonna have to like clean some substance off of my pants? Like, I don't, it's uncomfortable, Chad. It's bad memories, honestly.
I did make a bunch of in the ass jokes, so that's also low effort.
How's Mrs. Tip think about that one?
What? Dog, where's your husband?
Oh my god. Okay, so no, did you know? Now I want you to notice this, all right? What's wrong with this? What's wrong with what Lyric said here? I think it's kind of racist. That's the truth of the matter. But if you're Alec Gunter, if you're trying to be a Vosh clone, you can't react to the racism because that's fucking soy. Like that's a yikes for me, dog, about the fucking like weird, you know, racism going on here. The psychosexual what the fuck ever Lurks has got going on, which is the actual, the real criticism of this. That is not acceptable. You can't do that. You gotta like, you know, well, where's your husband? Like, what? Oh, because he's gay. I get it. Because he's gay, and that's a bad thing, and you're making fun of him for it. I get it. That's good job, Alec. Good job, right? Leftist commentary from the Vosh Clout Network.
And someone says, why the f would you tweet this in the comments? And then he says, because unlike you, I'm not afraid to be a f***ing Chad.
Okay, Tippy. Come on, Tippy. Reel it in. Come on, buddy.
Wait. Why are you telling Tippy to reel it in? What? Does he must mean lyrics. I don't think he means Tippy. So much homophobia between the two of them in addition to the racism is gross. I mean, honestly, that shit's just so par for the course, right? I don't even talk about these, you know, kind of channels. I don't even like, you know, notice this shit, because this is the difference between like, you know, what commentary channels like mine are doing and what you're gonna expect from, you know, your basic bitch commentary channels. But again, I think he misspoke. I think he meant Lyric should reel it in because Tippy's not doing anything right now.
I said what I said, and if anyone doesn't like it...
Oh, wait, maybe he does. No, wait. Maybe I spoke too soon. Okay, because unlike you, I am not afraid of being a fucking Chad. Why the fuck would you tweet this? Wait, what is it? The response to Nick Diorio? Yeah. Oh, I get it. Okay, so he's a Chad for saying if you're gonna ride me this hard, at least make sure I come. Okay, I get it. Yeah. So somebody, why the fuck would you tweet this, right? Well, I mean, again, like, you know, this time he didn't add no homo, so I guess we gotta give him some credit for that. Still, you know, it's kind of a... I don't know what to say about this shit. Like, somebody said this is very 2006, and I'm inclined to agree with that. I'm inclined to agree that this kind of like aggression and dominance masked through sexual ideation is not currently funny. I don't know. What do I know, chat? Like, I'm not the judge of humor.
Okay, Tippy, come on.
I'm not Joe Rogan.
Tippy, come on, Tippy. Reel it in. Come on, buddy. I'm
not paying people to hang out at my comedy club in Austin while I do mushrooms and make unfunny jokes, and they laugh because I'm fucking paying them. I'm not Joe Rogan.
A little much.
I said what I said, and if anyone doesn't like it, cope. This guy's like 40. And funny enough, I never made a video on this, but I made a tweet about him shitting on him back.
Dog. Okay, no. Okay, so here's the deal. Yeah, fucking age shaming. It's cringe. It's whatever. I mean, I guess if one thing, you know, if you've got a demographic, if your audience is a certain age and, you know, you can get away with that in general, like I would stay away from that because I want everybody to watch me. And like, I don't know. I don't want to be like ageist or whatever. Right. But it's not about that. I think what Lyrics is saying. Is this whole cope and see thing, you know, come like ride my dick thing, like that Tipster is doing is kind of cringe, particularly coming from a 40-year-old. Like, this is stuff that you would assume that at some point you mature and you age out of, right? These are playground taunts. That's what I say about, like, you know, some of these commentary channels about Chud Logic is the guy says the R slur so much that it's just like it's his go-to, it's his reflex, it's his like it's like a what do you call it, like a verbal it's something that he's just, you know, relying on, right? And it's a playground taunt that you would think that like a divorced dad would have gotten over, but no, apparently not for Chud Logic.
14, shut up.
Apparently not for Tipster either.
Like November 7th, saying he wore this in public, showing a picture of good old Tip in
back
his
to school.
highly acclaimed merchandise Tipster beach bod Tipster t-shirt. And
okay, that's gonna get me in trouble with Twitch. We got to get off of the. We got to get off of the booby shirt. Okay, there we go.
This is very good.
In that one, buddy. But Tipster didn't like this.
Is that official merch? Is the Tipster stuff official merch?
He made a whole YouTube short video responding to me.
Oh, maybe wait.
Stream
shirt
saying
sell?
this.
Hey,
I
there you
noticed
go.
before the stream started.
Did I just come back to? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It's just not my favorite. Also, we're going over somebody hating on you even more than I just did.
That I had an alert from
Oh shit, Tipster's in the chat. A wild Tipster appears.
someone calling themselves Larix's biggest
It's
hater.
not for me.
They bought some merch. Larix's biggest hater bought an I Love Goth Mommies t-shirt. They went on to say
That
that
man's
he
been
made
lurking.
a tweet
He didn't just get
shitting on
here.
your merch, so I decided to
Yeah, Tipster's like one of 3 people in his chat right
buy
now.
some. Now we have to find this tweet, chat. If you don't know, Larix is a commentary YouTuber that did quite a few videos on me. He says he wore this in public, and it's a picture of
So
me
he's established.
sporting my Tipster merch with a
Oh no, it's his real merch. It's official merch. So there you go, like a little advertisement, unintentional advertisement for Tipster. If you want to get the Tipster, the Tipster merch, you can head over to wherever Tipster merch is sold.
Tipster
What happened? Wait, what happened? Tipster, why is his sub count so low? Is it because like he had to remake his account? Did he get
Tipster is going to have to break it to Alec Gunter that he is not, he's in fact not bigger than Lyrics. He's much smaller than Lyrics.
banned or some shit? Like, I don't understand.
I think Tipster understands.
Or is he just like obsessed with you
Tipster's from the commentary community. Tipster knows who the fuck Lyrics is.
that badly that you know him? Because he's smaller than I am even.
He's so bad. He's such a bad. He's smaller than I am. He's such a bad streamer. God, he sucks so bad. You know, with the, and like remember, right? Lyrics apparently got a lot better at streaming because he's now bigger than Alec Gunter, and that's how you tell if somebody's a good streamer or not, right? If they're bigger than Alec Gunter, they're good. If they're smaller than Alec Gunter, they're bad. So I'm bad, but now Lyrics is good, and Lyrics, the actual real channel, right, is 63.5 is much better, orders of magnitude better than Alex Gunter. So there we go. If we're gonna judge everybody by their sub count, get fucking mogged.
And that's saying something. I actually did stepped away for a bit, and I was like, "Yo, what the fuck is this?" Okay, fair enough. I don't know. Like it's weird that like I don't know. To me, it's weird that you know who he is. His main channel is 50K. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
There we go.
The
How old is he?
Tipster hat that I'm wearing right now.
Do you know how old he is?
This shirt.
Are you interested? Now I'm wondering why you were talking about fucking him in the ass. Like, are you like, what's going on here, Alec?
So I just have to say, really quick.
You just need to hear that he's 18? What?
Thank you so much for promoting my merch. So chat, if you want to head over to my merch store, if you too want to be
19 or
Lyrics'
20.
God, we're getting just a Tipster like advertisement shoved down our eyeball sockets.
biggest hater, you can buy my f***ing merch.
Sorry to break the news, Tipster.
Okay, I wasn't that far off then. He's a like he looks like he's 14.
But nobody's buying that shit. Your last two videos.
Okay, but
Wait. What did Tipster say?
How much I
19 or
personally
20?
the shirt, I have to concede to Tipster that people bought it.
19 or 20. So Alec, don't worry. When my editor gets a hold of this segment, we're not going to throw in an FBI open up sound bite, right? So no worries, Alec. You're safe.
Clearly, it's just a difference in taste.
Got 2.1k views and
Hey,
1.8k
Tipster wins that
views,
debate. GG.
And you have
I am man enough to admit when I'm wrong.
9k subscribers. This video is shitting on you on a 2,000 subscriber channel.
I'll
will
continue to
dwarf
be wrong. I don't like the
anything
shirt.
that you've gotten in the last week. But do you know what I'm more interested about, Tipster? This tweet right here. Can you address this?
What do those views
Oh,
have?
wait, Bella Glacier says, there we go. RIP my gifted sub. Interesting. So I thought that, and I have the alerts on. Like, if we were going to see the ghost alert to announce the fact that maybe we'll still see it. Maybe it's like the day of or something like that, or maybe it happened earlier. But like, it kind of seems like maybe the ghost subs are not associated with the people's subs running out. Remember, chat, you can support me in a lot of different ways. Oh my God, especially if you're on Twitch right now, you need to hear this because we're about to have the top of the hour ad break. It's coming up really shortly. And that's a 3-minute ad break. You might have experienced one already. It's not super pleasant. It's 3 minutes, but it sometimes feels a little bit like 3 hours. It's like a little bit of existential limbo that you get thrust into. If you no longer want to be thrusted into that existential limbo, you can get out of it possibly for free by using a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, you get a free sub. Use it on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you will no longer see ads in my chat. You can also get out of the top of the hour ad break by paying $5 to Twitch to get yourself a sub, or possibly by being gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen. Sometimes Twitch is making a little bit of a comeback. Twitch has been, there's been some gift subs recently, so there is hope. But your best bet of receiving, that kind of gift is to be active in the chat. Also, over on YouTube, you can support me through super chats, super stickers, through getting a membership for yourself, which will bestow weasels upon you. Through buying memberships for other people through a gift membership that not only helps me out, but also helps them out and bestows weasels upon them. The more people basically with memberships and with subs, the more weasels that you might see in chat. So if you like the weasels and you want to see more of those weasels, that is one way to feed the weasels. Feed the weasels, chat, with a membership or a sub today, right? You can also support me through my Stream Elements donation thing, which is down in the description of this video, or through Patreon, or even, right? Because don't think that just because you don't have the financial means to be able to support me in any way that there's nothing you can do. You can hit that like button, and that actually helps me out more than you realize. I appreciate that greatly. Remember, chat, it's only through your support that I am able to keep coming to you day after day, week after week, with more shit like this, and more shit like the Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro beef that we're gonna get into, the right-wing civil war that we're gonna witness with our own eyes. And yes, that does mean that we're gonna be watching some Karlin Borisenko. I know you're excited for that. If nothing else.
With merch, everything's a numbers game to these guys. If you don't have the high scores, if you don't have the big numbers, then the drama YouTubers are gonna say,
wait, you got something there, BC Clarity. Anyone notice that Donald Trump Jr. is not doing ads for 45? Did he do them before? What's going on with that? Do you think there's some trouble in paradise, trouble at Mar-a-Lago? Some family drama, maybe? I don't know. There is a right-wing civil war going on right now. Maybe they're on opposite sides of it.
Look at these numbers. These numbers are doing quite low, as it turns out. Your stunks aren't as high as mine are. My line go up way bigger than your line.
That's literally what you just said, though. You little broed him. Both by saying that he looks like he's 14 and by looking at his second channel and seeing that its sub count was lower than your sub count until Tipster came in and disabused you of that notion and then slapped you across the face. No, just kidding, chat.
And it's like,
just kidding. Look, chat. When they go low, we go high. All right, we go high.
If you don't have good content, nobody cares.
Your next YouTube short about me, she consented.
And also, Tipster literally has better views than you.
So him having an underage girl's nudes is okay? Dipshit.
I know he's got more subscribers. I'm not sure about views.
You're hurting him. Don't you care about Tipster? Oh my God, chat. I gotta breathe some reality into this discussion. Oh my God. Did I do the ad break read during the actual ad break? Hey, welcome back, Twitch. I told everybody else this, but yeah, you just spent 3 minutes watching ads. If that was a little bit much for you, remember, there's a way out, right? Possibly even for free. If you have Prime, you can get out of that for free. You can also pay $5 for a sub to get out of it. Basically, getting a sub will get you out of the ad break, right? Whether that is through a free sub through Prime, or whether that is you paying for a sub, or possibly whether that is you being gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen. Twitch has been doing better about this lately. Twitch is actually giving YouTube a little bit of a run for its money. We'll see what happens. Like, maybe I should have a daily thing where I show, if I could get like a list of Twitch subs and YouTube subs and just like recognize people for that in the beginning, and we could have a little contest, compare, who's doing, what platform is doing better. Also a good way to recognize the Patreons as well. I'm very appreciative to those people who month after month support me. Thank you for being there. Like, again, that is, my basis of support. That tweet, she consented. Oh no, I didn't even read this. Thanks for she consented, so him having underage girls' nudes is okay? Fucking dipshit. Wait, what? What the fuck? How is Alec Gunter gonna explain this shit? How do you get to... Okay, no, wait. I'm getting distracted. Okay, so here's what I want to do. Here's what I meant to do. Let me pull up...
Boy, big news! Governor Greg... Oh boy, big news!
Wrong button, Dash Dabrowski. Wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. That was not what I intended to do. I'm trying to bring up something else. I want to bring you Tipster's stats, right? Now, Tipster, unlike Alec Gunter, I am not trying to dunk on your channel performance. My channel performance has gone up and my channel performance has gone down. And I would not appreciate somebody trying to make me feel bad about, having a bad month, having a bad year, having a bad whatever, right? So, but I am going to show what Alec is doing to you here, because I think it's not nice. Tipster Live is the channel. Let's take a look at this. Again, like no social blading. Okay, we're not going to social blade Tipster. That's just, that's mean. Okay, so here we got. Now, Now, you hear what Alec Gunter said. Let's roll him back a little bit. And like, it's funny because, like, you know, he's talking about Tipster's numbers right when there's a really damning tweet by Tipster on screen. I don't know how you explain that, but I guess one way is to be like, I was talking to Tipster at the time and I had to say, yeah, you get good numbers, don't you, Tipster? You do. You're a big streamer. You're a big guy. Not you're a big guy in that sense. You're a big channel, right? You're a big channel. Having a lot of subs, getting a lot of views, ostensibly because everybody thinks that a big channel with a lot of subs has got a lot of views. That's not necessarily so. Ask Illuminati. Illuminati is still over 1 million subs and does not get good views at all. But let's see what he says here.
My line go up way bigger than your line, and it's like nobody gives a shit, dude. If you don't have good,
I mean, obviously you give a shit.
Nobody cares.
Your next YouTube short about me, she consented.
And also, Tipster literally has better views than you.
So
Tipster has better views than you. Let's check it out. Because, so if we look at Tipster, Tipster does indeed have 107K subscribers. That's a pretty big channel, right? If we look at Lyrics, we see 63.5. So you might think that Tipster does indeed get better views than Lyrics if you knew absolutely nothing about YouTube, like apparently Alex Gunter does, right? So let's click over here and just see what kind of views we're... Oh, wait a minute. Wait, what? What's going on with this ratio, chat? What's going on with Tipster's channel? If you were here yesterday, you might already know, but yeah, Tipster does not in fact get good views. 1.7K, 2.7K, which is not bad. This is about what I get, right? You know, I don't think I'm doing too bad, right? But if I had 100K subscribers, yeah, this would be a problem. This would mean that about like 1 to 2% of my subscribers are watching every one of my videos. That wouldn't be good. That wouldn't be good. Now, if we go over here and check, you know, a little comparison with Lyrics. Okay, wait, videos, there we go. So 63.5, and indeed less subscribers, 204K. Doesn't post that much. This is 2 months ago, right? So not posting that much to the main channel, 14K, 70K, 70K, 14, oh my God, they're making fun of flamenco. That's based, anyway. Yeah, I mean, like, there's some bombs here, you know, there's 5K, there's 8K, right? But then, you know, yeah, like, so, but even with the bombs, even with the ones that don't do that well, the 5K videos, look, compared to Tipster, actually more than doubling what Tipster normally gets. So no, Alec Gunter, Tipster does not in fact get good views. And that hurts him because he knows he doesn't get good. He knows this, right? He knows this, and you are rubbing his nose in it, and that's not nice. That's not nice to do. I like low-key think, I'm wondering now, is Alec Gunter like dunking on Tipster, right? What's going on here? Is this guy your friend? Do you want to be friends with him? Do you like this guy? Because you just, oh my God, well, look at that, what just happened? Anonymous gifter. Anonymous gifter, you're anonymous, and you gifted anonymous gifts to a bunch of people that now have weasels, thanks to you. I told you, YouTube is actually kicking your ass today, or sorry, no, wrong. I'm so used to YouTube kicking Twitch's ass. Today, it's the other way around. Today, the boot is on the other foot, and it is in fact YouTube getting its ass kicked. All these people, Umami Mommy Bridget, Listkist, CripplePunk91, Free Palestine Today, which I might get in trouble for saying, but I'll say it anyway because I like the way it sounds. I like that word, that phrase coming out of my mouth. Babby Gray, you all got, and yeah, you all got free subs from an anonymous gift or somebody that is very generous and doesn't even want to take credit for it. So credit to you, whoever is out there and doesn't even need to take credit for the generous gifts that you're giving to so many people who now have weasels. Hey, if you're one of those people whose names I just read off, unlurk yourself and post some weasels in chat right now. Your weasels actually move around. They're wiggler weasels. They wiggle. They got some moves, right? They got some dance moves. So bust out those dance moves. Umami Mommy, I think so too. I think it's a great username. I feel like I am blessed with like, and Schmeckley is a great username as well, right? I'm blessed with like the coolest usernames of my chatters. I think that my chatters have better usernames than the average streamer out there. So I will flex that. I will flex that. That's my flex, okay? I'm not going to flex my numbers because they're not like spectacular. I'm not going to flex my sub count because it's not spectacular. I know I'm a random smaller streamer chick and I accept my fate as such, but I will flex the that I have the best chatter names in all of YouTube and some of the best engagement too.
So him having an underage girl's nudes is okay? Dipshit.
I know he's got more subscribers. I'm not.
What? No, he doesn't have more subscribers. Tipster, like, so to put it, like, this is even worse, right? This is even worse for Tipster. This is why I'm saying that Alec Gunter, like, if I didn't know any better, I would think he was a super meanie bud, going full hog on Tipster by rubbing his face in the fact that Lyrics has less subscribers than him and way more views than him. That's what you're doing right here. I don't know if you realize that or not.
Sure about views. I could be wrong. I don't know.
Kinda dick move.
What the Tipster? You're okay with possession of child pornography?
Wait, what did it say?
But then again, I guess it shouldn't be that surprising for a guy obsessed with dicks and butts.
She consented, so him having an underage girl's news is okay.
Oh my god, Tipster's in the chat! Tipster's in the chat getting fucking dunked on! Like, in a way that can you explain this? I can't explain this. I can't imagine what makes this okay. Like, what is the context, right? Because there's context, right? This is a response. Like, is there some, like, is there gonna be, like, is the next tweet maybe JK? JK, I was joking. I wasn't serious about that, right? No, I don't know. She consented, so him having an underage girl's nudes is okay? What? What? How is that okay? I don't understand. And Tipster's in the chat right now. Yo, if you're Tipster, you could not be feeling good at this moment. You are not glad that you stopped in to your new friend Alec Gunter's chat to get fucking dunked on.
Dipshit. No, this is sarcastic.
It's sarcastic. Is it sarcastic? Is that what he's saying? Is it sarcastic? It better be sarcastic.
He's being sarcastic. That is the most bad faith reading of this that you could
look at. That's a huge relief if that's sarcastic.
Possibly engage with. What?
So him having an underage girl's nudes is okay? Dipshits. What the?
So I think maybe I think what Alec Gunter is saying and what I would rather believe is that Tipster was being sarcastic there. And I mean, it still doesn't look good, but like, right, like that when Tipster is saying those words that we all see and we all are yikesing at, Tipster is typifying what somebody else said rather than speaking from the heart. This is not Tipster's viewpoint. This is Tipster saying that somebody is a fucking dipshit for thinking this. I think that's what, like, I don't have the context though. We're like missing. Can we find the context? Like, what came before this? Yeah, we're talking about the numbers here. There's the short. Okay, so yeah, I mean, if this is out of context, that's pretty bad. If this is indeed sarcasm. I'm trying to be fair here, right? I don't want to, like, dunk on Tipster just for the sake of dunking on Tipster. There's a lot of people dunking on Tipster, chat. I don't need to join in the dog pile.
Okay.
Especially if it's unwarranted in this case.
I know he's got more subscribers. I'm not sure about views. I could be wrong. I'm not sure.
What the Tipster? You're okay with possession of child pornography?
Wait, what did it say?
Fucking.
She consented, so him having an underage girl's news is okay. Dipshit. No, this is sarcastic. He's being sarcastic. That is the most bad faith reading of this.
Okay, if he's being sarcastic, please show me the tweet. Let's take a. Oh no. Okay, like, chat. I'm gonna look it up in the background. I want to think that Tipster's being sarcastic. I want to think this is sarcasm.
Engage with. What?
So him having an underage girl's nudes is okay?
Oh fuck.
What the Tipster?
I forgot I'm blocked by Tipster.
Child pornography?
No.
That's not good. That's not good, man.
Okay, yeah, he's acting disaffected about it, but like, no, that it is only a dumbass would read the tweet like that and respond like that. That's all the commentary community does. Bad faith misrepresentation of everything. I don't.
Unfortunately, that's not true. Unfortunately, while there is some bad faith misrepresentation, there's also some just legitimately bad stuff about Tipster that's like there is no excuse for. So
I think he was literally saying that. That seems like one of those things where he's like, it's definitely a joke, but also not a joke. You know what I mean? Like he knows that people will take that and run with it.
It's nice, looks great. Also, your friend
like tweet
of child
with engage with what? No. That's all the commentary community does. Bad faith misrepresentation of everything. I don't think he was literally saying that. That seems like one of those things where he's like, it's definitely a joke, but also not a joke. You know what I mean? Like he knows that people will take that and run with it.
is nice, looks great. Also, your friend kinda cute, haha. AP says, Ayo, she's 16.
I'm a pedophile.
Some 16-year-olds look like adults. And also, he just said cute. Okay? Once he found out that she's 16, he backed off. That's the point. If you continue to pursue, once you know they're 16, that's the problem. Okay, I need to explain something because I feel like not enough people understand this. The problem with pedophilia is not finding somebody who is underage attractive.
I think that is a problem. I'm gonna have to hard disagree with that. Like, does he realize that he sounds like he's making like a maps argument here? Like, the attraction is not the problem. If they're non-offending, then, like, I don't know. Like, are we gonna start talking about ephebophilia next? What's going on?
Okay? If you find somebody who happens to be underage, who's like 16 or 17, attractive, that's not a big deal. The big deal is when you pursue somebody, once you know...
Okay, that's definitely objectively worse, but I think that though both are kind of... I don't know what you're trying to say here. Right? Attraction to underage people is not... This is what I mean when I say he's DJ Mule meets Mr. Girl. Right? The worst of both worlds somehow. I don't know how he's done it. I don't know how the Vosh community seems to spawn people like this. But there it is. There it is for you. It is the worst of both, like combining the worst aspects of DJ Mule with the worst aspects of anyway. Let's not bring DJ Mule into this. He's been he's been much maligned.
16 or 17 and cannot consent to you. That's the big deal. Okay? It is not a fucking big deal if I go up to somebody, some chick that I think is attractive, okay? And say, "Hey, you know, you look great. Why don't I take you to dinner sometime?" Okay? And then she turns around and says, "Hey, I'm 17. I'm here with my mom," or whatever, and she's in the other store. You know? At that point, guess what you do? You say, "Oh, I am so sorry. My mistake. I apologize. Go away now." And Tipster did that. Okay? He made a mistake.
Tipster did nothing wrong. That's what we're getting here. I still can't find this tweet that Tipster made.
He corrected it. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't make Tipster a fucking pedophile, and acting like it does is very
Oh my god. Oh my god. Look. Like, no, it doesn't make you a pedophile. You know, even to say what you just said. It is disconcerting and jarring and sus, but it doesn't, like, it's not a, tantamount to like a crime or something. It's just like, why did you say that shit? Why are you sexualizing, like, why are you comparing lyrics to a 14-year-old and then sexualizing him? Why is there so much, why is there so much going on in this video that just is so familiar, that just it just oozes that short stack goblin mentality that is so pervasive in not just the Vosh community, but the debate community at large.
Representative. And also, I will add, taking away from actual pedophiles getting caught. Okay? Don't dilute the field like this. Do not do it. It's bad faith, it's disgusting, and it actively hurts real life efforts to stop pedophilia. Okay? Very bad faith.
And you can't forget about this one. A few weeks ago, when Keffels, his best friend and lover these days, got into a little bit of controversy over her trans...
I literally had that happen to me when I was 16, and as long as they respected the fact that you're underage and can't consent, that's fine.
phobia slur usage.
So you have no right to feel creeped out by an older person approaching you and refusing to leave you alone until you say that you're underage and your mom is in another store at the mall. I don't know.
And you can't forget about this one. A few weeks ago, when Keffels, his best friend and lover these days...
What, is that your fan fiction? Is that the level of parasociality we've reached, Justin Bieber? We have Justin Bieber at home?
Got into a little bit of controversy over her
Actually, you don't deserve that much credit. I don't even like Justin Bieber's music, but I will compare you to...
I don't know. It's sounding to me like you don't like the fact that Justin Bieber is a little older these days. I don't know.
I know that he's a loser.
Doesn't look like a 14-year-old anymore.
So, Leafy at home.
Transphobia slur usage. Tipster felt the need that he had to give his position publicly and say, as a cis man, I don't feel like I'm...
If you have any questions about any of this shit, I'm happy to call in. But yeah, even my biggest hater shit on this guy for this.
Tipster feels like he needs to explain it. Tipster feels like he needs to call in, and explain it. He's not coming off good in this. Because like just to be clear, right? This is Alec Gunter dunking on Lyrics video dunking on Tipster. So this is supposed to be like a defense of Tipster. This is supposed to be pushing back against the untrue allegations that are being lobbied at Tippy, at Just So Tippy, and it's not going well. It's not going well if Tipster feels like he has to call in to explain.
Video. Well, that's good. But like, yeah, if that's all he has to show for it, then I there's nothing there. You found out she was 16 and you left, and that's it. And were you being weird in DMs? I don't know. Maybe you were. But like, like he never showed any dates or anything. So even if that was the case,
this is not a good day for Tipster.
Weird in DMs. It could have been forever ago, and you may have addressed it. I know you now, and the person that I know you as now is fine.
I know you now, and even if you did bad things in the past, I'm willing to look past that as long as we can establish a mutual clout relationship with each other. Welcome on in, and you'll be part of the human clout centipede with me.
So like, I would have to be shown some very damning evidence to think otherwise, and that was not it.
In any position to chime in on this discourse, so I will stay in my lane. Were you talking about trans titty milk just a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, because the whole thing was that conservatives were getting mad at her for doing that. So he defended her. Yeah, that was discourse. He didn't just pick that out of the blue.
So to be fair, like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with this, Tipster making a video defending nominal Naomi here. What is bad about this is that people doubt if it's real. That based on Tipster's history, based on his former participation in the commentary community, until he literally got pushed the fuck out of it, people aren't like, is this a alliance of convenience, or is this something that Tipster feels in his heart that trans titty milk needs to be protected, right?
And have like converted like such a huge portion of your channel just to talk about trans rights? What do you mean, as a cis man, you don't
just to talk about trans rights? Yeah, okay, cool, base, thanks. See, now I know he's a good person.
Feel like you're
I was goofing off with a friend in DMs and we had a falling out. She leaked my DMs out of context when another commentary creator who hated me pressured her to. That's disgusting, man. I hate people. And also, like, at worst, at the very...
Notice what he's not doing is offering to show the entirety of the DMs in order to debunk the claims that are being... Right, he's claiming that this is leaked out of context, but, he's got the context ostensibly in his DMs. He could show it if he wanted to. It doesn't seem like he has a lot of interest in that.
Very worst, okay? It's a little cringe. Okay, you came off a little strongly, is what I would say. But that's assuming the situation is as they're saying.
Difficult to defend Tipster. And look, I'll say, as much as I appreciate, people speaking up for trans rights, and we need more people, whatever your background, whatever your identity is, speaking up for trans rights. When somebody like Vosh or Tipster with like a huge amount of baggage that like corresponds with, like a lot of anti-trans tropes is the one speaking up for trans people, when you're dragging trans people into shit like your short stack goblin folders, when you're dragging trans people into your tactical misogyny against J.K. Rowling, literally giving her ammunition to use against trans advocates. Thanks, but no thanks. Okay, thanks, but no thanks.
It is. I can see how somebody might think that's creepy, but that's
and even Alec Gunter, like, who sounds like, you know, he's a, you know, pro, you know, trans rights kind of person. It's like, you know, in the video where, I don't know, what do you want to call this? Tactical homophobia? Like, I think trans people would thank you not to associate them with tactical homophobia or whatever the hell you're doing. You know, sexualizing somebody that you said looks 14. I feel like trans people could do without that kind of help. I'm sorry, but your 2.6 views, like, on this video where you do, you know, espouse, you know, support for nominal Naomi, you know, much maligned over the trans, you know, titty milk scandal, right? It's I don't know if that's helpful.
Not the extent of it. That's as bad as it gets. Okay, a little bit of creepiness, which never killed anybody.
No, creepiness never killed. I don't know. I'm gonna die from cringe here, though.
But if that's the worst it gets, I'm not gonna hate you for that. Okay,
I'm gonna die from like secondhand embarrassment.
Just don't do it again. You know, that's it. Just don't do it again.
Just don't do it again. Yo, it's so hard to defend Tipster.
Don't be cringe in DMs. That's it. And that's assuming that what they're saying is.
I'm sure Tipster is so glad that he stopped by the stream of his new friend to have this little chat. That's wonderful.
True, which I don't trust.
I love that for you.
So whatever.
A position to chime in on this discourse. You've inserted yourself into the trans discourse online throughout the past few months. You've made this shit your personality.
Yeah, because as it turns out, he's learned the conservatives are fervently trying to attack trans people.
Again, it's to find an audience that's somewhat insulated from the commentary community. In general, the kind of commentary people that Tipster was doing content with before are, you know, tend to be a little bit transphobic, right? And even lyrics, you know, throwing the nominal Naomi thing in as some kind of cringe thing, you know, like that shows that too, right? But like, it's hard to like take this guy seriously when this allyship, you know, this supposed allyship that Tipster is all of a sudden showing seems to be out of convenience rather than there's no sign that it's heartfelt and real.
And their rights. What of it? He backs the right horse. Okay, he knows.
You had to say horse, motherfucker. I am so sorry, chat. I am so sorry. That just came out. That just I yelled. I got animated. I don't know if maybe that was kind of soy. Do we still have the horse? Like, you backed the right horse. That is a great thing for a Vosh orbiter to say. Backing the right horse. That's just, I love that. Wait, I'm trying to remember, like, is it this one? No? You're gonna make me change my wallpaper, Alec. You're gonna make me change my wallpaper. And you've already made me late to covering Carolyn Borisenko, which I'm sure my chat really wants to hear all about Candace Owens, Carolyn Borisenko, and the rest of them. Chat's, you know, disappointed. There we go. Let's back the right horse. Let's make sure that we're always backing the right horse. There we go. There's the right horse. We're back in the Vosh streaming chamber / goon cave. Are you feeling it, chat? Are you feeling it tonight? I sure hope so.
People probably through Keffels, if I had to guess, because he met Keffels and they're friends now. So it's not random. He didn't just pick trans people out of the blue to focus in on as an issue. There are angles that I cheated on my wife, which I didn't. My wife knew this girl, knew we made these kinds of jokes. I didn't care. Really?
What's up, Mr. Garrick? You just happened in at just the right time. Just when we decided to back the right horse. We got our short stack goblins. We're ready. Tacoma's weeping right now.
That's the angle. It's not even that you're being creepy in DMs, because that was my issue with it. Is that I'm just like, okay, he's being creepy. But they tried to say that you were cheating on your wife. That's weird, man. I mean. Listen.
No, like the joke is that the thing is that he jokes about cheating on his wife, and it's like weird, and he's weird with like, you know, I don't know. I think they're just saying the vibes are off. I think that's most of what that's about. It's not like a definite like accusation of Tipster being a cheater. Alec Gunter is a white leaf Vosh orbiter defending Tipster from criticism while saying super yikes stuff. Yeah, super homophobic stuff, right? Vosh has got the tactical misogyny. Vosh has got the tactical N-word. And Alec, here comes Alec with the tactical homophobia circa 2006 of like, you know, say hypothesize. First of all, the weird thing is like the first thing that he says is that Lyrics looks 14. And then the second thing that he says is that he bets that Lyrics gets fucked in the ass. Like that, like it's a bad thing. Like it's a bad, you should be embarrassed to get like, you know, oh my God, you're a bottom. That's terrible. You're gay. That's like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck even is that?
Other than my current wife, but she knew about it, so it's fine. Like, okay.
Wait, what was that? Did we miss something? Did we miss some juicy tea?
My future wife, my current fiance.
Oh my God! Wait, what? Backpedal, 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 backpedal.
Listen, like I've women other than my current wife, but she knew about it, so it's fine.
Well, yeah. If you're, you know, polyamorous, is that what he's saying?
Okay.
Obviously, like what's going
Sorry, not my current. Sorry, I meant the woman that I will. My future wife, my current fiance is what I meant.
On with the Israel-Palestine
my current
conflict
partner
right now. You know, it's a serious issue, so I'm not trying to make light of it or whatever. But one positive thing that's come out of it is right-wingers have been busy talking about that and aren't really shitting on trans people anymore. So that's a plus, right?
The only thing
Wait, what? Wait, right-wingers aren't shitting on... Where did this come from? Did I miss something, chat? Are right-wingers not shitting on trans people anymore? Did I miss something? Can somebody explain the context to me? Can somebody give me the context to this? Right-wingers are not, Yeah, I know, Bella Glazer, I... Lolita meets Equus? Yo! BC Clarity off the top rope with the elbow. Yeah, everything about this does not sound right, Derek. You are correct. Oh my God, I'm pressing the wrong buttons here. There we go. Why would he open his mouth and say that? What is going on with this whole fucking rotten community? Like, look, I say that the fish rots from the head down, but like, I feel like I undersold that. Like, I said that Vosh is not the only problem with the White Leaf Network. Vosh is more typical than anybody wants to admit for the debate space in general, but like they're proving my point in a way that's kind of like, I feel like I undersold it. I feel like I'm under selling it.
I'll say is this, as someone
Although I will say they're still actively shitting on trans people. It's just like especially
okay, thank you for recognizing that. That is true.
So, you're not wrong. It did stop for a little bit.
Wait. So is this from the tweet? Genuine compassion for the struggles they face and wants to... Someone who has the privilege of getting to know Keffels in the past year. She is someone that cares a lot about the trans community, people in the trans community as a whole. She has genuine compassion for the struggles they face and wants... It's almost like he's saying this like that Keffel, like in a way... Like that you describe a trans ally rather than a trans person who's a trans advocate. Their struggles they face wants them to... Oh my God, the whatchamacallit, the closed captions are getting in our way. Can I turn those off? It's on, it's off. Okay, yeah, they're in our way. I can't tell what it says, but I think that's what... No reason to believe she would ever do...
But it must continue, right?
who has had the privilege
still
right-wingers have been busy talking about that and
wait, have been busy talking about
obviously, like what's going
sorry
on.
not my current sorry I meant the woman that I will my future wife, my current fiance is what I meant.
With the Israel-Palestine
my current
conflict
partner
right now.
Oh, okay, so right-wingers are talking about Israel-Palestine rather than talking shit about trans people.
Joke. So you're not wrong, it did stop for a little bit, but it must continue, right?
who has had the privilege
It didn't stop. I can tell you that it didn't stop. It didn't stop.
of getting to know Keffels over the course of the past year. She is
I think I've seen this. Someone who's had the privilege of getting to know couples over the course of the past year. Someone who cares a lot about trans people in the community. Yeah, yeah. No, I've seen all this. Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%.
Someone who cares a lot about trans people and the trans community as a whole. She has genuine compassion for the struggles they face and wants them to have access to the rights and freedoms they need to live happy and healthy lives. And I have no reason to believe she would ever do anything to bring any harm to the trans community. She has far too much love and compassion for this.
You know.
So I mean, this would be all great, you know, defending like a much maligned, you know, trans creator, except for the fact that the people with a problem with Keffels are like largely the trans community. That is where she lost her mojo, right? When she was ratioing people. This was before all of the, you know, this is before like all the yikesy, ableist, fucked up shit, racist shit came out about her, right? In general, it is the trans community that she's like lost the support and the trust of by doing things like going after, you know, people in ways that are in ways that are, you know, that are parallel to transphobia. And after being asked by people in her community to not do that because they say trans people are catching strays from the edgy shit that she's saying, she like fucking blocks them. She not just blocks them, she blockchains them, right? She uses her what used to be a giant, powerful, influential Twitter profile to cut and excise these people out of the trans community, right? It's the trans community that is most like skeptical about Keffels, right? That's where the skepticism really came from.
Leftist now is because this is long as dude. That's how I know.
This community to ever do that, ever. I love how he says this community. You planning on transitioning sometime soon?
Okay, that's no. What the fuck, lyrics? See again. There's no heroes here.
What is this?
I don't know. It's
okay. You know what?
It's transphobia. That's what it is.
I haven't pulled this one up in a while, but I think it's time. My community's much bigger. I think it's time to pull this one back up. Hold on. So towards the beginning of my channel, I told everybody that if I reached a certain, it was like 300 subs or something, that I would cross-dress. So here it is. It's me. It's Mama Alec Gunther, okay? Here's another one. There it is, okay? Here's a still that I got with Katie's face just being funny. Now, I know what this picture makes you think, but don't worry. Katie actually did all the makeup, okay? She just thinks my poses are funny. But yeah, no, yeah. I think it looks pretty damn good, okay? And maybe if this guy, who already looks like he would fit makeup very well, makeup and a
what
dress.
The fuck?
I'm serious. Like, he would look good with makeup and a dress. Not kidding. Maybe you should try it. You know? Stop imagining other people doing it. Just try it. It's not for me. Like, I tried it, okay? So I can now safely say that I have no desire.
Chat, for once, I have no words. I have no words here. Was that music from Elvin? Is it Elvin Lied? Like, that's the German pronunciation, right? Lied? Or is it, people say Elvin Lied though, but I think it's pronounced Elvin Lied. Wait, what? And then he said a child looks attractive just now? Yeah, I was gonna say that was transphobic by lyrics. That was kind of fucked up, and like is it essentially to use like the you know, to use like, I don't know, what's supposed to be a gender swapped version of Tipster to like have a go at him, and then Alec does the same thing to lyrics, and he said he's an ally. This is not how you do allyship. Look, again, like, as much as I appreciate, like, you know, cis dudes, even cis bros that you know, support trans rights, and we need more like that, like, please go about it in a way that's not transphobic. If you could, that would be awesome. What the fuck? Transphobia both ways, and then homophobic as well, right? The Spanish dove says Elvin Lied. Have I seen that? I feel like I have. Wasn't it like, I feel like there was a lot of blood in that one. I think I've seen that one. I just noticed the horse. No, because like, wait, what did somebody invoked the horse? I think it was Alec that invoked the backing the wrong horse. Yeah, or the tipster was backing the right horse. And it's such a weird thing for a Vosh orbiter to say. Of all the terms that you could use, this is somebody who is actively trying to avoid any discussion of Vosh or the folders, right? And the word that he pulls out of his word bank is backing the right horse. A lot of blood in that one. Okay, yeah. I can't take the bloody stuff. I don't know. It makes me queasy.
To wear a dress or put on makeup.
But I mean, I think it's supposed to be really good.
I simply don't. Okay, I know that I look bad as in it, but
I mean, like, no, there's nothing wrong with the way you look. Right? It's what you know. You don't have to neg yourself. I don't know. You're being transphobic to your. The stream goal was. I don't know what to say about that. Right? Again, this is just like I don't know what to say other than like thanks but no thanks. I don't know. This is.
It's just not for me. Side note, this guy's a lolicon. Nice. Bonus.
On transitioning some.
Did you find a common interest? Like, what's he's a lolicon like Vosh? Like, what? 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 You can't use that as a dunk anymore. Your clout daddy is a lolicon. It's a lolly with horses con. I don't even know is there a name for that? This is getting so awkward. This is taking over my goddamn stream. We've been talking about this guy for 2 hours. Oh my god. We gotta get through this. Okay, enough of that.
Better than your ass could.
Ordering shits on Tipster here, saying you can go ahead and disregard any post like this that starts out as a cis man. It's cool that you want to bane trans people, dude. Just don't pretend you're trying to do anything but that with this virtue signaling.
Okay, well, the Cording's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
No, that's not why people support trans people. They do it because they're decent people.
Yes. That's a murder. But Tipster has also been shitting on fellow
Oh, wow, that was such a murder.
Channels recently, saying he's no different than the bottom feeders in commentary that swing up at larger creators for a nibble of clout.
No, that's pretty true.
I gotta agree with you there, Tipster. I think that's a pretty good point. I'm really liking the transition that you made to your channel where you don't do that anymore.
Well, Illuminati, legit, everybody knows that Illuminati did the shit that she did. Okay, she's a pariah now. TikToker Mizzy arrested for vile pranks.
Wait, what was the deal? What's the deal? Oh my god, we're gonna have to rewind it again.
Illuminati.
Tipster, I think that's a pretty good point. I'm really liking the transition that you made to your channel where you don't do that anymore.
Well, Illuminati.
Clout.
No, that's pretty true. That was such a murder.
Channels recently saying he's no different than the bottom feeders in commentary that swing up at larger creators for a nibble of clout.
No, that's pretty true.
I gotta agree with you there, Tipster. I think that's a pretty good point. I'm really liking the transition that.
Okay, again, like Alec doesn't realize this. Alec, the massive comedy about this React video is that Alec thinks that he's talking to a smaller content creator, but he is indeed talking to somebody that is, I don't know, 6 times his size as far as, he's like literally making fun of like the way lyrics looks and, not being like masculine enough, not being big enough, right? But it's not, he's actually smaller than this, in terms of subs and in terms of views, right? This is the comedy of it all.
You made to your channel where you don't do that anymore.
Well, Illuminati, legit, everybody knows that Illuminati.
Okay, so don't punch up at larger. Wait, that's kind of a weird thing to say, right? Honestly, my ethic as a YouTuber and as a streamer is that I don't feel bad about punching up when the punching is warranted. Like, right, when a larger, channel is doing something wrong. That's kind of what I'm famous for, is speaking up when nobody else will, because the consequences are too rough for most people. But like, what I think is gross is punching down. What I think is gross is like making a video about like a smaller channel But Alec, you wouldn't do that, would you? Let's take a look. Let's take a look and see if he would. What do we have here? We scroll back a little bit. Good thumbnails. I'm liking the font. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Okay, what else do we have? Oh, wait, what do we have here? Fake bread tuber exposed. Card posting. Okay, so making a video about a fellow bread tuber, card posting 4.73 subscribers. This person saying that Alec Gunter is harassing him. He makes videos like this on dog whistles, exposing like right-wing dog whistles. And he's got an exposed video by Alec Gunter. Look, chat, that's going to have to wait for another day. All right, I can't adjudicate. I don't know. I can't adjudicate. Friends is, wait. Oh my God, chat, this is juicy. This is juicy. It sounds like somebody's not good at picking up at dog whistles, right? So anyway, yeah, we definitely wouldn't punch down at a smaller content creator. But like what Tipster is saying is that it's cringe to punch up, which is just completely against... I don't know. That's, you know, that's the set of values that we're talking about, right? It's cringe to punch up. It's base to punch down. So I guess by Tipster's ethics, Alec, you're in the clear. Not by mine though, because by my ethics, you look like a little bit of a bully now. Now we'll look into it and see if there's something about card posting that warrants, you know, a call out. There's something like dangerous that card posting is doing or whatever. That's going to have to wait for another day. We cannot cover this. I've already wasted enough time on this guy already, so.
Did the shit that she did. Okay, she's a pariah now. TikToker Mizzy arrested for vile pranks. Destiny attempts to appeal his Twitch ban and gets rejected. Amaranth catches man on... I mean, yeah, like, you know, you're going to use larger people. Bottom feeders and commentary that swing up at larger creators for a nibble of clout.
Bottom feeders. Yo, we're bottom shaming again. What's up with this?
I mean, this is all relevant content, you know? Like, the difference is that you're not just randomly swinging up at larger content creators. Yeah, trending topics versus fighting for clout. Which, you know, I admit to fighting for clout, by the way. I fully admit to that. Of course I fight for clout. I do...
Then why are you a Tipster orbiter? Like, honestly, I feel like you could do better than Tipster.
Debates...
I mean, if you can't get Vosh's attention and you can't get Keffel's attention, I guess you got to go for Tipster though.
Tick some buttons.
You got to get there you got to get in that human clout centipede somewhere.
You know, I spark some outrage sometimes. You know, it happens. I do that. Okay? And that helps grow the channel. Because my ultimate goal with this channel is, first of all, I'd like to grow and be a funny, entertaining person on YouTube. Okay? But the second reason also is that, you know, I'm trying to put a political message out, you know, that good things are good. So you sometimes you got to do the shit you do to make your channel grow.
You don't swing up at...
Good things are good. Alec Gunter, 2024, probably.
Larger creators to, you know, try to nibble off of
And also, nobody's arguing that, like, nobody is on your side with the Illuminati shit, dude. Nobody. Like, if you are, like, implying that you're on Illuminati side or something.
Chat, let's see if... Is Lyric's on Illuminati's side? Illuminati, the most insane woman on YouTube. No, indeed, not on Illuminati's side. Nice research once again. God, this has got to be, like, the worst streamer out there.
Creators to
like, I haven't ever seen somebody get so much wrong. Like, and this is me, you know, like I will cop to the fact that I've gotten stuff wrong before, but
try to nibble off of their clout.
I've never seen somebody so consistently wrong. That's what's kind of amazing me.
Some of y'all get far too parasocially invested in internet shit that in the grand scheme of things doesn't really matter, and normies offline genuinely don't give a single fuck about. Do yourselves a favor for once and log off. Touch grass, touch ass.
Okay, so now he's going to call him a hypocrite because he's going to say that Tipster never touches grass, which that might be true, by the way. I don't know. But that doesn't...
I don't know, Tipster. Do you touch grass? Maybe Tipster is a basement dweller. I don't know, Tipster. Where do you live? Where is she? Do you live in your mother's basement, Tipster? I don't know. I don't know if this is true or not.
Change.
You're gonna see it in a minute why all my jokes about him actually dunking on Tipster, maybe like, you know, like kind of giving him backhanded compliments and stuff like that. You're gonna see why that's funny in just a second, right?
Message.
You're gonna see also what kind of loyalty that this guy Alec Gunter has, because like the one thing about the Vosh network you can say sometimes is like some of them have some loyalty. Like as bad as it was for Keffels to go and defend Vosh, especially when she's like throwing trans people under the bus along the way. I mean, you got to say something for the fact that, yeah, she put herself in harm's way to help her friend, right? That's some loyalty, I guess. We'll see what kind of loyalty, though, that Alec Gunter is ready to display in just a sec towards Tipster in specific.
Okay, appeals to hypocrisy do not negate the message.
Touch anything that doesn't have a keyboard or touch a screen on it for once. Trust me, you'll thank later.
That's good advice. I should do that.
Trust
more.
This guy's like 400 pounds. How about you touch a
okay, back to the fat shaming.
Oh no, never mind. We're going with a fat joke. Very good. Can we get?
But don't worry, Alec Gunter's got a gay joke to coming up soon in case you feel like fat. You know, like it was there was too much fat phobia, right?
Tipster, put it.
We got some homophobia to throw in there too into the mix, right?
Applause noise for me. That was very good, and I'm sure if you had a live studio audience, they'd be losing it.
Can we try that, please? Tipster spends all of his nights on Discord talking to mentally ill.
No, that is a bad word right there. Jesus Christ.
It's not like he's streaming 8 hours a day, like some people I know. Okay, he has a life outside of it. I promise.
I wonder, did Alec, you know, or Lyrics for that matter, did they censor that word? Because I hope that's a word that doesn't, you know, help your YouTube video. Like that's a fucking slur. Like that's the other T slur. Okay, that's not.
Apparently his live streams are about to get pretty spicy though. He said in his Discord that should I wear a maid outfit for my next.
You know what? Oh, you know what the problem is?
I don't know what to say about this stuff.
He doesn't have a wife, so he wouldn't know this.
I mean, wear what you want, right? But I'm not sure what message you're trying to send.
You can actually do both. Okay, so
like when you dress in drag and make fun of yourself, I don't know if you realize what message you're sending.
Let me explain this to you, Sonny. So when you get married, some things change. That's true.
Sonny.
But your entire
Sonny, we're totally big broing this guy.
Your life does not revolve around your wife once you get married. Okay? Don't tell Katie that, but it's true. So right here. I didn't know that at all. But your entire life does not revolve around her. I have a life outside of her and she has a life outside of me, okay? And if God forbid, if someday we were to break up in the future, I would be crushed, but I would get on with my life, okay? I get on with it because I have a life outside of her still. Now I know that you are a virgin. I get that. But now that you know that, maybe next time you can avoid making this dumbass comment that only a 14-year-old would make. All right? Not only do you look like one, you also think like one.
About to get pretty spicy though. He said in his Discord that should I wear a maid outfit for my next stream? Oh shit, wrong chat? Ignore that? What? But I wanted to end off this video.
Wait,
wrong chat?
That's a joke! Guess what I've done? Should I pull it up, chat? Should I pull it up? I had it memory hold until just now. I actually looked terrible. I tried to make myself a cat boy and I ended up looking like a goddamn raccoon. Oh god. It's even worse than I remember. Holy shit, this is bad. Yeah, this was not my best strip. I look like a bear more than anything. I look like a bear squeezed into a maid outfit. Oh, it's abysmal. Oh my god. But yeah, no, it's fine. You know, there it is. I've worn a maid dress. So what? What of it? It's a joke, man. Take a joke.
Ignore that? What? But I wanted to end off this video on one good note with one final statement from Tipster himself. When you got a coom, you got a coom.
Okay. I coom. What, this guy doesn't coom? Is that your problem? You got big ass blue balls, man? Go whack one off. I promise you'll feel better. Maybe do it to somebody fucking your ass! Got it.
We're back to the I told you, I promised. Asked and answered. Asked and answered. There's your homophobia. If you hadn't got enough homophobia from Alec Gunter already, there we go. One less like the little you know, grace note thrown in there for the symphony of homophobia and bottom shaming.
I'd say I'm average. My wife's not complaining, so.
Well, stupid. I've learned nothing except that this guy is, we have Leafy at home. And then, it turns out Leafy at home is not, but lyrics. Like, that was, it exists as, you know, it's,
Alec Gunter,
Tipster
it's your time.
I disagree fundamentally with the video. I think he's more...
Sing it, Alec. Sing it.
At least Tipster has a bitch.
It's your turn to ride.
You know?
It's your turn to ride that train.
Hey, thanks for
watching. You gotta love
the video. Please be sure to hit the like button, subscribe if you want to see more. Hit the
I want to hear you sing Toxic Gossip Train.
If you enjoy my content, you enjoy what I do, I really appreciate it.
You know, I have.
Go to youtube.com/AlecGunterTTV/join.
I have enjoyed your content, but not for the reasons that you think. Just much like the way that people enjoy Tipster's content sometimes. Like, it's enjoyable on a different level, let's just say. And yeah, thanks for spending some time with us, right? You know, I didn't answer your request to debate you, bro, when you asked, when I was making some commentary about Vosh's, you know, takes on the patriarchy. But hey, bud, if you want to have a debate about Vosh, I am game. I am game. My guess is you are not. My guess is you have exactly zero interest in talking to me or anyone about Vosh. My guess is that unlike Boblax, you refuse to talk about the allegations. It's a cute song. Mr. Garrick, you don't have to be ashamed for thinking that that song is cute. It's adorable, and it's going to be even more adorable when we get Alec Gunter singing it, because he's taking the ride. He's taking the ride right now, right? We're on the ground floor of this unintentionally viral content from Alec Gunter, trans ally, queer ally, with just, you know, what do you do when somebody's shitty to your friend Tipster? Oh wait, I almost, you know, we're not quite done with you though. We're almost done with you. I want to be done with you, but I got it. Yeah, hey Tipster, hey, it's me. So let's take a little look right here into newest replies. Now, like I said, this video is a month old. There's not a lot of new replies. There's exactly 2 of these, right? I was kind of curious if, you know, if since he got the exposure from Boblax, if anybody had come in and commented. And yes, indeed, 2 days ago, we have Collector Hannah with a little comment here. Being you don't know Tipster that well, you should run fast. Would recommend the most disgusting commentary channel, the lies, backstabbing, and hypocrisy of Tipster by Lyrics. We're going to have to get to that video another day. I did plan to watch this with you, but there's no way, Chad. I've spent enough time.
Criticisms of like
I've spent enough time on this guy already. Okay, we'll have to get back to it some other day. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll package it with a cut. We'll save it for a rainy day. Okay, this is like perennial evergreen content. We'll save it for a rainy day, and we'll get back, right? But let's see what this person says. Yeah, so there's a video that they recommended, the video by Lyrics. You know, it's kind of maybe tells you a little bit about the history between Lyrics and Tipster. Alec Gunter TTV answers, I'll be sure to let him know that commenter Collector Hannah in the YouTube comments told me to keep my distance. Ha 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 ha. Okay, Collector Hannah. Wow, burp. Collector Hannah says he'll know who I am. Ask him how he found my Snapchat when you're at it. Okay, I don't know what that's about. Alec Gunter says, go ahead and state your case. Link any relevant videos and I'll watch them. I'm not opposed to Tipster being a bad guy. I just have yet to see substantive evidence. Here we go. Alec Gunter, that video I recommended is the one I care about. I was friends with Tipster 4 years. So this is somebody that was friends with Tipster. At least they claim they are. That situation is what made me cut ties with him publicly. Tipster even admitted he tried to convince me into thinking Colton was baiting. What is this about? What is this about? Ask him for yourself because he didn't keep the stream up. If I had listened to him, a welfare check wouldn't have happened and someone would be dead. Right? So, I've looked into this a little bit, and again, we'll have this is this video, but apparently, there's somebody named Colton that was, you know, indicating that they felt like doing self-harm, and Tipster didn't believe them. Tipster said that they were lying. Tipster said that they wanted attention. And they really were. They really were in a bad way. They really were. So that's like some serious yikes there, right? That's not a joke. That's not, something that we can really laugh about. So yeah, we'll have to get to that another day. But yeah, I want you to notice though, your friend, the loyalty that we see here from Alex Gunter TTV. It almost sounds like, go ahead and state your case, link any relevant videos and I'll watch them. I'm not opposed to Tipster being a bad guy. Does he realize that he's suckling off of a teat with no clout on it? Has he done his, sucking up to Tipster and realized that it's not helping his channel at all? Maybe it's even hurting his channel, and now he's ready to turn on the guy? Yeah, this is the kind of loyalty that you can expect from Alec Gunter. That's, wow. I don't know, kind of snake-like behavior, Alec. Kind of snake-like behavior. Anyway, we got to be done with this guy because, like, I don't know what else I'm going to do. Let's get to the main event. Let's get to the main topic. I've got a whole ass, well, a few videos for you, and then we'll get some more as far as what's going on with the Candace Owens thing. So here's Karlin Borisenko, who I promised you, with some insights, with a theory even, as to
something rather interesting
as to why Candace Owens has been banned from Daily Wire. Now, this is theory one. There's three main theories that I'm going to talk about today, and then I'm going to tell you what theory I think is correct as far as why Candace Owens was really banned, because that's the name of the stream title, and I'll be damned if I'm going to clickbait you and not actually tell you, like, what I indicated I was we're gonna get at. I mean, like, no, like, obviously I can't give you a definitive answer, right? But we're gonna try to get to what I think is the most likely answer. And we're gonna go through some other people's theories, some people on the right that might have more insight than I do. We're gonna look at the lay of the land, who's on what side. We're also gonna look a little bit at the Steven Crowder stuff, because there's some interesting stuff. There's some interesting people defending Steven Crowder's wife, right? Including Lauren Southern of all people. So that's going to be interesting to look into. I am going to, oh my God, this is terrible, chat. I'm going to have to like leave you with Karlin while I pee. Which is almost as bad as leaving you with the horse, which I'm going to do that as well, right? There's Karlin Borisenko. I will try to pee really quick so I don't miss any of her expertise, because she's the expert on this right-wing culture war. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Happened in between the last stream I did and this one, and that's that the Censored Man account on Twitter, which has almost 1 million followers, it's a very large account. The Censored Man on Twitter released some information that, I don't 100%, I don't know that this is true, okay? I want to be very careful. Allegedly, all this information is true. I don't know that this is true. I don't have confirmation. All I have is that the Censored Man on Twitter has put this information on Twitter and has said they have 4 Daily Wire employees as sources. And so we're going to read this, and we're going to look at, a response with kind of Candace's interactions with this. And we're just going to see, you guys know, I don't tell you what to think. I just give you information, and then you have to decide what you think for yourself. And that's what we're going to do. I'm not going to tell you what I think about this. I'm just going to read this tweet, and then maybe you guys can tell me what you think about it. Okay. Let's start off. Bombshell leak. Candace Owens was fired for saying Christ is king. 4 Daily Wire employees, all Christians, have approached me. Their identities will remain anonymous for safety reasons, and leaked important information about an impromptu town hall that Jeremy Boring, the CEO of the Daily Wire, hosted the day of Candace's firing. Remember, guys, Jeremy Boring is the guy that in the Twitter space that Lauren Chen did the other day, I got him to flat out say that the Daily Wire will not hire anyone that is critical of Israel. That is the litmus test. It doesn't matter if you are otherwise perfect and overqualified and the next Jordan Peterson and will make the Daily Wire millions and millions of dollars. It doesn't matter. If you are critical of Israel, you do not have a job at the Daily Wire. Jeremy Boring sent an email to all Daily Wire employees inviting them to an impromptu town hall in Candace Owens' studio. The town hall was led by Boring, with Andrew Klavan repeating many of the corporate talking points on his show the next day. And I believe that Andrew Klavan's talking points are what Lauren is reacting to in this video. So we're going to see those. The 4 employees told me that the town hall attempted to brainwash the employees present into believing that Candace was, in fact, an anti-Semite. They view it as an extreme form of damage control to scare and prevent employees from speaking out against against Owens' firing later that day. The feeling was that they didn't just want her gone. They wanted everyone to hate her like Ben does. It was straight up propaganda. These subjects were brought up during the town hall. Candace's repeated use of Christ is King as was deemed anti-Semitic, dating back to November when a meeting with Ben Shapiro was leaked. In the meeting, he badmouthed Owens for not being overtly pro-Israel. A clip of Nick Fuentes chanting Christ is King was played. This expression made Shapiro particularly angry, and since Fuentes was deemed an anti-Semite by the ADL, it was used to suggest Owens was an anti-Semite by association. A clip from Owens on Fresh and Fit was played.
Oh my God, I'm back.
A ching sound was heard in the background. This was an attempt to associate her with the stereotype that Jews love money. The employees also told me that Ben had been bitter in his attitude towards Candace as her show was outperforming Ben's and was much better received. Some employees are planning a lawsuit against the Daily.
Yeah, like I'm saying, Ben Shapiro has been getting attacked from all sides on the right, for things as random as like the fact that he got vaccinated. He talked about it. He, promoted it as a good thing that you should do. There was a while he's been hot and cold on Trump. He's been negative towards Trump. That's anathema to these right wingers. And the main thing probably is that he's Jewish in the midst of this huge wave of anti-Semitism and acceptable anti-Semitism on the right. Now, I mean, you've obviously heard, there's kind of a rift on the right as far as, I mean, they've all got some degree of anti-Semitism, but some of them are like pro-Israel, again, to an anti-Semite. The positive side of Israel is the idea that, there's somewhere where, if they don't want Jewish people in their country, Israel's always, offering, always, trying to bring more Jewish people in, and at the same time, there's some of these people like Candace Owens who feign sympathy for Palestinians, not because they care about Palestinians at all, not because they're not Islamophobic and everything, but because they see it as a way to to be negative toward, like, I mean, they associate Israel with Jewish people, which is it's something that like anti-Semites and Zionists seem to agree on, is the conflation with the state of Israel with Jewish people. A lot of Jewish people out there that are the key the energy behind some of these pro Palestinian movements, some of these movements in the US and elsewhere that are trying to bring awareness to what's happening in Gaza right now are not too pleased with that and don't want to be associated with that. So
Wire, feeling intimidated and threatened by the meeting, and also because of what they believe is an attack on Christianity by the company. They felt the phrase Christ is King was seriously deemed to be anti-Semitic by Boring, Clavin, and Ben. It was Candace's repeated use of the phrase, along with her not being overtly pro-Israel, that ultimately led to her firing. After hearing this, no Christian or anyone with general morals should have a Daily Wire subscription or support the company in any way, shape, or form. It is clear that Christianity is under attack at the Daily Wire, with Christian employees feeling so intimidated that they are actually consulting their lawyers. This is totally unacceptable and must not be supported. Candace Owens did nothing wrong, of course.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, and this is where this is really coming from, right? Like I said, there's two sides to this right-wing civil war, but one side is clearly winning. One side is clearly competent when it comes to PR, and it's not the Ben Shapiro side. This is, there's going to be there's a lot of the energy, the movement inside the conservative movement is towards the anti-Semitism that Candace embodies right now, and the anti-Semitism that you can see, like we saw it yesterday. The whole Candace Owens thing. Remember, Nick Fuentes made it an alt on Twitter in order to be able to participate in a Twitter space. That alt was called Candace Owens. Somebody made a JoJo picture where they depict Nick as being Candace's stand, or Candace as being Nick's stand. Right? These two, like, they're not directly connected, but the connection is obvious. You know who the connection is? It's Kanye. It's Kanye, right? It's pretty clear. I mean, she'll deny it. She'll be like, I have nothing to do with, Nick Fuentes. I just think that Christ is king. And like, it's being used as a dog whistle. It's pretty obvious, right? If you object to it, right? So I can't show you some of the stuff, like like the Groyper rally that Nick not attended, but he officiated, right? He was speaking at this Groyper rally, and he says, like, we got to do something about, like, Talmudic Judaism. Like, Talmudic Judaism is this, like, evil, harmful force. And the chant from the crowd that comes back at him is Christ is King. So regardless of, like, where this phrase came from, and it does have actually some anti-Semitic origins that people might not be aware of, or how it's used, and the fact that some people might use it without really realizing what they're signing on to when they say, because like to some Christians that they've got, they can find the Bible, the King of King, Lord of Lords, King of King. Okay, so Christ is the king. They might not find that objectionable, and might think that the way that this dog whistle is designed is that if you push, the Groypers know that it's, God, this is leading right into that fucking card posting Alec Gunter thing. God damn it, I can't get rid of Alec Gunter. Alec Gunter, stop being so goddamn relevant. Yeah, so the whole thing, the blow up between Alec Gunter and card posting apparently started over some videos that card posting had made on dog whistles, right-wing dog whistles. And there was one particular dog whistle that Alec Gunter watched a video of card posting talking about and said, I don't think that's a dog whistle. I hear people to say that shit all the time. That's not a right-wing dog whistle. I don't want to believe that all the people that are saying that are unwittingly, repeating a right-wing thing. It's, God, we got to watch ContraPoints to really get into this. I feel like Contra is relevant, chat. Do you mind? Do you mind if we take a little deviation? Now, I'm going to have to maybe fast forward through some of this stuff, because this is old ContraPoints. ContraPoints was edgy as fuck, if you are not aware. But she did some really good videos on the alt-right, in specific one called Decrypting the Alt-Right. And it's literally talking about stuff like this. It's literally talking about dog whistles, right? I might have to kind of, I might have to kind of speed through this in order to find the part that I want to show you. Here, actually, I'm just gonna use the transcript function. Transcript. Good. And then scroll down, and then scroll down to the bottom, and then Control F and type in dog whistles. Oh, there we go. Dog whistles. Okay. Here, we'll just find dog. Here we go. This is what I want to show you here. This is old school ContraPoints, very much on point. And these videos, you know, are the ones that made her famous, that brought her to prominence. And I still think that there's a lot to be gained from them even today. Like I talked a little bit about ContraPoints yesterday. I hope nobody got the idea that because I mentioned some of the controversies that she'd been involved in, where I think that she was, you know, kind of, you know, got things wrong, that I was like overall, you know, a hater or critical or anything like that. I do think she's done some really good work, and I don't actually see anybody that's repeated it for that. Like, because we were dealing with dog whistles right now. That Christ is King thing is a dog whistle. And we, unfortunately, Contra's, you know, video production is they're few and far between. I understand, you know, what she's going through, and I understand kind of why, but we could kind of use that, right? Or if not ContraPoints, like somebody to make similar videos to this, talking about, you know, or sort of updating. That's what I'm trying to do, Chad, is sort of update us on this discourse.
Shortly after the Charlottesville rally, a post titled "Fixing the Alt-Right" appeared on Poll, the image board where millennial Nazis talk strategy and trade pictures of Japanese nymphets. The post outlines some basic fascist strategy.
Don't get trapped in an echo chamber where you can no longer relate to normies. Pretending that Charlottesville didn't massively push the average white person away is really stupid. We have a chance to actually make changes now that Trump has shifted the Overton window to the right, but we need to be smart and make the movement appealing to the average white person.
And the way to do that is...
disavow all Nazi/KKK edgelord LARPers. There is no way to lose public support quicker than going around making Nazi salutes and holding tiki torches while chanting "Jews will not replace us." This instantly makes the average person hate you. Build a populist movement with realistic, incremental, overt goals. Repealing the 1965 Immigration Act and replacing it with something that both limits total...
Zara says this is quite the throwback. Yeah, this is literally the oldest video on her channel. This is literally like the oldest, and you know, there's a reason for that. She did videos before then, but you know, like I said, she transitioned while she was blowing up on YouTube, right? And like I can understand wanting to take videos down where you don't like, you know, necessarily like I mean, like where you were earlier in your transition, right? So you know, and some of the stuff she might not agree with anymore, right? Like I said, she's very edgy back in the day. I don't know if she entirely even agrees with everything that she says in these videos, but this is the earliest video that's still on there. So only the scripts remain. Well, that's really good that the scripts remain. Oh my god, the scripts remain? The scripts remain? Huh. Might have to do a little Illuminati on those scripts. No, just kidding, chat. We're not gonna steal ContraPoints to scripts. But I really do think that like somebody making videos on similar topic in this day and age would be really good.
Immigration and prioritizes white immigration is an actual, tangible political goal. Keep the long-term goals covert and don't ever reveal your power level. Talking openly about a white ethno-state only leads to failure and the average public turning against.
So do you see where this works? If they were saying something like Christians should run the country, if they were saying something like non-Christians should not be elected officials, if they were saying what they really think, right, in terms of their eliminationist goals, it wouldn't bang with the normies. But when they say Christ is king, that is a way to try to consolidate every Christian in the United States on their side. Is it Sean? Is it Sean? I don't know, actually. Is it Sean? It sounds like Sean. Let's see if it shows us who helped her out on the Steve Shive. Sean, yep. You are correct. You are correct.
Against you. So disavow anyone who reveals his power level. Leftists will recognize dog whistles and know we're crypto, but normies won't listen to them.
So at first glance, this seems like a really silly, juvenile post that references Dragon Ball Z, but it actually displays a sense of realistic pragmatism and an increment.
Yeah, unfortunately, 4chan is at its most serious when they're using anime metaphors.
Approach to long-term goals that I wish were more common on the left. But of course, the strategy described here isn't new. Older generations of white supremacists have been doing this stuff for decades. When overt racism is politically unacceptable, politicians have
yeah, she does redact, okay.
Coded language in order to appeal to racists. Republican strategist Lee Atwater explained the technique in an interview in 1981.
You start out in 1954 by saying by 1968 you can't say that hurts you, backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. You're getting so abstract now that you're talking about cutting taxes, and all these things that you're talking about are totally economic things. And a byproduct of them is that blacks get hurt worse than whites.
So if you want to recognize a fascist, you have to know how to read subtext and how to hear dog whistles, because 99 times out of 100, a fascist will disavow fascism, racism, and white supremacy, at least when talking to you, a non-fascist. Rallies with swastikas and Nazi salutes are the exception, not the rule. Fascists are more likely to gain traction and are hence more dangerous when they use subtler tactics. So for the rest of this video, I'll be...
And the whole point of this video, just to put it into context, this is immediately after Charlottesville. The video opens up with Contra in, so she's always done personas. If you're not familiar with early ContraPoints, let me just like give you a little history, right? Her videos are like dialectical in the sense that they're kind of like a dialogue between, like, I mean, the most famous character that she does is Tabby, the anarchist cat girl, right? And her as Justine, the liberal, or maybe even the social democrat, right? Depending on the video, is like a dialogue between different sides of the left as far as strategy and tactics. And obviously, people kind of liked Tabby a lot more than Justine, and I'm sure that irked ContraPoint, since her creating a fake Twitter account for Tabby to further make fun of her, and she's kind of making fun of the left, right? In that sense. But like, yeah, so she starts off the video with the persona of Fritz. Fritz is a Nazi, is a LARPing, goose-stepping, black sun ring, bedazzled Nazi. And this is early into her transition, where she was still playing some of her characters as male, and at this point, Fritz is played that in that way. Later in a later video, Fritz has transitioned and is now known as Freya. But Fritz sees Charlottesville, hears them chanting, Jews will not replace us, hears them chanting blood and soil, and it's like, oh, just kind of like really, heart swelling up with nationalist pride, right? And then sees the reaction that most Americans had to Charlottesville and says, Scheisse. And so, this is essentially the wave of white supremacy that Donald Trump surfed in on has at this point crashed and started to roll back. But you see that these people still exist. They still want a white ethno state. And they're changing their tactics at this point. They're changing their tactics to more covert tactics. They've seen that they got ahead of their skis, right? People were nobody liked the Tiki Torch guys. Nobody liked the marching around the streets menacingly chanting about Jews, right?
Describing the particular strategies that fascists use to code their ideas and make them more palatable to conservatives, centrists, and liberals. Strategy 1. Outright denial. Never reveal your power level. Disavow anyone who reveals their power level. This means that if someone acts like a fascist, has fascist beliefs, repeats fascist talking points, and hangs out with other fascists, the fact that they publicly denounce fascism should be worth absolutely nothing to you and shouldn't even enter into your consideration of whether they're a fascist. After all, I'm not a fascist is exactly what a fascist would say. Strategy 2. Euphemism. Of course I'm not a fascist. I'm an alternative ethno-nationalist simply trying to preserve Western values. Fascists constantly shift their terminology in order to avoid the negative connotations that develop around the names of their movements whenever people figure out what they really are. So they insist they are not.
So nobody wants a white ethno-state, right? Nobody wants white nationalism. So they recodify this using a dog whistle as Christian nationalism, or as what does Matt Walsh say, theocratic fascism? I mean, he's supposed to be joking. This is how a dog whistle operates, right? Like, if anybody calls him out, you say that you're a theocratic fascist in your Twitter profile, and he's like, can't you take a joke? God, these leftists, they can't take a joke, am I right? And the people that are not on the inside of that joke, they laugh at the leftists. But the people that are, they also laugh at the leftists, because the leftists are unable to convince the normies that this is like a serious thing. This is not a shit post. This is not a joke. He fucking means it, okay?
Nazis are white supremacists, just white nationalists or alt-right. But as people catch on to the fact that white nationalists and the alt-right are just Nazis, they'll shift their terminology again and start telling you, I'm not a white nationalist, I'm an identitarian, or whatever the next thing is. But it's still the same bastards, they're just using a different name. They'll also use euphemisms for core components of their beliefs. If talking about preserving a homeland for white people sounds too fascist, they'll talk about preserving Western civilization or Western culture instead. If the phrase white genocide discredits,
and in this case, they'll appeal to Christianity. That's what's going on with Christ is King.
them, they'll say ethnic replacement instead. And if it's considered hate speech to advocate purging non-white people, they'll talk instead about purging immigrants, criminals, rapists, and terrorists, and leave it to the audience to catch the color coding on their own. Strategy 3. Pedantry. It's absurd to call me a Nazi. The German National Socialist Party hasn't existed since 1945. That's right, and I bet he's an isolationist too, not an expansionist like the Nazis. Fascists use this kind of selective pedantry to dodge derogatory labels, and also to bog you down in a petty terminological dispute. This is a good way to waste your time and divert your attention away from whatever led you to call them a Nazi in the first place. I'm not a white supremacist. I don't think that whites are superior to other races. I simply think we deserve a homeland of our own, as do all peoples. There it is again. And next he's going to tell us that since Asians have the highest IQs, he's if anything an Asian supremacist. And then you'll get sucked into arguing about IQ, instead of talking about the fact that the main goal of the politics he supports is the political and social supremacy of white people over all other Americans and Europeans. In other words, white supremacy. Strategy 4. Secret symbols. Nazis have always taken an interest in occult symbols, like the black sun on Fritz's ring, or like the swastika itself. But more obscure symbols can be useful as a kind of secret handshake that lets Nazis recognize each other without normies taking notice. The best symbols to use for this purpose are ones that are not primarily associated with fascism, or at least have some other meaning, such as the Athala rune or the Iron Cross. Better still are symbols that, until adoption by fascists, are completely innocuous. Modern fascists have taken to using almost arbitrary emoji as a way to wink and nod at each other.
This is so old school. This is so of its time.
The milk and the OK sign.
Did anybody remember the milk? Okay, and also like a big dog whistle at this time, or maybe slightly before, was a phrase that they'd use where they'd say, it's okay to be white, right? Which, like, you know, on some level is unobjectionable, right? But the fact that you need to say it's okay to be white in a society that is still white, you know, that still holds whiteness at the top of its hierarchy is a little weird, to say the least. And the idea of this dog whistle is that those who recognize what it is, and when somebody says it's okay to be white, they're like, hey, you fucking Nazi. The normie watching from the sidelines says, oh my gosh, does being white make me a Nazi? Do these leftists think that being white means that I'm a Nazi? Do they think that it's not okay? They're disagreeing. They're disagreeing with it's okay to be white. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The left hates me because I'm white. That's how it goes. That's how they're supposed to work. And that's what is going on with Christ is King. That's what's, if you call it out, you sound anti-Christian, right? And if you call it out and you happen to be Jewish, then their reaction is a radicalizing one of now associating Jewish people with anti-Christianity, which is exactly what people like Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, that's the exact reaction they're trying to elicit, right? So this is dangerous shit. And the fact that Nick Fuentes has taken such a central role in the movement of Trumpism, in the movement of the right, that Ben Shapiro, the cool kids philosopher, the God, what would they call him? The God King or something like that back in the day? Like, you know, this huge titan of like right-wing media does not have the clout to meaningfully oppose him. And you're going to see in the next few days, like, right, or the next few upcoming weeks and months, right, that I'm not even sure if Ben's position in the Daily Wire is safe. They're losing this war against the far right. So, you know, if you read the description down below, you notice that I'm talking about the civil war between the far right and the further right, and that's what I mean. That's what I mean, right? I mean, these are, you know, the right wing. Nobody's good in here, right? There's not a, like, you know, Shapiro is the responsible, moderate version of like conservatism. No, Shapiro and the Daily Wire hired Candace Owens after she had said that Hitler didn't do anything wrong until he started invading other countries. In other words, the idea being that what he did internally in Germany to make Germany great again, not a problem, right? She literally said that, and they literally hired her. That's why I don't believe the Daily Wire's, one of the possible explanations for the Daily Wire firing Candace is that she went too overtly anti-Semitic, right? Carolyn Borisenko is going to claim that it was because she said Christ is King. I don't know if I'm buying that, right? In fact, when you see some of the some of the Daily Wire, like the CEO of the Daily Wire, the co-founder Jeremy Boring, when he goes into that that nightmare blunt rotation of Carolyn Borisenko, Nick Fuentes, and Lauren Chen, it's not. He's not disagreeing with them wholeheartedly. He's not like, you all are fucked up, right? He is walking on eggshells because he knows that the energy in the right is with them and is not with him. This giant war that's been going on between Shapiro and Fuentes, because remember, Shapiro was one of the people who actually marginalized Fuentes within the conservative movement that said this is not a good look. We don't need to be like this. Shapiro was essentially saying, hide your power level. Hide your power level, right? Ben's lost. It's a war of attrition, and slowly but surely, Ben has lost. Nick has gained his influence back. And again, I got to point you to Destiny. When we're talking about figures like like Nick Fuentes and like Lauren Southern, who were once marginalized even within the conservative movement, gaining their power back, and more so with Nick than with Lauren Southern. Hers, you know, her comeback kind of petered out, but Nick Fuentes has essentially, you know, became a force within the whole Destiny sphere for a little while, right? You know, the creator Mr. Girl, I think I mentioned you know, him earlier. This is somebody that saw the movie Cuties, and his movie review of it was that it was hot, and that he thought it was hot. He was, you know, turned on by the fucking right. So whatever you think about the movie, like, I mean, that's like, you know, something that but anyway, Mr. Girl, the reason that Mr. Girl is not a force in the Destiny sphere or politics at large is because he got mass flagged by the groypers. Mr. Girl, in addition to being super yikes and saying, like, you know, horrible things that normalize CSA, is also Jewish. The groypers do not like the fact that people like Ben Shapiro and Dennis Prager, you know, have so much influence within the right wing. You're gonna, like, I don't know how much of the Twitter space we're gonna be able to listen to, but if you listen to the whole thing, you're gonna see that there's they're making the accusation about the media being controlled by Jewish people towards the right-wing media. And when they say that, they mean people like Ben Shapiro, and they mean people like Dennis Prager.
So it doesn't matter what the symbols are. In fact, it's important that the symbols constantly change so that normies don't catch on. By the time you watch this video, they probably won't even be using the frog anymore. Maybe it'll be this, or this. The only way to find out is to watch fascists carefully and see what symbols they use to identify themselves. And of course, another advantage of using innocuous symbols is that when leftists try to point those symbols out, the fascists can always say, "These gullible SJWs now think that even the OK sign is racist. Is there anything they don't think is racist?"
These gullible SJWs think that Christ is King is anti-Semitic. Is there anything, do they think that Christianity is anti-Semitic?
And the gullible centrists will be taken right...
Look, let's be real about that for a second. It has been. It has been. That's been the official policy of the Catholic Church up until Vatican II, blaming the crucifixion of Jesus on Jewish people, right? It was literally written into the theology. Now, obviously, you know, that got changed, and conservative Catholics like Matt Walsh, the reason that they kind of splinter off into their own little parallel versions of Catholicism is because they don't like that Vatican II wrote that shit out of their doctrine.
They're so afraid that Antifa is going to punch them because of their hair or their emoji. And you know, some leftists are assholes or idiots. So I should say, you should never assume someone is a fascist just because of their hair or because of the emoji they use. These are
or because of the Ransona that they use for their videos, right?
Little pieces of a larger puzzle. But white centrists also need to understand that the way you feel about Antifa at political rallies, oh god, what if they profile me and attack me unfairly, that's how a lot of black people feel about the police all the time. And the fascists whose free speech you defend so often are trying to drum up exactly the sentiments that make the police dangerous to black people, and that make it dangerous for queer people to be themselves in public. So, I hope that's something you think about. Anyway, it's not that the OK sign is inherently racist or that anyone who uses it is racist, and in fact, it's its very innocuousness that makes it useful as a crypto-fascist wink and nudge. But the misunderstanding about calling these little things racist sets the stage for Strategy 5, Camaraderie of the Accused. The left accuses everyone of racism. They think all white people are Nazis. If it's acceptable to attack and censor me, they'll come for you next. Fascists have very effectively exploited the general hostility towards social justice warriors, especially online. Unfortunately, not all leftists have my connoisseur's eye for detecting fascism, and some of them do throw the label at centrists or liberals. This doesn't cause centrists to become allied with fascists. History shows that happens regardless, but it can accelerate the process, lending some plausibility to the fear that moderate centrists have that anti-fascists will come after them next. It's tactically smart for fascists to make the most of this situation and use it to pump up sympathy and solidarity from centrists. Strategy 6. Irony, jokes, satire, and memes. Of course I wasn't actually being racist. It was just an edgy meme. Can't anyone take a joke anymore, or will the Antifa fascists violently attack you over humor now too? Here's a uniquely millennial twist on the racist dog whistle. You shroud your sincere ideas in cartoon characters and memes, and then when called out, you
J-Reg, paging J-Reg. We have some acute irony in the discourse.
Mock your accuser for being a
J-Reg, please come here and identify the specific brand of irony, whether it's post-meta or other irony.
Clueless normie who isn't in on the joke. Sometimes irony can be a safe way to explore ideas that you're not quite ready to own yet. Before I realized I was transgender, I used to jump at any opportunity to cross-dress, ironically. So when you see people joking about being Nazis, they could just be joking, or they could be using irony to partially conceal the truth. It's difficult to tell the difference, and that's the point.
But Kekistan is just a satire of identity politics.
Well, it's a hilarious satire of civil rights movements that just happens to use a Nazi battle flag. And while it may have been popularized originally by goddamn centrist YouTubers...
Yo, I didn't see that. Anthony Fantano. The Free Kekistan hashtag has got me crying. Who knew this oppression was going on right under our noses? And it's funny how this is aged, right? Because she's using Sargon as an example of like a center-right person. I don't think that's how he's viewed anymore.
Who are unable or unwilling to see how helpful they're being to fascists, Kekistan became the perfect pseudo-ironic pretext for, identitarians, including the ones who led the rally where an edgy shit poster hilariously memed his car into a crowd of people. No wonder the SPLC now describes it as a hate symbol.
Those normie fools. It's just a joke.
Strategy 7. Shifting blame.
Why doesn't
Kevin Max W. Super chatted $5. $5 from Kevin Maxwell Smith. Dude, old school Contra is the greatest.
Right? Right? Yeah, she's so insightful, and this is what I was just saying, is that I feel like these concepts need to be updated for the here and now. This is something that we need to do. This is something that I don't know, like somebody's gotta apply this to what's going on now, because we've got an issue of essentially, Jesus Christ, Christianity being used as a dog whistle, being used as a cover for something much darker. Obviously, like the Christian nationalist movement is pretty popular, is pretty instrumental towards like Trump's coalition, but I feel like behind that the Christian nationalism is white nationalism. Never viewed Sargon as a centrist, right? One of my favorite ContraPoints videos of all time. She's on point throughout. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And she's really good at this, right? Where do YouTubers get their wallpaper from? Good question. Good question. I feel like I have some wallpaper too. Wait. I'll see if I can find it.
Mainstream media cover violent anti-white organizations like Black Lives Matter or Antifa.
This is essentially just a tu quoque fallacy, especially heinous because of the equivocation between fascist violence and anti-fascist violence, and between white nationalism and black civil rights. The implication is that activism to reduce urban poverty or violence against black people is just the mirror image of white supremacist ethnic cleansing. Shortly after the Charlottesville incident, our proto-fascist president called out Antifa and the alt-left, a term fascists invented to distract liberals and centrists, and establish the assumption that there must be some leftist equivalent of the alt-right. Because if you have a word for a thing, that thing must exist. Both sides' rhetoric is useful to fascists because it diverts attention away from them, vilifies anti-fascists, wins sympathy from centrists, and helps to shift the center of acceptable discourse in their direction. Strategy 8. Incrementalism.
You don't have to support a white ethno-state to want common sense policies about immigration. Of course I don't support...
Also, yeah,
non-white people.
In case I didn't say it already, thank you. Oh my god, thank you for the super chat.
Already here, but we do have a right to preserve our boundaries in our culture, don't we?
The common thread in all fascist strategies is deception and manipulation, often aimed at representing what is essentially an attack on non-white people as a defense
of white
people in white culture. The fascists' long-term goal is
It's a classic. Yeah, remember, it's only through the support, like super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, which not only help out me, but also help out your fellow chatters, right? Also help to build the Weasel army. The more members, the more subs that we have, the more Weasels that we have, the bigger the Weasel army grows. So, if you're gifting Weasels through gifting memberships, I salute you. I salute you. Yeah, thank you, Kevin Maxwell Smith, for the super chat.
homogeneous ethno-state, which at some point will require massive ethnic cleansing of one kind or another. But of course they won't tell you about that unless they think you're also a fascist. The strategic fascist knows it's better to start with realistic, achievable goals, and that means focusing first on stopping non-white immigration, something they'll try to get you, the centrist, conservative, or liberal, on board with by emphasizing.
And isn't it weird how we've kind of come back to that, right? This was what brought Trump to power, you know, the build the wall thing. He came in, he didn't build his wall. You know, COVID happened. The borders were essentially closed due to COVID, and then and now that those policies have stopped, the right is back at demonizing immigrants, is back at demonizing asylum seekers.
The danger and criminality of non-white immigrants and refugees. If they can whip up enough racist sentiment with that rhetoric, they can later turn that energy against the non-white people who are already here. Strategy 9. The free speech defense.
You may not agree with what I say, but I have just as much a right to speak and assemble as anyone else.
Much of anti-fascist strategy involves limiting fascists' ability to publicly recruit and intimidate, often by shutting down fascist marches and rallies, or by pressuring platforms not to host fascists. The best way for the fascists to oppose that strategy is to appeal to the liberal value.
Wait, C is K? I'm not sure what you're saying, Shakespeare. Found a bad tweet Ben posted 10 years ago that sounds really, really bad, and is someone making fun of Jesus' crucifixion? Sorry, what C is K?
Free speech. Nothing tugs on those classical liberal heartstrings like a tale of woe about how unfairly silenced you are. But remember, fascists do not actually value freedom, democracy, or diversity.
Oh, yeah, Christ is King, sorry. Wright found a bad tweet. Wait, CSK Wright found a bad tweet? That's what I'm not understanding. Also, Zara, if you're in the chat, let me know. I know that Zara sent me something that was another theory as to why, you know, right-wingers' theories about why Candace was fired. So we watched Piers Morgan interview Ben Shapiro and try to ask him about just that question, the question that everybody knows: what was the reason for which Candace Owens was fired from a Daily Wire? And he would not answer. He had nothing to say about that.
Value the race, the people, the nation. Their long-term goal is a society where there's no room for anyone who isn't white, or even anyone who isn't a fascist, to exist. So you can begrudgingly concede to fascists their constitutional freedoms, but remember...
Where did I get the image of her wallpaper? If I remember correctly, somebody had phone wallpaper, right? And you can see that there's a little error in the repetition of the wallpaper, much like real wallpaper, actually. That's like what happens sometimes when you're putting up wallpaper. You don't quite get it lined up, but I had to tessellate it. I had to, like, you know, take the phone wallpaper and then paste it here and here and here. So technically this is an image that I made myself, but I think you can find it on Reddit.
You shouldn't expect any reciprocity from them. They do not care about diversity of opinions. That kind of talking point is just a ploy to protect fascist recruitment and intimidation, and to garner sympathy from centrists. Fascist strategies work because centrists are usually naive about them. They don't notice dog whistles and usually give fascists the benefit of the doubt. Following politics with centrists can be like watching a raunchy comedy movie with children who don't get sexual innuendo. There's a whole hidden layer of meaning that they're not picking up. This makes liberals, centrists, and conservatives who are not savvy to fascist strategy easy to exploit. Time and time again, such people end up inadvertently spreading around fascist memes and talking points without intending to or realizing it. And then they end up bewildered when leftists who recognize the dog whistles take offense. Now you might wonder, well, if fascists disguise themselves and liberals inadvertently duplicate fascist memes, then isn't just about everyone suspect? Aren't you in fact just a paranoid leftist who thinks everyone is a Nazi? Well, that's what they want you to think. They benefit from the confusion and the appearance that the left is paranoid. I'll admit there are cases where I can't tell if someone is genuinely alt-right or if they're just an oblivious centrist who picked up the talking points. Likewise, it can be impossible to tell the difference between someone who is alt-right but not an outright fascist and a fascist who is concealing their power level.
Sorry.
So in a sense, yes, I am a little bit paranoid. The other day, the ACLU tweeted a picture of an adorable blonde child with the caption, "This is the future ACLU."
Zara, is this the video that you were saying that's got the, I don't know if we watched this or not. We watched some of the Tim Pool coverage of this, but as far as the theory, what we're looking into is like theories behind Candace Owens firing and why in the most cases, like I disagree with the right wingers putting forward these theories
members want. And for a second I was like, what the fuck? Because it has a close resemblance to a 14 words meme.
Yeah, that is like the future that X wants. That's an oldie. That's an old right-wing dog whistle meme.
But of course it's unintentional. It's the ACLU.
I wanted to make sure, unlike most politicians, that what I said was correct. Not make a quick statement. The statement I made on Saturday, the first statement, was a fine statement. But you don't make statements that direct unless you know the fact.
Yes, I have become crazy. But this paranoia, self-doubt, and questioning of your own perception is the psychological consequence of being constantly gaslit by fascists pretending not to be fascists and communicating in code. And it's the intentional consequence of that. Gaslighting is just another tool in the fascist psychological arsenal.
Who are we watching right now? A small YouTuber named Natalie Wen.
So, that's it. At resisting fascist strategies. I know if you're a centrist who has inadvertently repeated fascist rhetoric or defended fascists, it seems like the left all thinks you're a Nazi and that we hate you. And I admit that I am pretty frustrated with you right now, obviously. But my forgiveness and encouragement.
No, this is ContraPoints. This is old school ContraPoints that we're watching. A video called "Decrypting the Alt-Right." A video from, it has to be 2017 or 2018. It was a month after. Here, let's see if we can figure out. Like it tells you. You just have to look. And September 1st, 2017. So it's like maybe a few weeks after. A few weeks after what happened in Charlottesville.
To anyone who wants to get better at resisting fascism. Fascist strategies can be very subtle and very cunning, so don't feel guilty for falling for them, just try to get better at resisting. I guess my message to liberals, centrists, and non-fascist conservatives is this. If you care about even one person of color, or queer person, or immigrant, stand up for that person by opposing the alt-right and its allies. Do not give them a platform. Do not host debates with them on your YouTube channel. Yes, they have a constitutional right to free speech, but they do not have a right to a megaphone, and you should not be giving them one. I know to a lot of you this just seems like the free marketplace of ideas, everyone expressing their ideas peacefully, but to more vulnerable people, some ideas can be existentially dangerous, because if those ideas catch on, their lives are at stake. Now, if you're just an average person without a big platform, then you actually can debate, and you should be debating. Argue with your friends who are getting kind of—
Do you see what she's saying? And you see, like this is way before this is way before she broke with Vosh, right? I talked about her break with Vosh. I talked about, her doing content together with Vosh for a while. I talked about the fact that they were, I don't know if they're friends is the right word, but they were, they were cool with each other, right? Up until the point where Vosh starts using tactical misogyny to go after J.K. Rowling, and Contra being trans, realizing that being misogynistic to a TERF on behalf of trans people is actually really, really fucking harmful. That and Vosh going after Cat Black actually caused Contra to say, "Hey Vosh, this is fucked," and he tried to debate bro her, and she promptly blocked him. That's how the Vosh Contra, drama went down.
alt-righty. Argue with your family, argue with your coworkers. Let them know that you don't agree. Make them listen to a different perspective.
Resplendent Trash says, I'm a ContraPoints clip channel. I don't know. I think that maybe people should go check out Resplendent Trash. There's your shout out. I don't usually encourage advertising in the chat, but when it's relevant, like that I will absolutely shout you out.
For someone who's gotten involved with the alt-right in the last couple years and is now disillusioned to find yourself in the midst of a dangerous hate group, you have to get out now. It's not too late. Society will forgive you. If you don't know how to leave, look up Life After Hate, an organization founded by a former neo-Nazi that helps people get out of hate groups. And as for all you lefties,
I've actually heard like various opinions on Life After Hate. I'm trying to remember who the person that runs it. There's been some controversy about Life After Hate, but
Zdrovia. Keep up the good
work, comrade. Okay, so yeah, this is it's also before she decided she liked shiny things. So this is old school ContraPoints. I'm just bringing her back because I feel like she's got something to say through the ether of time to all of us in terms of how to deal with the current crisis, which is feeling very familiar, feeling like deja vu. We've got another, major dog whistle being exploited in order to try to consolidate Christians onto fascism.
Those last couple lines were just, pontifications. And then we have Keith Woods as the top comment saying he's quoting the tweet from above. A clip of Nick Fuentes chanting Christ is King was played. It was used to suggest Owens was an anti-Semite by association. Interesting. That might explain this. And then he quote tweets Candace. And Candace is responding to the space. So Candace has listened to the space, which I think we have.
Like Carolyn Borosenko is eating good right now, right? She is just such a marginal figure. I mean, look, I don't mean to, I'm definitely not trying to dunk on somebody as somebody that says SJW coded as I am. Look at Carolyn Borosenko and ask yourself, does she not resemble many of the characters from the feminist owned compilations, the SJW freakout compilations, right? So, probably in part because of that, she's a marginal figure on the right, but she's hitched her wagon to Nick Fuentes, and that is where the juice is right now. That is where the energy is right now. So, this Twitter space that she helped create along with Lauren Chen essentially hosted a confrontation between Jeremy Boring, CEO and co-founder of the Daily Wire, and Candace Owens, right? Because of course it wasn't. No, it was actually Nick Fuentes who's banned off Twitter. And that shows you something right there. The fact that that Nick Fuentes is banned off Twitter, and now that his alt has been revealed, that alt is also banned off of Twitter. It kind of shows you that. It kind of shows you that maybe Elon has taken sides like against the far right. Not that makes him a good person. Remember, there's no heroes in this. These are all bad people. These are all people that are on some level fascism. Their disagreement is more one of tactics than overall strategy.
All new, but okay. Candace responding to the Twitter space that Jeremy Boring was on with us says, it was very clarifying for me to hear Jeremy say that he watches Nick's show often. It made a lot of sense to me. What did I say the day after that Twitter space? What was one of the things that I tweeted the day after that Twitter space? I can go back and find it if people don't believe me, but you can also just look. One of the things that I said about that Twitter space was what we learned is that the Daily Wire is terrified of Nick Fuentes. They are terrified of Nick Fuentes. The fact that Jeremy Boring was on that space to begin with says that they are terrified of Nick Fuentes.
I mean, she's unfortunately right about that. Metal's getting me back to a point that I started to make but didn't really finish. Kevin Logan slowly got back to debating alt-righters, though not as frequently as he used to. Even Dylan Burns admitted that debate runs the risk of platforming bad people and agreed with the anti-debate people. And he created, I don't know if that's responsible. I don't know if that's the reason he stopped doing the hippy-dippy debate panels. He unwittingly created careers for people like Rob Noor. Rob Noor, if you don't know, recently went on Tim Pool. So yeah, I'm sure Rob Noor is massively thankful for Dylan for turning him in from a car rant guy. That's what Rob Noor was. A marginal humegalol to somebody who could go on Tim Pool. Thanks, Dylan. But yeah, he did look, and this is why I don't really, I mean, it is a reference point. It is an important, kind of a turning point, if you will, in my career. But I don't go as hard on Dylan about the platforming issue as I used to, because despite the fact that he never gave me an apology, he never related it to me. He did admit on Xander, when he talked to Xander Hall, that there is actually a responsibility that a debate host has as far as moderating a debate, especially when you've got a bigot using the Gish Gallop technique. That was specifically my problem with what Dylan Burns did with Rob Noor. And so in his own way, Dylan Burns did say NCC was right. So like, I kind of feel like that ties that up with a bow. But yeah, what I was trying to get at, that Metal just got me back to, was the fact that you hear ContraPoints essentially making making a criticism of what Vosh's content strategy was back in the day. What a lot of these people's content strategy, what I even found, friends of my own taking as a content strategy when I tried to talk Ninetales Cosmic Fox out of doing content with cozy.tv, in other words, Nick Fuentes' platform creators, right? When she came on my stream and just kind of surprised me with that. Well, I've been doing content on Cozy, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't let you get away with saying that. It turned really ugly. It turned really nasty. When she, just came in and started talking about doing content with Cozy. There's a reason for that. ContraPoints gets it. Dylan Burns, maybe even to a certain degree, gets it, but some people still don't get it. And like, again, it's a very simple formula, right? Somebody like Lauren Southern, somebody like Nick Fuentes represents a great evil. And they're fucking evil. I will say it, right? But they get codified when you're doing this kind of kayfabe politics, like what Dylan used to do with the hippy dippy. They get codified as some kind of dragon, right? And if you slay the dragon, which is really easy, because most of the time, if you debate against a fascist, your audience is not going to disagree with you. They're going to, you get to be, Sir, what is the guy that slays the dragon? Oh my God, Sir something or other. Yeah, Sir, that's what it's Sir something or other. I can't remember the name. Sir George? What? I can't remember what this person's name is. Somebody in chat knows, though. Somebody in chat knows who I'm talking about. But yeah, you slay the dragon on your stream, and you're in this weird relationship where now you're doing content with Lauren Southern. That's the relationship that Destiny found himself with, not just with Lauren Southern, but also with Nick Fuentes, right? And you gotta slay the dragon. It's a great content strategy. You don't want to actually kill off the dragon. You don't want to say something that like you could, right? Because it's with Lauren Southern, just like Destiny debating Lauren Southern, his audience is never gonna be like, yeah, actually, I think Destiny, you're fucked up. Lauren Southern's right. Great replacement is real. That's not a danger to him. At the same time, there's no danger to Lauren Southern of her audience saying, you know what? I think I'm not going to be racist anymore because Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell III makes non-racism seem really appealing. So bye-bye, Lauren. I don't need you anymore. That's not going to happen. You're not going to. There's bifurcation of those audience. There's no risk. But essentially the imperative there is that you leave the dragon alive for next week, because you're going to slay that dragon again and you're going to look like a big hero, but you're not. You're not a hero. You're a fucking clown and you're helping the right wing. You're creating yourself as a character in their universe, just as you're creating them as a heel in your wrestling universe, right? You're the heel for them. They're the heel for you. And as much as it might seem like a good content strategy and it might, like, you know, make you look heroic, make you look good in the eyes of your audience, you're not doing anyone any favors. Their content has a tendency, without being able to create a wrestling heel, without being able to create a villain, right? Without having a evil lefty to demonize, their content is really dry and really repetitive and really boring. How many times can they say black people bad, Jewish people bad? How many times? How you know, that gets old really quickly. And so, you know, Contra, even way back then, was fucking pilled on the fact that the debating, you know, with a large platform can be detrimental to the cause that one is trying to support.
The fact that Jeremy Boring in that space admitted that he watches Nick Fuentes on a regular.
Thank you. Yeah, it was St. George. Ravenous oubliette. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was St. George. I was like, wait, there's not a St. George, is there? No, there absolutely is. St. George is the one that slays the dragon. Or Michael, if you're looking for the saints. Is it Saint Michael? But like in the English story, it's St. George that slays the dragon. Fuentes is a European name, as Spanish is a European language. Many people forget this, right? Mexican, Latinx, Hispanic are not races. People can be of them and be white. Nick Fuentes is still a white dude. Good point. Good point. Siegfried. Wait, Siegfried, father of Sigurd? I'm trying to remember where Siegfried, this is Norse mythology here. But yeah, St. George. Chat's got it right. Even when I don't remember something, the chat remembers. Kevin Logan. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, so Metal's bringing back some really old school shit that I'd even forgotten. Kevin Logan, Christy Winters, ContraPoints, Hassan Piker, and Dylan Burns learned about the cons of debate the hard way. I forgot that ContraPoints used to do debates against right wingers, and you know, that's why they agree with anti-debate people, even though it makes debate pros mad. Yeah. Sir Lance from the Serfs. Oh God, I forgot about Lance's debate with. Look, I hope Lance learned something from his debate with Lauren Southern. I hope Xander Hall learned something from his debate with Lauren Southern. These were disasters. These were bad ideas. Zero context for this chat, but Sam Cedar. Wait, what? Sorry, Sam Cedar in terms of debating fascists? I'm not sure where you're going with that, bad lefty, but I would love to know. Sam Cedar Army? What's going on? Is Sam Cedar in the chat? No, just kidding. One of the clips I grabbed is about Natalie calling debate pointless blood sport. Nice. That's a good clip. That's a good clip to have. Yeah, exactly, Sassy. I think there were at least two St. Georges. Two St. Georges who contended with dragons. Ooh, we'd love to see Sam Cedar, see Candace have Sam Cedar or Emma Vigeland on her show after her boasting about talking to anyone. Yeah, I doubt she's serious about that. Wait, where did Sam Cedar come into it? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. So Bad Lefties maybe responding to stuff 35 minutes behind. So Bad Lefty won't even hear what I said until 35 minutes from now, or maybe less. Maybe Bad Lefty's watching me at 1.5 stream. 1.5 speed. That's what I'm trying to say.
Regular basis, they are terrified of Nick Fuentes. The fact that they have all of their hosts mobilized, and the entire conservative establishment is mobilized against
casting a spell.
25-year-old that literally does his show out of his mom's basement with a green screen. They are terrified of Nick Fuentes. That's extraordinary. They are so terrified of Nick Fuentes that they used a clip of Nick Fuentes saying Christ is king to associate him with Candace Owens saying Christ is king so that they would have an excuse to fire her.
Because it's his fucking slogan, Carlin. I'm not sure who she's trying to fool here. I'm not sure if she's maybe like fooled. If she thinks that this is just like an incidental thing, that it just so happens that Candace and Nick Fuentes are both saying this thing, right? It is a dog whistle. It is designed to be a dog whistle. It is even designed, and I even showed you some examples of people quote retweeting Candace Owens and saying, and just quote retweeting her saying Christ is king and saying this is anti-Semitism. That shit does not work. They want you to do that. They need you to do that. And they weaponize, you pushing back like that in order to say that the left is anti-Christian, or if you're Jewish and pointing out the anti-Semitism, they'll use it to say that Jewish people are anti-Christian and use it to try to radicalize more Christians into anti-Semitism, right? It's a very vicious dog whistle. What is needed to be done is putting the dog whistle into the context. I think one of the appropriate contexts is that clip of Nick Fuentes in front of an army of groypers, saying that, he feels like Talmudic Judaism has too much influence in our society, and them chanting back at him, Christ is king, right? That associates directly the anti-Semitism that I think people recognize with groypers. I don't think that's a controversial thing to say that Nick Fuentes and groypers. I think most people who know what the fuck any of that shit even means know that it's anti-Semitic, right? Whereas just taking the quote tweet and showing that Candace Owens said this thing without any sort of context is exactly what they want you to do in order to paint the opposition to the groypers as being anti-Christian rather than anti-Semitism, which is actually what it is. Still has not recovered since getting roasted by the alt-right for being pro-abortion and pro-LGBTQ. She should have. Well, I mean, this is her way to try to come back at it, right? She's joined up with the Nick Fuentes coalition. She's part of the. She's joining the right-wing civil war on the side of the far right.
One of their presumably top performing shows. So this wasn't a business decision. This wasn't about money. We all know what this was about. And so it will be really interesting to see if this lawsuit actually materializes and if more information comes out about this. But to be honest, this sounds, as someone who worked in corporate for a while and consulted on these types of things.
So watch what she's going to call this, right? Impromptu town hall in Candace Owens' studio. Reportedly, now this is through leakers, supposedly. This is through, I think, 4 individuals that worked for the Daily Wire that that leaked this information and talked about a town hall, an emergency town hall for Daily Wire employees that took place in Candace Owens' studio, where they basically talked about this. And I guess what these people are saying is that their rationale presented to their employees was that Candace Owens is in fact an anti-Semite. I'm guessing based on the Christ is King quote, but watch how she describes, this town hall that they, because she's stuck on this idea of struggle sessions.
This, by the way, if the Daily Wire had hired me to be an organizational psychologist, which of course I would never have accepted that job, but
of course not.
I never would have recommended they do this. This was a really bad effing idea.
Is she like doing Jedi mind tricks at you? I feel like there's something about like your hand being that close to the camera That it's just like so like normally, like, YouTubers, streamers, people who do public speaking, we like to speak with our hands, right? Because it's more impactful, it's more engaging when we're talking not just with our mouths, but with our body language in some way, right? But with Carolyn Borsinko, you get this kind of like this stuff, right? Where it's almost like, a Jedi mind trick. Like you will sell me the pod racer for cheaper, or whatever.
Nope. You do not struggle session your employees.
Struggle session. It's a struggle session.
And if they had hired, they should have probably hired someone like me to tell them this, because the fact...
Not that I would join them, but yeah, they should have hired someone.
Well, the alleged fact that 4 Daily Wire employees leaked this information to...
Okay, so you know what that is? That is a lack of internal cohesion, right? The people working for the Daily Wire, they're just conservatives, mostly, right? Somebody made a video once where he actually applied to be an editor for the Daily Wire, and got some sense of like whether how they feel about people that aren't completely like on board with them ideology wise, working for them, and like they're like, it feels like they really strongly like want somebody that is like on board with them. But I mean on board as far as being a conservative, right? This is not just about being a conservative. There are different factions within the conservative movement now, and they are at war, right? The Daily Wire apparently has 4 members of the far right that when they brought them in and said, this is what's going on, this is why we were firing Candace Owens, said Candace Owens based. Right. So even in their own, and I would even say possibly even amongst the Daily Wire creators, right? I mean, Jordan Peterson even, talks about cultural Marxism. That is a dog whistle. That is an anti-Semitic dog whistle. That is that is one step removed from cultural Bolshevism, which is, or Judeo-Bolshevism, which is something the Nazis used to talk about, right? Characterize communism as being inherently Jewish in some way, and therefore anything that lines up with that culturally was therefore suspect, right? Jordan Peterson's doing much the same thing with his discussions of cultural Marxism. Matt Walsh, traditionalist Catholic, theocratic fascist Matt Walsh, what side do you think he lines up on? Because I've shown you clips where they get him talking about Israel, and he basically, his answer to support Israel is America first. The Nick Fuentes' other slogan. So what's up, Jordan? That's defamation. I never said cultural Marxism. So what I'm trying to get across is that beliefs like Candace's, beliefs like Nick's, beliefs like Carlin's are way more widespread on the right wing than anybody wants to think, and that even within the Daily Wire, supposedly, like, right, if you believe this is none of this is confirmed, right? This is one theory. This is one theory about why they fired her. Carlin Borsinko is saying they fired her because she said Christ is king. And what's her evidence? Supposedly these leakers that came in, they talked to Censored Men. Censored Men is a right-wing YouTube account that will sometimes tweet like kind of pro-Palestinian stuff, but is fundamentally right-wing, and possibly I wouldn't be surprised if they were openly anti-Semitic, like a lot of these circles are, right? And they are essentially leaking what they claim to have heard from a town hall led by Boring Andrew Klavan. Andrew Klavan is a really interesting case. We might have a chance to watch his video or a little bit of him. He's boring as fuck. I mean, Jeremy Boring is boring. They're all boring, right? But these are the 2 people that supposedly led the meeting. But Andrew Klavan is converted to Christianity from Judaism at some point in his life. So yeah, really interesting for him to find himself embroiled in this controversy in the Daily Wire.
Twitter account with almost 1 million followers tells you exactly why you don't struggle session your employees. Don't do that. Bad idea. But good for us, because now we have more information about what's going on, and I like that, and we all like drama. So take it for what you will.
You strike me as a messy bitch. So when you say you like drama, I believe you. I believe you, Carlin.
Apparently, Candace Owens was literally fired for saying Christ is king. How do the Christians in the chat feel about that? Like, I don't really care either way. I don't, it doesn't make any difference to me. But, like, how do the Christians in the chat feel about that? For real. How do you guys feel about the fact that the Daily Wire is saying that saying Christ is king is anti-Semitic?
See, this is what they want to do. This is what they want to do. This is what they want to do, right? They want to use opposition to their Groyper slogan that they've now gotten to trend. This is trended, like in many ways, thanks to Candace Owens, right? Christ is King has trended. They want to use it as a, how do you Christians feel about that? They don't like Christ is King. They say that if you say Christ is King, which is in your Bible, that you're a goddamn Nazi. Do you think you're a Nazi? Or do you think that these people are anti-Christian? That's how it works for radicalization. And we are living in truly scary times. Okay, now Zara had a video from Tim Pool here that supposedly, that's 15 minutes. I think we can do this. Supposedly a theory by Tim Pool as to why Candace Owens might have been fired. If I'm not mistaken, Zara, is this the one that's about the First Lady of France?
Ben Shapiro's The Daily Wire severs ties with Candace Owens after her embrace of anti-Semitic rhetoric. I love the headline from the corporate...
It's Moonlord!
...press on all of these things.
Look, it's always a good day when we get to watch Moonlord. It's even better when we get to watch Moonlord and he's showing some chest. He's showing some chest. Don't anyone tell Alec Gunter, okay? We don't need Alec Gunter coming in here and speculating on Moonlord's age and his sexual activity of preference, right?
Jeremy Boring, co-CEO of Daily Wire, simply said...
Look at the drip. Look at the fucking Riz.
That Daily Wire and
Moonlord with the Riz Lord.
Candace Owens have ended their business relationship. It was very...
You see him? He's right below Tim Pool. That's Moonlord. That's Ian Crossland.
Fairly professional. As far as I know, Candace did also just said, here's my YouTube channel. Thank you. Everybody runs wild with speculation. And you can't help it, can you, CNN? They had to make sure they put Ben Shapiro's name in it. They want to make sure they get those clicks. And they had to include anti-Semitic rhetoric. Okay. I don't know.
Well, it's Oliver Darcy, so...
I know, of course. But to be fair, there's like 4 or 5 other corporate press outlets that did the exact same thing.
Yep.
So what we know is that she is no longer with the Daily Wire. There are many people that are suggesting the issue was she had made comments critical of Israel, and she was critical of certain Jewish individuals pertaining to Christianity versus Judaism. However, I don't know that any of that plays a role, to be completely honest. I think her contract was likely coming to an end, and she disagrees with them. It really is much simpler. We know for a fact that Ben and Candace disagree on a lot of things. I don't think that's grounds for them to be like, we're no longer going to work with you ever again. But if they both were kind of like, maybe we shouldn't work together, that's just it.
Yeah, she tweeted out that she's free. That was part of her tweet. So she obviously felt trapped there.
Don't say Christ is King. God damn, showing some chest there, Moonlord. Anyway, don't say Christ is King around the French, says Ophelia. You know how they feel about kings. Interestingly enough, though, the French kings for a while claimed to be descendant from Christ. All right, the Merovingian kings, I believe they were called, and that was part of the whole divine right of kings. It ties into the revolutionary times.
Wow. Up until today, and she and Ben had that falling out. I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago. I wasn't here, and I didn't talk about it, but I saw they had a miscommunication, and then they kind of. Neither of them realized what was going on, and then all of a sudden it blew up into this big fight, and then they stopped talking to each other, and then she wouldn't mention his name, and she probably wanted out. She probably went to the guys and was like, triple my salary, new contract, and they were like, no. And she's like, all right, I'm done.
I don't think she... I she probably asked for...
Okay, there's a new... I didn't expect another theory. This is Ian Moonlord Crossland, with the theory that this was about money. This was like the Steven Crowder thing where the amount of money that the Daily Wire was willing to offer Candace was not the amount of money that Candace wanted to demand.
I bet she wanted like a huge raise because she was really unhappy, is my guess, or she didn't even ask for anything and she just left. One of the two.
I'm assuming Candace she's already successful and wealthy and she doesn't need the money from them.
She's gonna be great.
If it's an issue of freedom and you got someone who's a millionaire, it's impossible to buy freedom.
Yeah, she should start her own network, CandaceOwens.com.
But I do want to point this out.
Is that right?
Christy Neville's on Twitter. I'm not sure who this is. Took a screenshot showing that episodes 299 and 301 of the Candace Owens show have been removed, saying that both were about Bridget McCrone.
Okay, so there's Tim Pool's tinfoil hat. Now, so what she said about Bridget McCrone was that she was trans. She claimed that this is a transvestigation, right? And it wouldn't be a big deal, right-wingers. A lot of them have said this much the same thing about Michelle Obama and other people. Usually that they do it, they leave themselves some kind of wiggle room, some kind of way to wiggle out. But in this case, like, you know, the what Tim's going to hypothesize is that she said it so directly that the Daily Wire feels like they might have some kind of legal exposure here, right? And they're getting rid of Candace proactively to avoid that, so that the lawsuit, if any is filed, will be filed against Candace Owens and will not, you know, reflect back on the Daily Wire. I don't know. It might be too late, though. She bet her career on transvestigation and lost. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, her career's better than ever. The thing is, she got the clout out of this. She won the war. Unfortunately, like I'm telling you, the civil war between the far right and the far right and the far right is being it's a blowout. It's not even close. The far right has been routed. The far right, the Nick Fuentes of the world, the Candace Owens of the world, the Carolyn Borosinkos of the world, who knew that she would end up on that side of things, have seemed to be triumphant. And you even have Jeremy Boring going into that group chat, that Lauren Chen, Carolyn Borosinko group chat with Candace Owens, who we all know is really Nick Fuentes, and kind of bends the knee to Nick. Kind of bends the knee to him.
And if you head over to Apple Podcasts, you can see that the episode from March 13th, I believe, is what we're looking at. No, there's no one. So what is it? Yeah. March 13th is not there. So it goes 12 to 14, 300 to 302. And it goes March 7th to 12th. There's no 299. So there's no, but there is a March 8th shot in the dark. So I don't know for sure, but it looks like one of the key issues may have been coming out and saying that Emmanuel Macron's wife, Bridget McCrone, is a man, and I'll stake my career on it. I have to assume that the Daily Wire immediately got a lawsuit threat, because that's how these things work. We've received threats of lawsuits. Now, many people, there's a lot of people who are like, no, Israel, and they're saying it's because she was critical of Israel or whatever. Yeah, it's entirely possible, you know, considering, you know, Ben Shapiro is much more invested for obvious reasons.
By the way, that, and I haven't even looked into it, but that would potentially be under French law.
What, elaborate?
So defamation law, as most people know in the U.S., is extremely loose. It's and even more so.
Okay, that can't be about what they were just talking about. Like, somebody must have sent him a meme or something. It's probably a transphobic meme about Bridget McCrone.
For public individuals, public figures, so they say. This came up with Nick Salmon, of course, because Nick Salmon was a private individual who was defamed as opposed to a public individual. This did not come up, for example, for Kyle Rittenhouse, because they claimed that Kyle Rittenhouse was named in the arrest warrant. And so when he was named in that capacity, that made him a public figure. So that being said, in the EU, the laws are the laws are much stricter, and I've seen people try to do this. They call it what is it like?
Yo, I'm sorry, I just figured it out.
Tourism lawsuits in the UK, where people try to have tried to do this in the UK and it doesn't work. But if France were going to bring it, it could be pretty rough.
I think I just figured it out. You figured it out.
Did you figure it out?
Goes to the guys at the Daily Wire and says, "I want more money," and they said no. And she goes, contract negotiation. They go contract negotiation. She says, this is not working for me. They're like, well, too bad, you're in a contract. And she goes, oh yeah? So she goes on her show and goes, Bridget McCrone is a man.
Whoa.
And then they're like, ah! And then they're like, okay, we get it. You're out of your contract. Leave us alone.
That did kind of come out of nowhere.
Right?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, what is she? Could it be that she came out with those episodes saying, I will stake my career on Bridget McCrone?
So look,
man?
like I'm gonna let you know what my take is on this. Like, why was Candace Owens fired? I think she was fired because of being anti-Israel. All right, and I base this on the fact that her anti-Semitism was a known quantity. There's others within the Daily Wire who seem to be okay with a greater or lesser degree of anti-Semitism, who essentially are willing to act as fig leaves for anti-Semites, including Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro, remember, at first was not willing to criticize Kanye. He eventually they kind of forced his hand, and he criticized Kanye, and he criticized Candace. But I honestly do think that because her anti-Semitism is so well known and so hard to deny, that and wasn't really making the headlines, unfortunately, because she was arguing against Zionists like Rabbi Michael and beefing with Rabbi Shmuley with absolutely clowns like Rabbi Shmuley. The focus was never on her anti-Semitism. The focus was actually on her views on Israel, which, like I said, are not super out there and supportive of Palestinians, are not super are more like just fence sitting points of view. And apparently that is unacceptable for the Daily Wire. We saw before when Matt Walsh in a group panel with the other Daily Wire hosts, when he's asked about supporting Israel, says, well, shouldn't we think of America first? And then Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring kind of dogpile him and shut him down on that, right? It does seem like there is like a red line in the sand when it comes to support of Israel, and what Candace was showing was not sufficiently supportive. So that's my theory as far as why Candace was fired, in case I haven't been clear on that.
Because it put the liability on the Daily Wire, which she would not absorb. And so they're like, okay.
Which I'm sure if she said it on the show, it would come under.
But as far as I know, Candace, she has integrity, so I don't think she would say something she didn't believe. I tend to believe.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
She has integrity. No, she's been all over the map. She's the griftiest grifter of all the grifters. I don't integrity. What are you talking about?
No, yeah, I don't think Candace would.
It came out of nowhere though.
Her takes aren't that different than Jink. I didn't think about that. Yeah, Jink Huger from the Young Turks. I didn't think about that, but you're not far off, Dave. Yeah, they're not. It's not a strong she's not exactly saying it with her chest. She's just saying like. I think October 7th was bad, and I think what's going on in Palestine, in Gaza right now, is bad.
I think Candace, just knowing her, would.
I mean, this is Moon Lord, right?
Do something like she doesn't strike me as the kind of person. And people are like, "Oh, does Candace hate this person or that person?" And I don't think she's like that. I just really don't think she's like that at all.
She's actually a very good person. Right? She's like a really funny actor that is stuck in a political realm. Like if the world were very healthy, she'd be like an actor. I feel like she's just got that like lightheartedness to her.
That's why when everyone's like, "Oh, it's because of this thing or that thing," I was like, when I actually sat down, when I met Candace, when I went on her show the first time, I was deeply impressed. Like it was legit. It was genuine. She knew what she was talking about. She did the research. Her logic was sound. I actually agree with her on a lot of things. I was like, oh wow, she knows exactly what she's talking about. And then before, during, and after the show, it was all completely genuine and real. And I truly believe she believed what she was saying. So it would be funny if she was having like tough negotiations with the Daily Wire.
Sherpinator 33, thank you for the follow.
And they were like, Candace, you have another year on your contract. You can't leave. And she goes, then I will make it not worth it for you. That would be funny, but yeah, it's probably not the case. But that means she also deeply believes that Bridget McCone is a man, and I don't think that's correct, but, you know.
We did a bit on this on The Unusual Suspects with Vinny Oshana at the Valuetainment like a couple weeks ago about Bridget. And I don't want
Valuetainment being the PBD podcast.
I want to do a whole Bridget McCone segment. No. As you guys...
When people say the BPD podcast, I've been hearing people say that in the last few days. Is this like a joke about the PBD podcast? Is this Patrick Bet David that people are talking about? I'm not even sure. The sun is coming in. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Want to, but it's pretty wild.
Let me see if I can fix that.
Have you looked into it at all?
The glancing look I gave into it was something that like they couldn't find pictures of when she was younger. They're kept in the same place as Epstein's Black Book and the Michelle Obama pregnancy photos.
Everyone has transes on the brain.
Yeah. What I was told is that
it really like everybody. It's this like thing where people are just constantly thinking like the transvestigators are on the prowl.
Transvestigators, I love that.
I was gonna say, do you remember the transvestigators?
Yes.
It was leftists, and they were like taking pictures of women and being like, "This is actually a man, and here's why." And I'm like. It's funny because that's like the meanest thing to say to a woman.
It really is.
Okay, wait. They were leftists? What is Tim Pool talking about? What is bro yapping about? The transvestigators were leftists. No, they were like... Look, like, if you look at... You want to look at, like, you know, it counts doing transvestigation, because who investigates the transvestigators? This chick, right? Yeah, I've taken a look into this. And the reason that I don't do more content about it is because a good portion of the transvestigators do seem to be suffering from some form of acute mental illness, right? They don't seem like I watch it, I laugh for a little while until I realize that you know, this is a person who is not entirely moored in reality, and that's why I haven't like covered it more than that. I heard PP best person disorder or a PBD. I just hear people. I've heard people say BPD podcast like yesterday, and I wasn't sure what they were talking about. If that was like a joke about Patrick Bet David.
So what you want to do, what you could do to
I don't know, man. Lizzo's beautiful. Apparently,
you could go on like there was a 4chan post of this guy saying that he goes like you see what I was talking about?
No.
Where he goes and says, "Oh, I've been dating these liberal women that I'll meet with on dating apps on purpose, and I'll go out with them, and after like the first couple of dates, I'll be like, that's really cool that you're, you know, that you know, not only that you've been so open about your transition, but you really pass. You really pass." And that it just drives so completely nuts. And he was like, "I've done this to 7 women now."
They can't get mad about it. They can just be like, "Oh no, I'm not." And you'd be like, "Oh really?"
Oh,
not allowed.
Because I thought wasn't that there was a Seinfeld episode about that where Elaine was dating a guy and she thought he was black. And then he thought she was, I think he thought she was either Jewish or maybe also black. I forget what it was. And he's like, "But your name is Bennis." And at the end, they're like, "So wait, so we're just a couple of white people?" And she goes, "Yeah, I guess we are. What do we do? I don't know. Do you want to go to the Gap?"
Oh my God.
The Macron things.
Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gifted membership to Gaius Fracking Baltar. Gaius Fracking Baltar. Is that a Battlestar Galactica reference by any chance? Regardless, you just got weasels. You just got weaseled, and you know, you can now post weasels. The weasel army increases in size, chat. One day we will take over the world with weasels, okay? Just you wait and see. They often believe lots of conspiracy theories, not just that everyone is trans. You got weasels! You got weasels! You guys are as shallow as Seinfeld characters. Wasn't that the joke about the Seinfeld characters? Like the reason that they, it is Battlestar Galactica, indeed. I am not mistaken about that. I actually never saw the new Battlestar Galactica. I remember like seeing bits and pieces of the old one though, and it is wild. It is wild. Like, I'm sure the new one is wild too, but I only saw like 1 or 2 episodes of the new one. The one from the 70s though, they say frack instead of the F word, and they have robotic dogs.
I don't really want to talk. I don't
Wait, no, they call the dogs dags, right? They're dags.
About it, or if it's real. And it's insane to me to think that a world leader is married to someone that's 25 years older than him that is transsexual or trans.
The age thing is already weird enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Age thing is already weird.
Did Moonlord just come out as a transmed? I don't know.
He goes that he was 16 and he met this.
Well, Chud Logic is a transmed. He said so. He said so. If I bring him on here and ask him, he will cop to that. He's outed himself as a transmed.
His future wife in school, that she was his teacher at the time or something like that. I don't know.
Like
That's about
straight
as far
up-
as I'm going to go.
Which may or may not be surprising to those of you who actually saw that Chud Logic strangely was one guy who was invited to Brianna Wu's transmedicalist group chat.
Feels like
Can I-
straight up grooming.
Can I just? I gotta read this paragraph. Oliver Darcy is such a scumbag. He wrote, "But since the October 7th Hamas terror attack on Israel, Owens has repeatedly waded into anti-Semitic waters." Now, hold on. What could she have possibly said that was so anti-Semitic?
Right.
As she fiercely criticized Israel. What? That's a country. Suggesting the Jewish government was committing genocide in Gaza and claiming there's a sinister small ring of Jewish people in Hollywood and DC involved in something quite sinister. If you want to separate those two statements, I'd accept that. People are allowed to criticize Israel over their military actions.
You know who else criticizes Israel and accuses Israel of genocide? Other Jewish people all the time. Like go look on Twitter. Go spend 5 seconds on TikTok. You'll find some.
I just love that it's like Candace Owens has criticized Israel's military operations. She is wading into anti-Semitism. It's like, dude, just spare me with that stuff. Come on, man.
Yeah,
that's like some straight up Iraq war.
Yo, this is the problem. This is the problem. So you see what's going on here, and you see how bad weaponizing accusations of anti-Semitism to shut down concerns for human rights for human rights violations in Gaza is, right? Candace Owens is both moderately, compared to, a lot of right wingers, like in favor of at least some semblance of respect for human life in Gaza. Whether she's grifting or not is another question. How much she actually cares about, Palestinians is another question, right? But she's also anti-Semitic, and it's not just the Christ is King thing. It is like there were so many examples. It was like the most intricate anti-Semitism I had ever seen. It was painted like a, just like it was one of those paintings where there's like a little thing over here that if you look at it, you're like, oh shit, what's that? Right? There was just like little, like I couldn't even imagine. When she talked about being smeared or whatever, she didn't say smeared. She said schmeared. Right? There was all this little intricate shit in there. Yeah, Candace Owens is like more anti-Semitic than like I don't know. I mean, she's Fuentes pilled. Come on. She's with Fuentes. She's with Kanye. She is Team Hitler at this point. I mean, she said it. She said herself that she didn't think Hitler was problematic until the stuff that he did in Germany was just making Germany great again. The stuff that he did when he invaded France, when he invaded Poland, she's not about that, right? But she's all about the internal politics of Germany, which would include the Holocaust, right? This is right. I know.
I mean, look. Also, you have to remember, like the Israel Gaza thing is like Schrodinger's bigot. Like if you support Gaza, then you're anti-Semitic. If you support Israel, then it's because you hate the Muslims. Either way, you're damned if you do. You're damned if you don't. So
they can't just write.
But here's the problem. She's getting the benefit of the doubt based on the recent weaponization of the of anti-Semitism against people who care about human life in Gaza. She's using that to hide her anti-Semitism. That should be scary. This is the consequence of Zionism in America. And understand when I say Zionism, that is not a dog whistle from me. I am fully aware that most Zionists in the United States of America are Christian Zionists, and they're not Zionists out of like any sort of great love for Jewish people, great love and respect for Jewish people. In fact, they have a theory that that Israel will bring about the end times, whereupon the Jewish people will have the choice to either convert to Christianity and live, or to stay Jewish and be, exterminated. Like, it's some sick shit. It's some sick shit. There's a very nasty, fist bump going on between Zionists and anti-Semites, and understand that those two are not mutually exclusive.
Them on why the separation, and just end it with a single paragraph, because Oliver Darcy is a scumbag grifter. So let me just explain. He puts Ben Shapiro's name in the title because it gets clicks, because they know that when people do a keyword search, this article would pop up. Instead of just putting The Daily Wire, which is a corporation for which Ben Shapiro's involved, he could have wrote Jeremy Boring's The Daily Wire. He's the co-CEO. Now they have to milk as much out of it as possible. I don't know if you guys saw that tweet from Alex Jones. He said that Israel is committing a robotic genocide.
Yes, it was a video of drones bombing these like civilians walking, what looks like four just dudes.
And we got to be careful on that one.
Yeah, no one knows what it is.
We don't know what it is.
It's four men, like younger looking men walking, and then you see it from the drone's perspective. It's apparently leaked footage from a drone, Israeli
FPV
drone.
drones.
What's that?
Is what?
First person view drones.
Yeah, I don't think it's not. I don't believe the video footage is coming from a drone that actually like a Reaper drone or anything. I think it's coming from
observation or something.
Yeah, small quad rotor.
Well, they're walking along and then
drone.
pop, explosion. There's nothing.
You can
they're
actually
just dissipated. They're like disintegrated, and then you see that. But then you.
Okay, so like. Moonlord reminds me of like a 70s like arena rocker, don't you think? Do you like when you see pictures of like old concerts from the 70s, like the Who or Led Zeppelin or something, like that's how they're dressed. He's very classic rock coded.
Still see like one guy walking. I don't know if they're picking on stragglers, if they hit the group of them.
They hit the group and one guy survives, starts walking forward at a brisk pace, and then you can actually see the missiles come down in the video.
Whenever Alex Jones, it broke him. That was his moment where he was like, they've gone too far.
And I watched.
Did you hear Ian do the, like, he was kind of doing the Alex voice. He's like, they've gone too far, the globalists,
like that. And I think it raises like a probable cause question degree of like a preponderance of evidence, to where we're like, this has to be reviewed. There has to be a hearing.
Well,
however, I'm very careful in that I'm not going to watch a 30-second video and say I know what's happening. I just can't do that.
Well,
but I can certainly take issue.
Is that the drone war has always been like this?
Right.
The drone war has literally almost to a T. The Soleimani strike, fine, right? You know who's in the car, but that's a one-off. There are so many times where things have happened. If you go look at the conduct of this, that U.S. intelligence services, I'm talking about America here, obviously, but now everybody's got drone tech, right? So it used to just be that America would be doing this thing, go into Waziristan in Pakistan, or they'd go throughout Afghanistan, and we're gonna hit this place, we're gonna hit that place, and oh yeah, we see what's right there on the camera. Those are the bad guys. Let's go blow them up. But a lot of the times, either you don't know what it is, you don't know what the collateral is, you don't know what the situation is as much. And to your point, the probable cause, it's always been that way. There's a great Ethan Hawke movie about it that not a lot of people have seen.
I'm just saying I try to take the the fence sitter approach to this, and I think for Alex to come out,
Tim Pool, a fence sitter?
Oh, certainly.
Never.
But so
like what side were these people on when it came to the collateral murder video released by Chelsea Manning?
It's like I immediately saw it, and I wanted to hit retweet and comment and be like, what the? And so my thought was, we need like proper adjudication on what this is and why it happened. And I think Israel should be like, we should demand, especially with this minibus they just passed, massive funding for Israel. They should have to justify what that was, provide evidence, because it certainly does look like they just blew up a couple civilians. That's the video that came out, and that's the reporting we're seeing, and they should answer for it.
The American people have every right to question Congress and have Congress explain where they're sending their money and what Congress is doing in support.
This is sad. Like, Joe Biden has fucked around so long that Alex Jones and Tim Pool and Candace Owens have like flanked him on the left. Like, this is a disgrace. This is an absolute disgrace, and it's
Support of other nations. That being said, I don't want to see U.S. money going to anyone. I don't want to see American dollars going to any foreign aid. I think that it incentivizes bad behavior. So full stop on that. As for what Israel is doing or what that particular thing looked like, I don't know anything about the people that were in there, but that's just what war is. And people that are saying, talking about disproportionate response and stuff, the proportionate response is getting Hamas. Like, that's the proportion, getting the people that carried out the attack. You can dislike that and say that you don't want that. Cool. And that's a completely legitimate position to have. But people that say it's disproportionate because they've killed too many people, that's not going to. That's not how military actions work. And I'm of the mind of Scott Adams when it comes to this.
Scott Adams.
Israel's going to do what Israel's going to do. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what any of us say. And to be honest,
it does when we're the ones when we're the ones sending them weapons. Like,
honest with you, the people that live in Gaza and in Israel are the only people that actually it really matters to directly.
There is no such thing as proportional response. That is a made up term.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, people that talk about proportional response. A proportional response is make believe. What you do is you set a military goal and then you continue to conduct military actions until you have achieved your military goal. The military goal that Israelis have set is the destruction of Hamas. It doesn't matter if you like it, and I'm not saying you have to like it. I'm talking about the reality on the ground there.
I just want to say, I think for all the people in the United States and those...
You want to talk about reality on the ground? No state, whether it be South Africa or Israel, can persist in its strategy of ethnic cleansing and genocide and apartheid when the entire international community is against it. Right? It doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, Israel needs the outside world to survive, and they don't have that support at all. Even the United States this time in this last UN resolution abstained from the vote in order to allow the ceasefire resolution to pass. Right? It's such a ridiculous viewpoint. Right? This is really close to what apartheid anime girl Aristocracy said years ago in her, racist tirades, was that it's not about what we think or our morality. It's about the politics in Israel. And I'm telling you, one state solution is a no-go. I don't remember if she said two-state solution is a no-go as well. She said a bunch of things like, right, there's no room. There's like
who would watch this show or not, we're all in agreement. We shouldn't be sending money over there. And if your justification is you think it's a genocide or whatever, I honestly don't care. Because if the only thing we agree on is the U.S. shouldn't be spending money on these foreign wars and funding anything, then we need not argue the morality of anything going on. Thanks for watching this clip from the Timcast IRL podcast. Hang out with us live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m. and become a member over at timcast.com for uncensored, members-only shows.
Oh my God, what is on their uncensored?
Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you all next time.
It's what is it? What do they censor? What are they censoring? Like, what's in their uncensored? What's in the uncensored version of the podcast? I mean, I don't want to know bad enough to actually pay for. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No. Oh my God. We're back to Tipster again. No. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so this next one, I'm going to have to play some video games while we watch this because I can't show the content creator who is on screen here. And yes, chat, I know that the sun is all over me and it makes it's ruining my lighting. I apologize. I'll try to look better next time. I thought I got the shades protecting me from the sun, but apparently not. Let's see here. Let's go over here. I just have to take the window down and we can watch this. All right. So this is a take that you're not going to expect from a person that you really don't expect the take from. It is talking about the Steven Crowder. Remember, that's the other front in the right-wing culture war that's going on, the right-wing civil war, is Steven Crowder and his divorce to Hillary Crowder. Steven Crowder versus not gay Jared. And just take a listen, all right?
Petition. Divorce court or family law. So most people's understanding of how the law works or how court documents work is literally from movies or equally inexperienced YouTube commentators that just have to get clickbait out as quick as possible to make money. The kind of legal commentary going around is the type where someone finds a quote in a 40-page document, highlights it, and then bases their entire argument around said one quote, which is insane and delusional. That's speaking to you, 90% of Twitter. Let's say that there's, just for an example, let's say that there is a sexual assault case going on, and I have found a page laying out the accusations. And one of the accusations says, he sexually fondled Miss Tracy's chest on XYZ date at XYZ location.
I'm going to put it forward a little bit.
Confirmed. Proof and evidence, right? We got him. No! It's the things that the majority of someone's audience wants to hear. That's all it is. So anyways, I have taken a lot of time.
Here we go.
To sit through and read the documents, all of the documents that have been leaked around the case. Some of them are more public than others. Some of them you had to really get into the dredges of the dark web and random Twitter links that are going to give you viruses. But I have sat and I have gone through them with my research assistant for you, the people, to help out your understanding of this issue. And normally I wouldn't delve into something like this as personal, messy, and complicated, just not only just because I don't have the time, but because, you know, it's someone's personal life. And any divorce, I think, is a really, really sad thing. I really do. I think it's really tragic. But it's become such a massive subject within the political sphere, and there's so much information that is false, like blatantly false, that can be debunked by even just thinking about it for more than 10 seconds. And it's being spread around to some people who I really respect and that are just repeating this over and over again. So I'm not going to get into a massive commentary on the issue, but for the sake of the wider discourse, I am going to debunk some of the top 2, 3, 4, 5 falsehoods around the Steven Crowder, Jared Monroe, and Hillary Crowder cases and situation going on right now. So let's just jump into this by starting with the notion that Hillary Crowder is receiving $25,000 in child support monthly right now. You first may have seen this spread by Timcast on X. But luckily, this is not something I have to spend too much time debunking because Community Notes is out here helping me out. There is no child support awarded. Child support and alimony in Texas do not get awarded until a divorce is finalized. And not to mention, Texas is one of the most difficult states to win alimony in a divorce. While it is possible to win alimony or spousal support in court, it is much more likely to receive alimony through a private contract created as part of a divorce settlement. And once again, that's not to mention that the maximum child support Hillary could receive anyways would be $2,300 for 2 children in the state of Texas, because the law there dictates a maximum amount of net monthly income that can be used to calculate child support, and that amount is $9,200. Now, Tim and I had a bit of a back and forth on this, in which he claimed Crowder shouldn't have to fund anything, not even her legal fees, because that's his money. He's the rich one, not her. But the problem with that, in my opinion, is
there's a little problem because I'm not able to show you who it is saying this, right? But just trust me that this is a very famous, like, trad wife proponent. Right, so somebody that's in favor of the traditional lifestyle, a stay-at-home mom, although she has not really, lived that belief set herself. You know, she's a public media figure, and has been criticized by the right wing for not pumping out the babies fast enough, essentially. But so this is somebody who believes in that whole, you know, traditional gender roles, traditional like family precept of the stay-at-home mom and the dad as the breadwinner. And so she's about to give her take on the Steven Crowder divorce.
Is that Hillary actively quit her job to support Steven upon his request to build up his company and his life. She actually went and followed the trad life that they both advocate, meaning it would be pretty strange to suggest that she has no right to any of that money, unless Tim or anyone else is trying to make the feminist argument that every married woman should have a backup plan and secret finances stashed in case their husband suddenly just doesn't want to show up to the birth of their children, cuts them off from their accounts, and hires a divorce attorney behind their back.
Okay, so we're seeing here, here I'll show you in just a second after I get this piece of shit off my back. There we go. These pieces of shit. Wow, there's a lot of these little dudes around. Okay, come on, jaw, like this, chop. The gameplay is not supposed to be interfering with the, you know, it's supposed to be augmenting the stream, not interfering with it. But these greylings, these gray dwarfs, do not seem to want to. They have no interest in complying. Oh my god. Why? The stream might actually die right now. I don't know. If OBS loses, then yeah, the stream. Okay, are we still here? Are we good? Are we okay? Let me just show you what I'm seeing here. Okay, so exclusive video reveals that Steven Crowder emotionally abusing his wife. In statement, Hillary Crowder's family says she hid his emotionally abusive behavior for years. Now, yeah, this is what we were talking about last time. Chose not to be with his wife during the birth of their twin children. Steven bought a townhouse and left their home permanently. Let me just check and make sure. We're still here. We're still here. We're still good. We're still okay. Yeah, okay. Steven had hired a divorce attorney and cut Hillary off financially, right? So the people like Tim Pool, we watched Tim Pool complain about the fact that Steven Crowder's own money that he earned with the sweat of his brow through being an entrepreneur and creating a company, like, you know, for himself, right? The genius, the entrepreneurial genius that is Steven Crowder is having his own money from his media empire used to fight against him in the divorce, right? The other option is that Hillary doesn't get an attorney because she's a stay-at-home mom. She is, you know, in a lot of ways, a trad wife. And you can see what they actually want, right? When they talk about no-fault divorce needs to be abolished, when they complain about the court systems, what they want is a return to a situation where, you know, women are essentially trapped either, you know, financially or legally in the marriage. Saving some extraordinary circumstance, right? But this is, you know, this person is pushing back, and again, not the person that you'd expect to be hearing talking any kind of sense. But in this case, she is in fact the only one
because that's
on the right. Oh my God.
Should she have been secretly planning behind Steven's back this entire time to hide money away from him that she was earning and supporting him and backing up his career, making him meals and doing his, behind the scenes work at Louder with Crowder? Is that what she should have been doing? Now, once again, I think this is a strange argument for traditionalists and conservatives to be making, but you can make that argument. All women should have backup accounts that they're hiding from their husbands. But I think within the idea,
Supposed to be going here. No. Here. No. Here.
ideological sphere that both Hillary and particularly Stephen come from, stay-at-home mothers and wives are supposed to be considered very important and integral roles to a family that contribute plenty to their success. So anyone who is claiming to be a fan of Steven Crowder's work, a fan,
it's kind of weird that she said and husbands
here on Twitter, which I'm seeing en masse, and arguing, why is she asking for money? All she did was sit around. She was so useless. He earned all that money. She did nothing. I think that's pretty telling of what some of your ideologies actually are. You've got this split. You've got half of conservatives that are like, we love wives, we love mothers, we think you are so important that you need to stay at home and be just contributing everything you can to the household and to the children. And then this other side who seem to be exposing themselves as just, I don't know, thinking mothers are useless, in which case I don't know why any women would be stay-at-home moms. But that was never the side that Steven Crowder or his industry was advocating. So I cannot understand for a second how anyone could be making the suggestion that she just did nothing and deserves nothing. That's not in line with the ideology that he was promoting. And reality seems to show that this is false too. As you can see on Hillary's LinkedIn page, all of the work that she did for Louder with Crowder Industries, including being a founding member of it, doing hiring, doing payroll and billing, and plenty of other behind-the-scenes work. Yet, while Steven had his parents on the payroll, apparently it seems Hillary just did this for free as a wife. Which brings me to the next debunk we have to get to. Obviously, since Hillary wasn't being paid a salary, she wasn't an employee, she was just a wife, how has she been surviving this entire time? Well, we've established that the $25,000 was not for child support, but Hillary was indeed receiving $25,000. And it has been claimed publicly that this money is entirely just for her to splurge with. This is just her spending money, right? Crowder is paying for all lawsuits plus gives $25,000 a month to Hillary. That is the claim I've seen repeatedly. Gerald from the Louder with Crowder team has been saying this. I've had some other Louder with Crowder employees tweeting me with this information. But of course, when you delve into it deeper, it turns out it's all obfuscation from what is really going on. At the beginning of the court case, the divorce case, both Steven and Hillary were awarded allowances of $25,000. This is pretty standard in this kind of proceeding. However, Hillary was locked out of all of the other accounts while Steven was not, and I do have the documents showing this. When you see the excerpts from the legal document that says Louder with Crowder is ordered to pay $25,000, which has been making the rounds on Twitter all day with just that one highlighted section, what you have to understand is that Louder with Crowder is or was marital property, and therefore the estate they are both being paid from in the divorce matter. Although this document here is not from the divorce filings. If you keep reading beyond the highlighted bit, which apparently most people on Twitter were simply incapable of doing, you'll notice Hillary Crowder quoted saying, "I barely have enough money to pay my divorce attorneys, let alone the fees of this litigation." And there's the kicker. That's because there are two cases going on here. One is the divorce case, the other is a civil case. Now, eventually, the court in the divorce case realized Hillary could not afford her divorce attorney and an attorney for this second case as well, and she was going into debt, which is why they ordered Steven start paying her divorce attorney. So this is where the claim comes from, that Steven is paying for attorney fees plus an additional $25,000. The problem is, once again, the obvious obfuscation that implies he's paying for all attorney fees when he is not. There are two cases going on, the second of which Steven Crowder was not ordered to pay for, meaning even if the divorce was not draining Hillary's account, the civil litigation was.
Okay, so did you get that? This is the important takeaway, is that you know, she's getting like what, more money than would normally be distributed in the case of a divorce, like while the proceedings are going on in the state of Texas. And you know, people like Tim Pool are being like, how the hell, you know, she's getting all this money, why does she like want more? She's greedy, she's a gold digger, basically. That's, you know, what they're sort of implying. They're using this to you know, to smear her in public, right? And also to clear Steven's name, because about the only leverage that Hillary Crowder has against Steven Crowder, given she's up against his LLC, she's up against his company, she's up against Louder with Crowder, right? In terms of what's paying for his litigation. And she's not just doing like the divorce proceedings, she's also being sued. So there's two court cases, you know, that she's paying for, that she's, you know, paying her legal team for. So yeah, that is, you know, that's why she's those annoying fucks. That's why she's getting that's why she's getting 25,000, and that's why 25,000 is actually not enough.
Has a multitude of lawyers. I think he's been seen with 6 to 7 of them walking around going into trial at once, while Hillary could barely afford one for the civil case, with the $25,000 allowance per month going in and out of court constantly. If you ever wonder why I dropped out of my lawsuit against Patreon, which I launched a few years back for banning me from the website for something that wasn't true, it's because the company were able to put through a motion stating that I was going to have to pay for my own legal fees and the fees of the judge involved. And that judge would cost like $5,000 an hour, which obviously I could not afford. Meanwhile, Patreon, having millions and millions of dollars at their disposal to do this, could. And they knew that. I think they knew damn well they couldn't win against me with real arguments, so they decided to partake in lawfare, where they just ensured that I would be drained dry and unable to continue to fight them, which is, once again, the strategy that my lawyers told me they were going with, and is the strategy that appears to be the case in this situation as well, which is where we get into, you know, at some point, the court system isn't man versus woman, and it just becomes rich versus poor. Anyone out here who thinks 25 grand a month is a lot when you're going through a lawsuit with a massive company like Louder with Crowder or with Patreon is delusional. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have never been to court against a large company, and I just don't want to hear your opinion on this issue, seriously. It's just completely out of touch with reality. It sounds like a lot of money when you think it's just for going to the store and buying, I don't know, fruit roll-ups or something and hanging out and paying rent. But when you are going to court against a large company,
roll-ups, okay,
and they're taking you through motion after motion after motion, that disappears like that. Let's just read through some of the court documents here between Steven and Hillary that kind of show what's going on here in the financial realm. This case is extremely litigious. Steven Crowder, through his attorney of record, has multiple depositions ordered in this matter, some of which are to be conducted in California and Florida. Travel expenses to include airfare, hotel, and meals will be incurred. Counsel for Hillary Crowder needs multiple depositions conducted. There have been numerous discovery disputes and hearings heard in this matter, with numerous discovery disputes and enforcement issues still pending. The parties were ordered to mediate again for 2 days. The first day of mediation was conducted on October 6, 2023, and the second day of mediation. Okay, moving on. Steven Crowder has access and control of the majority, if not the entirety, of the assets in the parties and community property estate. Hillary Crowder does not have access to nor control of sufficient community assets to adequately prosecute her case, the disadvantage of which is particularly troubling in light of the fact that Steven Crowder has a substantial amount of community money subject to his control, a company through which he can pay his living expenses and his attorney fees and substantial income. Petitioner Hillary Crowder can show this court that respondent filed a civil action against her, her family, her entertainment attorney, and friend in cause number, etc., seeking monetary damages exceeding $1 million. Hillary Crowder does not have the financial resources to defend this civil action. I cannot stress enough that if you actually sit and read through these documents instead of seeing the few snippets being produced for the purpose of disseminating a very specific narrative, these documents are just a repeated string of Hillary Crowder and her small legal team begging the court to acknowledge they simply do not have the funds to fight this civil case. Something aside from the divorce case that Steven is not paying for, while Steven has full access to his funds, the company funds, funds from doing comedy shows, everything else, while Hillary just has that 25 grand, which she was using to send letters like this, begging the court to leave her alone, to not make her send over 18,000 of her text messages, which she had to do, and various other obvious examples of using separate cases here to get more favorable outcomes in the divorce and to bog her down with legal battles she couldn't afford and stress and time she couldn't expend. And also, something else important to highlight here is that for the sake of the public narrative, the Crowder team, who, by the way, have never really spoken about this second civil suit until just recently when they needed some documents from it that said she was being paid $25K, they actually had Crowder had filed motions to have the case entirely sealed. Luckily, the judge quickly rejected this, but the whole point of that, I assume, was so they would be able to say publicly, yeah, Hillary's getting 25 grand and we're paying for all her lawyers. So there's nothing else going on here. She's just so greedy. Can you believe she wants more than 25 grand a month? What a just witch of a woman, right? It's not like we're launching lawfare against her entire family in a totally separate case we're trying to cover up that's draining her bank account and putting immense pressure on her to settle the divorce case with a deal that gets her next to nothing just to be left alone. No. That's just her being crazy and wanting money. And once again, if you read this, all of the documents are literally just her saying, oh my gosh, I am being bogged down. I can't afford this. I can't afford this. So no, there is not an extra 25 grand on top of all legal battles being paid for that's going to Hillary so that she can just hire nannies and get manicures. There's 25 grand from the estate, which looks like Louder with Crowder because that was marital property, so Hillary's money anyways, and divorce fees paid. And then a totally separate lawsuit that was draining that $25K from Hillary's bank account every month while the Steven Crowder team used unlimited funds that he had access to wage lawfare against her. The public are being entirely misled by this because there is a financial incentive to do so. People's careers are at stake. Of course, they are going to tell you what they think is going to save the audience. Now, this second lawsuit, the whole, NDA, trying to find out what people are saying publicly about them. This is where Jared Monroe comes in because he's also included in a lot of defamation / NDA potential cases coming up. So let's quickly debunk some of the narratives around that because he just came out and decided to speak up against what he feels was lawfare launched against him for the same reasons. Now, if you don't know, Jared Monroe, or Not Gay Jared, was Steven's co-host for quite a few years until he left the show in August of 2018. At the time, it appeared the split was amicable, having a whole going-away show, but we know now that that wasn't the case. On Tuesday this week, Jared argued that he left Louder with Crowder because it was a toxic work environment, and that he was placed under a ridiculous NDA and non-compete clause that forced him to not even be able to work at other places afterwards for 2 years in media. One that an NDA that he was forced to sign after the fact of leaving at threat of potentially, not being able to support himself or get the freedom that he needed afterwards. There's nothing really to debunk in this section because the Louder with Crowder team didn't even try to debunk what Jared was saying in his video. They really just glossed right over it in their response video, simply saying that NDAs are normal and boilerplate. Not this kind of NDA, I don't think. You know, I've been in this industry for a while, and an NDA that lasts this long, preventing people from talking to their friends about things they experienced privately and stuff that prevents them from getting a new job, that's not something I've experienced, to be honest.
That he received a cease and desist from Steven Crowder, and from his former employer, and he received a 202 petition, which is a petition for him to be deposed. And if you look at the documents that have been posted online, that includes 15 other people, and the 15th person is like unlimited numbers of unnamed people that Jared said like disparaging remarks to. And essentially, he's making the case that the NDA is overly broad, very restrictive. It goes on in perpetuity, and just fighting the cease and desist and the deposition have put him in debt. And he's already been in debt from the time that he left Crowder, and post him leaving, he was blackballed. So he's raising money in a GoFundMe to pay for his prior or his already accrued legal expenses and his ongoing expenses, which he was trying to file a counter motion to get out of the NDA because he thinks it's unconstitutional.
Right. So we do, anyway, to your point of who Jared is being asked to turn over his communications with and offer testimony about, it's communications with Dave Landau, Hillary Crowder, Brittany White Turner, Sven Tietterman, who I think might be a Sven Computer, who if you guys have watched Steven's show, you'll know was like one of the little co-hosts, part of the gang for a bit. Courtney Kirchhoff, who I think used to be part with Ladder with Crowder team, Edward Parker, Everett Wade, I don't know who those people are, Aaron Luna, Jeremy Boring, CEO of Daily Wire.
Jeremy Boring spelled incorrectly.
Yes, I did notice that. Natalie, Deborah, Corzin, Garrett Morrison, employees and or representatives of the Daily Wire, and current and former employees of Ladder with Crowder, and any other individual not currently known to whom respondent has made disparaging comments about Ladder with Crowder and or Crowder. So there's just like basically like Crowder's legal team is just asking for all communications maybe that Jared has potentially brought them up for.
And it really gets the almonds activated that someone who has been fighting
really gets the almonds activated, like the brain,
have this attitude towards shutting down someone else's speech. I thought sunlight was the best disinfectant, but I guess not.
Is that what she means by almonds?
I saw here from people toward Jared's video.
I don't think I've ever heard that phrase before.
Those claiming that Jared was a cry bully and raising funds for a lawsuit that doesn't even exist. Now, in my opinion, I think the cry bully claims can pretty easily be waved away, as anyone who has experienced real legal abuse and threats from within this industry knows it is extremely debilitating for your life going forward. And, not wanting to be bogged down in fear all the time for the rest of your life with being financially crippled for speaking your mind, maybe even things you just learned, or giving your opinion on issues that have nothing to do with company secrets. I think that's hardly bullying. If anything, I think it's opposing bullying. But as for the claim of a lawsuit that doesn't exist, that was started by Gerald with the Ladder with Crowder team and has also thrown a lot of people off. He claimed that Jared is raising money to fight a lawsuit that doesn't exist. In truth, Jared never stated this in his video or fundraiser. He never stated that he was dealing with a current existing lawsuit. He stated he is dealing with legal threats and is looking to break his unconstitutional.
Okay, so that's when they called.
Jared is dealing with is not a current.
That's when Gerald, not gay Gerald, Gerald, was calling bullshit on not gay Jared. These people are so hard to keep up with, but that's how I keep them straight in the mind. Not gay Jared and not gay Gerald. Who appeared on Steven Crowder's channel, essentially giving receipts, what he claimed to be receipts proving that that this was all essentially like the rap against not gay Jared is that he's putting hoes before bros, right? He is supporting Steven Crowder's wife in terms of her divorce. And in terms of her, what we saw on that ring cam, which, looks to most people pretty freaking abusive. And in terms of, Oh my God, there was like one more thing, but it's slipping my mind.
Lawsuit, but a Rule 202 petition, which he clearly said in his video is something one issues when they don't have enough evidence to sue. So the latter with
But yeah, the claim that like he was lying about being under being under a lawsuit, being under like, lawfare from Steven Crowder, it's not exactly what he was saying. He didn't actually claim that he was being sued. He was talking about legal action, and indeed we can see from the fact that those are like Hillary and his emails that they do seem to have been pursuing legal action against him.
team are issuing this in an attempt to force a deposition and have documents handed over to them so that the Louder with Crowder team can find something to sue him for. A very, very violating process, and something I would expect from corrupt governments. Give us your phone, let us download everything, and then we'll find something to ban you from a country for, or to sue you for.
Oh my God.
Not something I generally expect.
Still sore about being banned from Australia, I see.
Very show me the man and I'll show you the crime style operating. The only people really in the world who can afford to do this sort of thing with their time are the ultra wealthy. There's no gender bias in this case here. It's two men. It's Jared, who is poor compared to Crowder, and Crowder, who is extraordinarily rich and can keep bringing forward legal harassment for as long as he wants to punish and silence Jared, or put him into fear that he's going to have to deal with these, petitions over and over again to find evidence to hopefully find something to sue him for. That's what's happening. So all of the claims there, once again, from the Louder with Crowder team saying Jared is fundraising for a lawsuit that doesn't exist, that is obfuscation. That is not what he was doing, and that is not what he said. Now, there are literally 1,000 more topics I wanted to debunk and get into in this video. I could have spent days and days and days getting into this, but it's going to be an hour-long video. I'm not going to have it out for 2 weeks if I do that. And I think there are already a few people really working on a deep dive at the moment, so I think I'll let them do their thing. But I'll just get a few more points out of the way quickly that people seem to be misunderstanding for the sake of continued discourse on the web at the moment. So there's this claim that Hillary Crowder is just after money. That's what she wants. Gerald, with Louder with Crowder, tweeted out, "This whole scheme was to maximize profits that she couldn't get through the courts." But as Sean Fitzgerald points out, the Louder with Crowder CEO says the Hillary team admits the money offer is good, but Hillary said in a text that she wants more freedom, and therefore this is proof she wants more money. It sounds like she turned down more money because of the strings attached from that text. What were the terms? And that's the question there. I mean, from reading the very information that Gerald is highlighting there, it clearly has nothing to do with the money and everything to do with the freedom. Now, that freedom could either be related to wanting to get out of an NDA or wanting more freedom or time with the kids. This could be related to wanting to be able to travel with them to see family.
So the freedom thing, not wanting money, wanting freedom, is related to some of the texts that were released through whatever legal action they pursued against Jared, not gay Jared, and Hillary Crowder.
Being able to speak about her experiences. Either way, the message that Gerald put there to prove she's after more money literally just shows her saying she's after more freedom. Nothing to do with money. And this is a theme you'll see going forward. A lot of the evidence that they put out to prove bad behavior kind of proves the opposite of what they're saying. Now, I wanted to quickly address custody as a question in this case, because one interesting thing I haven't seen spoken about that often in the situation with Hillary and Steven is the custody agreements going on. Usually it's seen as a pretty inhumane thing to separate a child from one of their parents in most debates among this topic, yet very few people have addressed the fact that in an earlier sealed motion, Crowder actually applied for full custody, despite saying publicly a mother and a father need both involved in their child's life. This was reported by Current Revolt, who was present in the courtroom and therefore able to hear and watch the proceedings that were sealed. So he has put that up on his website. Very interesting. Once again, you won't really see the Crowder team addressing that claim and why that was pursued. Which, by the way, I think it's very important to mention that much like this situation with custody, in which Current Revolt had to be in the courtroom to report on, there are still hundreds of files, hundreds of pages, documents, all of that from these cases, both the civil and the divorce one, which are sealed, which no one online has seen. I mean, most of the stuff we've seen are just documents that have been leaked from various parties online. This video is just a debunk of the information that is public right now, and which we have the proof online right now to say is untrue. I couldn't tell you I have a full understanding of the case back to front because, like the vast majority of the public, I do not. We haven't been able to hear from Jared Monroe and the things he says he has to say and is fighting to say publicly. We haven't heard from Hillary Crowder, who is likely under her own NDA. We haven't been able to see all of the documents. We've just seen many, many obfuscations of them. You have one party in this case that are media experts that have a whole team of media experts and a ton of money to strategize that are clipping documents from this case, of which the majority of us do not have all the documents, and then putting them out there and saying, this is the narrative. Quite frankly, anyone claiming to know the whole story for sure publicly at this moment, I would take anything they say with a grain of salt, particularly those who have an extreme financial incentive to say certain things. But one last bonus before I end this video was something I found extremely telling. Apparently during these proceedings, a potato was mailed to Steven Crowder's house.
Okay, the potato. This is like what I'm curious about.
Of said potato, stating that it was a threatening message.
It was a threatening potato.
Result of Hillary and Jared working together to send threats to Steven. Now, if you read the
chat, this is the real tea.
You will notice it says,
I have gone to the
watch it on said potato, which also happens to be the exact phrase Steven Crowder said to Hillary Crowder in the Ring video leaked of her pregnant and them fighting.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, she said he said watch it when she was Oh my god, chat, literally to the ends of the earth. I don't know if I like seafaring. Anyway, play the video.
I don't know. It's just very interesting.
Oh my god, this is difficult. Seafaring is so hard.
Threatening, watch it, when written on a carbohydrate, but not when a 6-foot-plus man says it to his heavily pregnant wife in person. Just a thought. I don't know. For everyone.
Wait, so the implication that
but I hope this cleared some things up for you. I hope makes it easier for you to discuss what is actually going on in this legal case as the war wages on X.com and YouTube, because we can't talk about anything. We can't have an honest conversation about what's happening with the movement, what's happening behind the scenes, what's happening with divorce court, marriage, or the legal system, unless we have real information. And while so much of it is just being spouted out there for the sake of pushing certain narratives or for financial interests, there's almost no point talking about it at all. So I hope I've done a tiny dent in the misinformation campaign and helped, once again, clear some things up for all of you. I appreciate you watching. I look forward to reading your thoughts, and I will see you next time here on Tenet Media.
So yeah, if you didn't follow my previous coverage of the Steven Crowder, you know,
something rather
no,
interesting
stop!
happened.
Why did you really have to go to the automatically? Oh God, we just went to the next video. It was back to. I was like, what is that voice? That's Carolyn Borisenko. Carolyn Borisenko is back, unfortunately. There is more on her channel. That might be of interest.
Hi.
And also on Lauren Chen's channel as well. Remember, they are two of the people behind the discussion with Candace Owens. The totally not Nick. Oh, Socialism Saturday. The problem with the family. What is this?
All right, everybody. Welcome to this space. We're going to be talking, of course, about the ongoing debate over Christ is King. Is it an anti-Semitic dog whistle? Should we be more careful as Christians about how we say this? Is this something that's only going to draw people away from the faith who might otherwise be converting?
So it looks like Carlin's the one starting off this conversation. I think that Lauren Chen is the host. We've got somebody named Sovereign Bra. I've never heard. I mean, these are all right wingers, and I'd have to say, based on my perfunctory listening of this, these are all anti-Semites to a greater and lesser extent. And yeah, I would include Jeremy Boring in this. Jeremy Boring was not invited to this event, but he showed up nonetheless. And instead of having harsh words for Nick Fuentes, he actually, like, I don't know, kiss the ring. He's not entirely groveling. Like, he does say that he has concerns about Nick Fuentes, but he goes to great pains to kiss his ass and talk about what a talented communicator and what a talented what a treasure for the right, I guess he is.
Let's talk about it. So I've sent out a bunch of requests for people to join. They should be trickling in as we speak. Try to get as good a mix of opinions as we could. I'm just going to put it out there. A lot of people who I did ask to join, who are of the belief that this is something that is, maybe more insensitive at the very least, if not outright anti-Semitic, they didn't seem inclined to actually come and give their opinions. So
somebody's got a baby. Do you hear what she's saying? She's saying that essentially she wanted to have a knockdown, drag out fight between people that are like, yo, that's an anti-Semitic dog whistle, and people that are like, what, are you anti-Christian? Why do you not like Christ as King? Oh no, I don't know what that was. But she couldn't get anybody. Like, nobody in her circle wanted to bite the bullet at this time and say that the dog whistle, the fucking Nick Fuentes dog whistle, is actually a fucking anti-Semitic dog whistle. That is how bad it is on the right. That is how devastating of a win that this is for the far right over just the far right.
Not really quite sure what to make of that. This does in some ways remind me of the debate over microaggressions that we see from the left. The idea that it's not just the intent, or maybe we can try to view people's intent just based on, I don't know, vibes, I'm guessing, or their history of posts. So yeah, hopefully we can have a good amount of people in here. Joel, Carlin, Will, I think, Sovereign Bra, you guys are welcome to jump in at any point.
Wait, that's Lauren Chen then.
And, give your perspective on this.
This is Lauren Chen talking.
Also, with me is Marie Oakes, who will be helping to co-host.
Well, thanks for having us up, Lauren. I mean, I would just like to start the space by stating clearly and unequivocally that Jesus Christ is King of Kings and Lord of Lords, and that is not anti-Semitic to say. But I would, if Joel or anybody else is interested, I would love to start the space with hearing the case as to why people think it is anti-Semitic to say.
Yeah. Hey everyone. Thanks for having me. This has been quite a wild weekend with the discourse the last few days. My mentions are a nightmare, but it's fun. I enjoy this stuff. I rubbed a few people the wrong way, I think, with a few of the posts I made, just reacting to what I was seeing, the way that the phrase "Christ is King" was being used. But
oh wow!
Before I
do you see
into that? I guess I want to start.
So it sounds like the one person that was interpreted as having some concerns with the phrase is walking that shit back, right? Like, some people took my posts and got the wrong message from that, but I wasn't saying I thought the dog whistle was a dog whistle.
By saying I agree, Christ is King is not just not anti-Semitic to say. It's one of the core tenets of our faith, and there should be nothing wrong with saying it. It's something that we should be able to say with confidence and with gratefulness to our Savior. I've said those words many times on Twitter myself over the years, and so I think it's something, you know, by itself is nothing to be ashamed of, and it should not be seen as anti-Semitic. I want to maybe, if I will, set the tone. I'm going to skip out a little bit early here because I got to put the kiddos to bed.
But yeah, he stopped by to make sure that everybody knew.
I think it's, you know,
that he doesn't think the dog whistle is a dog whistle.
Let's set the tone by reading some of his.
He's not anti-Jesus. He's not anti-Christian.
A few verses that
he's bowing down. He's kissing the ring.
James 3.
He's bending the knee to Nick Fuentes. That's what he's
Chapter
doing.
3 of James talks about the tongue, and I think it's fair to talk about the tongue as, you know, social media being kind of a new technological extension of our tongue. Now we can speak to so many people so easily, but chapter 3 verse 8 says, no human being can tame the tongue. It is a restless evil full of deadly poison. With it we bless our Lord and Father, and with it we curse.
They're having some connection problems here.
Curse people who are made in the likeness of God. From the same mouth come blessing and cursing.
It's just the nature of a Twitter space. If you've ever been in one, they're fucking
7,
cursed.
Jesus said this, and starting in verse 16.
God, I didn't know we were gonna get a Bible reading though.
Are grapes gathered from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? So every healthy tree bears good fruit, but the diseased tree bears bad fruit.
Ooh, do you hear that?
Does not bear bad fruit, nor can a diseased tree bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down.
Oh my God, I am trying to remember. There's actually a ContraPoints. There's actually a ContraPoints segment of one of her videos that is pertinent here. When we're talking about degeneracy, yeah, it's the video degeneracy. And I don't know if I have time to go through this and find this for you and show it to you. But she gets down to what degeneracy actually means. Like D means away from, and gena or genus, right, is like the race, right? So, you know, people that doubt me when I say that fucking phrase itself is like a kind of an inherently right wing, if not, you know, fascist, you know, contrivance. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean. And I'm not kidding at all. Essentially, like, they see the race or the nation or, you know, whatever, you know, way of codifying this as they have, like, you know, the country, you know, as a organism, a greater body, you know, made out of smaller bodies, and that that which is away from the genus, that which is away from the race, is making the body less healthy and needs to be cut out, right? So I mean, this is what I have you like hold in mind when you hear right-wingers talking about like sickness in this way.
Recognize them by their fruits. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. On that day, many will say to me, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, cast out demons in your name, do many mighty works in your name? And I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you workers of lawlessness. And I think the first point that I want to make is that when we're using the name of our Savior, it's something to be done very carefully. It's not something to be done flippantly. You know, it's not a catchphrase. It's not a virtue signal. It's not a means of beating your chest and so that you can dunk on another person. And it shouldn't be coded language. You know, any of those uses to use Christ's name in that way, it's a grievous misuse of his name, and it's a violation of the third commandment. It's taking the Lord's name in vain. What I observed,
Joel, real quick before you continue, because I don't disagree with that point, but when you say when people are using it in this way, can you clarify exactly what you mean when you say in this way?
Yeah.
How do you see people using it?
Yeah, absolutely. So in my mentions, and you can go and look at kind of some of the things that I've tweeted out over the weekend and how people replied to them, but specifically saying Christ is king, you dirty Jew. Christ is king.
Okay, disavow. This is the not what I believe.
Like sharing an anti-Semitic meme with the words Christ is king over it. I don't want to get into the particulars of.
He's describing one way that he sees the phrase being used. Remember, these are people, these are all right-wingers in here. This is one person that is not saying that. Nobody in here is saying, like, this is a fucking Groiper dog whistle, like, let it die. Nobody's saying, like, fuck this shit, right? This is the furthest left viewpoint you're going to get from this crowd, and he's essentially saying that it is a proper and righteous and phrase that, like, he endorses, that's integral to his faith as a Christian, but that it could be used in certain ways, depending on the context of how it's said, that it can be a dog whistle. And we've heard this before, right? People saying that it's a dog whistle when it, like, the people, there's some people who feel like it's a dog whistle when Candace said it to Ben Shapiro. But like, essentially any time that you hear it, it is a dog whistle. Now, dog whistles, right, don't always get said by fascists. This is I don't know if ContraPoints, there was one of her early videos where she talked about this. They can be picked up by centrists or even liberals, and who don't realize, because they're on the outside. They're not on the in group of the fascists that are saying the dog whistle. And so, it is possible. So in other words, just because somebody says a dog whistle doesn't make them, a fascist, right? Somebody can unwittingly sort of, carry that shit. You sort of have to do a double take. You sort of have to ask yourself, wait, what is the context in which this is being said? What is going on here? Because it can be hard to tell if somebody's, conscious or unconscious that what they're saying is the dog whistle. But in this atmosphere, right, with how it's been resurrected, right? Because, like, again, like, similar phrases existed at various times, and they have been in some cases anti-Semitic, but this is Nick Fuentes and the Groipers are the energy behind this hashtag. And so I think what he's going to say is that the way that it is, used is the what makes it a dog whistle or not a dog whistle.
Anti-Semitism and the Groipers and what Nick Fuentes are doing, it seems to be that Fuentes has kind of taken that phrase and used it as a bit of a rallying cry, and a lot of his followers on the internet do the same. I think one point that I made over the weekend was we shouldn't impugn anyone's motives who says Christ is king, because I think the vast majority of people who say Christ is king are doing so with complete sincerity, and without any intent to be hateful or to express their disdain for Jews or any other group of people. And so I think that that's important to state that. But when I say using Christ's name in that way, I'm referring specifically to the way kind of the Fuentes crowd has combined that phrase with expressing disdain for Jewish people.
Can I just jump right in here? Because I think it's important to have a definition of the term anti-Semitism as we're going into this discussion. And I want to be really
This is
upfront with
Carlin?
everyone. I'm not a Christian.
Yeah,
I'm
this is
not
Carlin.
Jewish. I don't ascribe to any Abrahamic religion. I will say in my belief system, Christ is actually an ascended master. So he does play a spiritual role, but there are a lot of ascended masters in my belief system. So he's not any better or worse than anyone else. People can agree or disagree with that, whatever. I'm just stating my position on it. I come to this from a free speech angle in that I have been looking into the definition of anti-Semitism, particularly how it's being used and manipulated by the left, and also how it's being used and manipulated by the right. And what I'll tell you is that in the last couple months, I've been told I'm an anti-Semite if I don't agree with everything Israel does, if I question their targeting of the Palestinians in what I believe is an obvious genocide and a land grab. I'm anti-Semitic if I say anything a Jewish person doesn't like. And in this past week, I actually watched a presentation from an associate professor of Jewish studies at the University of California, Santa Cruz. His name is Dorian Bell. Dorian Bell said that it's anti-Semitic if you are against Black and brown immigration, even if those immigrants are not Jewish. He also said it's anti-Semitic if you are against critical theory and the Frankfurt School. So it really does seem as though...
No. Here's the deal, okay? Like, she's trying to... Oh my god, it's weird how they turn these things around. Anti-Semitic people use stuff like the Frankfurt School also as a dog whistle, like critical theory as a dog whistle, right? If you're like I guess it's possible that you could be against like like some element of the Frankfurt School and it be like, you disagree with the the ideas of the Frankfurt School, but in modern times, the majority of the like harsh opponents, the people that identify the Frankfurt School as a huge problem in Western a threat to Western civilization, yeah, those are anti-Semites. Those are anti-Semites. But do you see how they turn it around? Because they want you to think that that you're being policed somehow, when in actuality what's happening is a noticing a pattern of a correlation between people who talk about the Frankfurt School a whole hell of a lot and people that have some attachment to anti-Semitism, possibly even like an unconscious, possibly even they've heard this from other people, and that's how the dog whistle was introduced to them. Like, you don't like liberalism? You don't like leftism? Well, it's really the Frankfurt School that's doing that, and that's level 1, right? They get you into level 1, and only like Scientology, right? They bring you in with like, don't you think that it's important to I don't know, live a good life, be free of addiction to alcohol and drugs, and yada yada, have a good community, and they sell you on that, and you're like, yeah, it is really important. And okay, like Scientology does great at those things. They're really great. They also, if you have another faith, if you're Buddhist, if you're Christian, if you're Jewish, whatever, that's perfectly acceptable. It's perfectly compatible with Scientology. Scientology, okay, cool. So I can, be Scientologist without like compromising my religion. Now, if you know about Scientology from the internet, you know that the level whatever Thetan, like the operating Thetan level 4, 5, 6, right? You get to find out about Xenu. Who is Xenu? A galactic space lord that rules the universe and is like super evil and threw all the Thetan souls into a volcano. They were crashing airplanes into volcanoes with nuclear bombs. Right? It gets pretty wacky. If they tried to sell you on that from the first thing, in other words, if the anti-Semites tried to bring you in and be like, yo, Jewish people are really, really bad, right? If that was the first thing that they hit you within the door, a lot of people would be like, no, thank you. I don't, I'm not a Nazi. Thanks for trying. Thanks for playing. I don't have anything to do with you, right? But instead, it's this slow indoctrination. I mean, that's how that particular dog whistle works. And it also works in reverse in that, you find somebody trying to warn people that these are the dog whistles, and they're saying, they are policing your thoughts. They are not allowing you to be against the Frankfurt School, which is really just about liberalism and leftism and communism and all these bad things that we know are bad for, that's not controversial, right? To say that those things are bad for society. But if they led with, like, you know, the influence of Jewish thought, the influence of Jewish people, the, you know, culture that comes from Jewish people is what is deleterious to our society, they would get a lot less people in the door to begin with.
Of anti-Semitism right now, and it's one of those cases where if every single thing under the sun can be anti-Semitic, then literally anything can be, and the term loses its meaning. So I guess I would ask you, Joel, since this seems to be the position that you're taking, what is the definition of anti-Semitism?
That's not true. That's not true. Nobody's saying that everything under the sun could be, and I mean, like, in terms of symbolically, I guess so. You know, it could be like it could be used as a symbol for, you know, anti-Semitism. It could be adopted as a dog whistle somehow. You know, I don't know, but it's not like anything. You know, nobody's trying to say that fucking everything out there is anti-Semitic. That's ridiculous. So yeah, this is the conversation that you're going to have. And I guess you got, we only had time to give you sort of the long and short of it. The Karlin Borisenko take versus, I don't know who it was talking at first, but this was somebody who essentially is, you know, very adamant about not being anti-Jesus, not being anti the statement Christ is king, but, you know, has like some mild criticism of the way that it is being, like, it essentially is accusing Nick Fuentes and the Groypers of using Christ's name in vain, which I guess technically they are. I guess, you know, I'm not a, you know, a big Christian theologian myself. I don't know, like, what's, you know, using Jesus's name in vain, but the idea that, you know, that you're using it for something other than talking about Jesus, like when I burn my finger and I say, Jesus, my grandmother would say, don't use Christ's name in vain. And I'd be like, sorry, grandmother, I mean, geez. And she'd be like, that's kind of like the same things. And I'd be like, God's zooks. And she's like, that's God's hooks. That's even worse. Right. You know, like a lot of the phrases that, you know, you use like to express surprise and shock and, you know, being freaked out are somehow related to ways of taking the Lord's name in vain, or God, you know, like, don't take God's name in vain. Right. But yeah. I mean, but this is an even worse one. Like, if you're using Jesus to mean fucking white hegemony over like civilization, then yeah, that's like probably, I think my grandmother would be massively against that. So anyway, chat, I have got to leave. Yeah, I got 1 minute left before I turn into a pumpkin. Thank you all for being here. Thank you especially to everybody who supports me in any way that you do, even if it's just hitting that like button. It helps me out a whole bunch. To those of you who are supporting me financially, understand that I can't do the show without you. Like, really, like I literally can't. I am coming up against some pretty tough, you know, choices right now, and every little bit helps. And whether that's through Patreon, whether that's through super chat, super stickers, memberships, subs, donations on stream elements, or bits, or any of the ways that I might be leaving out, you are, you know, you're helping me more than you realize. So much love. I will see you, I guess, tomorrow. I think I'm streaming again tomorrow because there's more stuff to go over. So there, like, I don't know, there's just a lot to talk about right now. Yeah, I'll see you then. Until then, good night and be well.